shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. It's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. 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 A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning, burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright. I can't shine like lightning. Bright light, shine like lightning. Feels right. I can't lie. Sky high. It feels like
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the WCSPH. It is week number 4, day 3. It's been a whole freaking month now. Botch Spice, Autolose, Crazy Apple. I mean, the days are numbered till the playoffs. How are you guys feeling? Let's start with Autolose.
I feel nostalgic. This marks the first year, I believe, of me casting professional Wildrift. From last year. Shout outs to Yuko and Kansaya. That was the preseason. It happened last year. So yeah, very, very fun times to be part of a game that I really love.
I'm just the freshman here, so I'm so excited for you, like having this nostalgic feeling. And Crazy Apple, I mean, you're new to the panel and also new to the casting desk. How is it feeling so far? It's been a whole month already, WCS action.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many games that we have seen, and it's been such a pleasure and an honor to be part of this talent lineup along you guys and this tournament. And so far, yeah, I'm just feeling so excited to see the next couple of games because we are nearing the playoffs. The stakes are getting much and much higher for these teams, and I just can't wait to see today's games.
Yeah, so let's head on over to the recap of yesterday because, you know what, as the days are numbered, I think the hype is getting higher and higher. Autolose, we all, even I wasn't in the panel desk, but we all predicted FLA to take it, but it proved us wrong. So what are your highlights from yesterday?
I got tagged again.
I don't know, that's a highlight.
Another tag. Those are the things that is happening, and we saw during the first game, Tonde and the debut of Aspen didn't work out for them, but luckily for GS, they were able to handle their business well by the third game. There was actually a very interesting development because it was the first time that we saw How on the Caitlyn. Caitlyn was picked twice, I believe, yesterday. 1 a win, 1 a loss, and that's the first win for the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Go for it, Apple.
For yesterday, the Caitlyn was a very much welcome surprise, and we also got the first win on that. I think for me, more of a surprise yesterday was just Team Underground, just showing again why they're the first place. We were kind of building up that it feels like the top 6 teams currently in the WCS are anyone could beat each other. It feels like, but yesterday it felt like Team Underground really solidifying their stance that they're the best team. They really put Oasis Gaming in their place yesterday at that 6th spot, and I just think at this point Team Underground is flexing a bit of their muscle.
Hey, and speaking of flexing their muscles and finding their footing, let's talk about Team Secret because Autolose, you did interview. I think it was it Rox yesterday?
That was Chewy yesterday.
Chewy yesterday, and they seem to have found their groove already.
They said that they have the twerk buff. I would love to see that. They went against Sunsparks, a team that did win against them. And again, it feels to me that they are checking all those teams that have beaten them during the first round robin. And again, as we said multiple times during the broadcast yesterday, so far in the second round robin, Team Secret flawless, no defeats as of yet.
Yeah, and I believe it was Rox that did say they're finally awake, right? They were just sleeping giants, and now they're awake. I have to throw this question to you, Crazy Apple. Are they in full form now, or can they reach another power spike in the coming weeks?
I mean, we were talking about this off cam earlier, Botch. It feels like they're the current anime protagonist, like
there
a shonen character at this point. They were getting beaten at the first part. They were defeating key rivals, but falling in some aspects. But come here, the second round robin, it looks like they're on their victory road, so to speak. We can look into that though.
Otto, I know you want to chime in here. Go for it.
No, I have a question. If they are our protagonist, then who is your antagonist?
Oh, I love this spicy question, Autolose. Crazy Apple, you gotta answer back here. You're the philanthropist when it comes to anime here. The expert, I would say.
Okay, if I was really, I mean, everyone's a rival. It's like a sports anime. Everyone's a key rival, and they need to beat everyone at least once to get to that final championship. But I think we all know who is the biggest opponent for them at this point. It is going to be Team Underground, but one of their more historic rivals. If this was, I could say, a sports anime like maybe Slam Dunk. Kainan is like right now Underground, but Ryonan is their Fennel adversity at this point.
Ooh, Ooh, I love it. Okay. I like it. Sports anime. I was gonna go for a Haikyuu reference there with Karasuno rising from the concrete, but we digress, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot to talk about, but first thing we got to do is give our thanks because this event was made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
We'd also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you, me, to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information is available about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days, 8 gigabytes data for all gaming apps, 8 gigabytes data for all sites, and only all net text, so you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, big shout outs to the games and amusement board, because without them, the supervision is definitely needed here in this tournament. So shout outs to the games and amusement board. And also, if you guys think you guys can do our job better than us in predictions, you can get a chance to win Timo and Pengu pop sockets. All you got to do is guess the winning team of our featured matches, predict the score, and comment on our post in the WCS page with your most creative answers with the hashtag WCSPH. The top 5 best answers will receive a Timo or Pengu pop socket of your choice. Winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast today, so stay tuned for that. And our featured match for today is Team Underground versus RRQ. I don't know. It's crazy how the panel gets consequences and they don't get rewarded. I think we should change that. We should get some pop socket. We should get a little bit of praise and not get tagged. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I want one of the pop sockets, to be honest, Botch.
I mean, regardless of how many pop sockets I receive, it won't defeat
the tags,
the thrill of being tagged.
the emotional damage
I know.
of getting the predictions wrong. We got to change that format. But speaking of formats, let's look at the format we have for today and get you guys up to date with where we are now. We are still at the regular season. We are, as the kids would say, into the thick of it when it comes to this season. Playoffs are on April 1 to 10. We're so close. The days are finally numbered. You guys could do some quick maths already if your favorite teams are going to be in which placings. But it's super important for you guys to tune in today and next week to see if your teams make it to the April 1st playoffs double elimination format. Again, only 6 teams will be advancing to the playoffs, so stakes have been so high already. So let's move on over to the team standings to see who the top 6 are and the rest of the teams. Team Underground, Apple, as you mentioned, still uncontested, still at the top here, wanting to solidify themselves at the top spot with 9-2, followed by, I would say, like a race to the second spot. So let's move on over to the standings. We saw a little bit of a glimpse of it, but Autoluz, I want to get your thoughts there. How much of a bloodbath are we going to see coming into?
You want some wrestling reference?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it to the second
threat?
spot. I want to hear it.
I mean, we have a triple threat: Team Secret, Grindsky, Esports, and Fennel University battling for that second spot. And Team Underground isn't safe yet. We did try to calculate everything that we have at our disposal. And looking at the standings, Team Underground has a safe separation. But remember, we still have 3 games left, including today. And this could still shake up. Now, Grindsky, Fennel, and Team Secret, one thing that is very interesting is Grindsky was able to beat Team Secret was able to beat Fennel, and Fennel Fennel did actually fall to Grindsky Esports. So amongst these 3, there is actually one big lion in Grindsky, which is very surprising if you ask me.
Yeah. What about you, Crazy Apple? What are your thoughts on the standings as we look at it in front of our screens now?
At this point, it seems like it's getting to the point of the power rankings. Like, we really see Team Secret making this late second half run. They do really have a chance at cracking into the top 2. They are already tied up in the top 2, but what I mean is they have a real chance to end this group stages in the top 2 at this point. But I think one of the key matches that you're going to see today, as is highlighted, is going to be Team Underground and RRQ, because if RRQ manages to beat Team Underground today, it's going to really shake up if Team Underground can still keep that top spot at the end of the group stages.
I'm looking forward to that. So let's check on the match schedules for today, because you mentioned one, but we got 4 bangers of matches coming up your way. And the featured match will be the RRQ versus Underground match. But the first one will be Fennel Adversity versus Sunspark. I would say Sunspark still looking to get points on the board, and Fennel Adversity still wants to show us that they are the dominant ones. Autolose, what other matches are you looking forward to seeing today?
Oasis versus Cerebrum. We remember week 2, day 2?
Oh.
These 2 teams met, and it was Cerebrum that was able to get the broom over Oasis. Now, another thing, it's a celebratory day for Oasis. Happy birthday! The birthday buff is real for the twins in the bot lane for Oasis. So that is very interesting as to how CE will control the birthday buff that we call here in the panel.
Wow. And I'm just going to add a little more context to the last match. It's GS versus TS, as Infinity would say, the Gastos match. Grindsky versus Team Secret. Also, that was in the same week of the underdogs. Grindsky showing they're not an underdog. They're one of the Lions, as Apple mentioned. So that's another match that everyone would be looking forward to today. But you know what? I think all these matches have a lot of stakes, so it's really important for each and every one of you to tune in and chime in also with your thoughts and insights when it comes to these matches, because the days are finally numbered. We are marching on to playoffs, and we did see how the standings are shaken out, and it's going to be a bloodbath at the mid part of that, because they do want to get to that second spot. So Apple, I have to throw it to you just real quick. When it comes to the standings, we could say that the second place spot is the highly contested one. Do you have anyone in mind that might actually get it? Or do you have any, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, because we're only going to get you for today, for this one segment, right? Then it's going to be Osiris.
Yeah. Right. So you're really throwing me the heavy punches at this point, Much.
Yes.
I honestly think at this point, with how I think 2 teams stand out to me in that 3-way tie. It's going to be Grindsky and Team Secret. Grindsky has been really at the start of the WCS. We thought of them as more of a middle of the pack team, but they are shown to be a real dark horse in this tournament. They are really vying for the top 2 spot. They have very creative drafts, very good players that are really showing up in very critical matches. And as history suggests here in the WCS, Grindsky did win the first match against Team Secret. Team Secret is looking to be out for blood, for revenge. So I think these 2 teams have a chance at ending at second. And unfortunately for FLA, I feel like they're gonna be, relegated to like the 3rd or 4th spot for this one.
One sec, Autolus wants to chime in real quick.
No. It's just too hard to call, and calling a spade a flower is so hard right now.
I know it's hard.
It's just a very difficult thing to predict. And speaking of predictions, I just remembered that Grindsky versus Team Secret was actually the originator of the tag posts.
Oh
Remember?
My God!
Yeah,
this is where it started.
They were the ones who started the trend.
Full circle.
So in order for
I picked
us,
the correct side here then.
in order for us to redeem ourselves and put balance onto everything, we have to get this correct.
We have to, guys. But we have to, go through the day. We're gonna talk about our first match, because I believe FLA might have a good chance of getting that first spot, because it's gonna be FLA versus Sunspark. So let's check out this this matchup. How do we break this down? Autolose. Let's start with Fennel Adversity.
They are in a 3-way tie for second, and they need the most number of wins possible out of the 3 games remaining, right? And Sunsparks, we have to face it. We have to tell it as it is, that this is basically their easiest way to at least get another win.
Right.
Remember, Sunsparks is currently struggling, with only 1 win on the board, and Fennel Adversity will have to rely on their ways, which is basically to control the map, be as disciplined as possible. And again, when talking about Fennel Adversity, they're not really going to underestimate their opponents when it comes to how they play. They play it the same way as they played the bigger teams or the stronger teams. Now, we also would like to highlight, of course, the jungler of Fennel Adversity. Doming has been so good for over a couple of months now. Looking at the KDA 6.37, that's actually one of the one of the top notchers that we have in the jungle. And we have been discussing this a lot of times here in the panel, Crazy Apple Podge, that we have a rich lineup of junglers in the Philippines.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to distinguish who's the best jungler right now. Although, there's a clear favorite in Sayonara. There is a close second. There is a close third. And, it's even harder to rank all the junglers that we have. But I still feel that Doming is up there just because of his stability, his experience, and do not forget his mechanics. He's also able to make flashy plays when needed. Remember the birthday kick that he did during his birthday week. And so much to say about Doming. I'm just a fan of this guy. Looking forward to his performance today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. So I can't wait to see the head-to-head matchup, because it will be another matchup for Doming to look forward to as we head on over to Sunspark. Now, I have to ask Apple. They did get one win, but that one win was against Team Secret. How do we break down Sunsparks here?
Okay, Sunsparks is, at this point in time, they have nothing to lose. Definitely in this tournament, they are mathematically out of the playoffs. So at this point in time, this is, I think, for teams that are in the group stages, it is the most opportune time for them to play spoiler, especially if they're going against the teams that really want to get to like those top spots. And if you have nothing to lose as a team, it means you can be more creative. You can try out different styles. You can try out different champions. And I'm just looking forward if Sunsparks is going to do that here coming to this series. Although we know there's still their bread and butter strategy is to protect the Consi, and it's spearheaded mostly by the bot lane, but also supported well by their jungler Ace, which is also going to be our key player to look at here at Sunsparks. Ace is very different for Doming, I would say. Doming plays a lot more of those early game, trying to set up the team to victory early on. Ace is more of a utility kind of jungler, really setting up Consi to play well. Although we have seen the various strategies from Sunsparks trying to get Nastro ahead so that it could relieve some space from Consi, he's still the kind of guy that will be playing those Nunu, the Jarvans, that would really just help his AD carry. Although they can be very creative, as I stated at the start here with Sunsparks. They have nothing to lose. And I think that's also a very scary prospect if you're a team that has everything at stake in terms of your standings in coming into playoffs. And right now, Sunsparks could be a very dangerous kind of beast going against Fennel.
So let's head on over to the head-to-head auto-lose. We did champion Fennel to be like a counter-puncher, but with the creativity that Crazy Apple brought to the table, because that could be the mindset of Sunspark. How do you think this head-to-head will pan out once we head to the Rift?
That's the thing. For Fennel University, they will counter-punch regardless of what kind of attack you pull out, right? So they're the team that doesn't really get surprised a lot. And looking at how Ace performed last week, I actually thought that last week Sunsparks had the best performing Sunsparks member was Ace. He was all over the map during the early game, allowing his team to reach the late game, and Consi popping off once he hit the 3-4 item power spike was actually the key ingredient for Sunsparks to at least get a game off of the strong teams that we have from last week. Just so happened that, again, you need 2 wins to win a series here. And this is a very interesting matchup. Again, Doming with all the experience that he has against Ace. Also, looking at Ace kill participation. I see you. That's a nice number there.
Nice.
Yes. I also like to add in terms for just want to talk a bit more about Ace, because between these two between those two players, if we compare them, there's obviously Doming with bigger numbers, but it's harder to have great numbers if you keep losing as a team. I would just also want to point out that I feel Ace is a bit of an underrated player here in the WCS. As we said, we have a lot of great junglers here in the WCS, and Ace plays his role pretty well here in Sunsparks, and I would just love to see more of this guy in the future here in the pro scene.
I'm excited. And if they do what you say, Crazy Apple, and you know what, they really have nothing to lose here and everything to prove. So they could definitely just go a little more creative. We saw how Cerebrum Esports was able to win against Oasis. Just a little bit of a teaser to what the next match is, because they played to, like, they didn't have any pressure, ganda lang. They just like decided, you know what, we'll just play, just have fun, right? And they got a win. So I don't think FLA should be sleeping on this. So let's move on over to our predictions. Guys, I know we got to talk about this. This is the scariest part for the panel. Because anything can happen. I don't know. Crazy Apple, it was, as Infinity would say, you painted us a picture of how Sunspark could win this. Just go completely unorthodox, catch FLA on the back foot. Let me throw it to you first. Who do you think is going to take this series?
Okay, for this one, I gotta keep my analyst hat on, and even though I have good high expectations for Sunsparks trying to throw a curveball, I think it's gonna be Fennel Adversity here, taking the series 2-0.
Okay, I will definitely agree. The numbers are hard to disagree with. FLA did have a rocky start, but RRQ just really prepared for them yesterday, and I think they've definitely found their synergy. So FLA seems very stable at this point, so I'm gonna go with FLA. I don't know if Sunspark's gonna tag us, but Autolose, are you gonna change things up?
No, it's the same. Yeah, I have the same prediction. We know that FLA, when they met Cerebrum Esports just a couple of days ago, there was a drubbing of 20-0 or 19-0 at one point. So when they are against inferior teams on paper, they will not just pounce, they will pounce and go wild. And that's Fennel Adversity for you. Although they go for the counter punches, remember, one counter punch is enough for them to throw some barrage. So we'll see. FLA will be the victor here. What's the score for you guys?
I'm gonna go with how it is before, 2-0, because I think they're gonna the haymaker is gonna be something they don't see. So it's gonna be 2-0 for me. How about you? 2-1?
I'm going for 2-0.
Okay.
Oh, we're all 2-0 then.
Interesting. So we're gonna throw it to Crazy Apple. How do you want to participate? This is Crazy Apple and Osiris tag team. Okay. So kill difference.
The Crazy Osiris.
The Crazy Osiris.
Crazy Osiris. Kill difference. Gold difference. How are we gonna do this?
Wait. Let me have a suggestion.
Okay. Go.
Okay. We guess what will be the order of dragons. Yeah, let's just be specific about the Cloud Dragon. Okay, on the two games that we will play or that we will have, what do you think will be the order of the Cloud Dragon? Will it be the first dragon? Will it be the third dragon?
Oh,
let's do it.
Okay.
So this is just pure luck then.
This is pure luck. We're rolling the dice.
Levels of luck right
and
here,
can I just let everyone know the consequence? Mika did let us know the consequence. The winners of this panel consequence will compose a tweet of the losers. So it's and tweet it. So that's
I just love me some Cloud Dragon. So
okay, so yeah, we gotta give. I'm
gonna go first. I'm gonna go first.
Okay, go.
For the first game, second, and then third. Second.
Okay,
that's it.
Wait, so second and third?
Second for game number one, and then on the second game, it will be the third dragon.
This isn't right minus wrong, right? We're just gonna keep it's just gonna whoever gets the most right.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's 2-0, okay. You know what? 3 is speaking to me. I think 3-3, all the way.
3-3, okay.
3-3 all the
way. How about you, Apple? Do you feel the Cloud Dragon will go first?
I feel like it's 1 in Elder.
1 and 4. Okay. 1 and 4.
1 and 4. I feel like it's gonna be 1. I feel like Elder has been speaking to me this whole time. And I feel like it's 1 and 4. This one.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's a good one. Shout outs to Cloud Dragon. We'll be talking about that a couple of times. But again, if you guys want to get your voices heard, if you guys want to make your voices heard, again, just use the hashtag WCSPH, and you know what? Tag us to your insights. Also, we will be over at the PPGL Discord to have that watch party. I'm sure that we'll be screaming more about the Elder, the Dragon, the orders of the day. And also, yeah, if you guys, I'm sure you guys know that the new patch is dropping next week. So during our interviews, we're going to be asking the players what are they looking forward to seeing, or what are they excited about. So it's a great time to be playing the game. And I wonder how that's going to affect the competition. But so far, so good. I think these guys would definitely have a lot on their plate. So it's crazy, right? These players have to take it one day at a time before they can think in advance. So I know Autolose, you did mention, you know what, the ones that have the the biggest advantage is the one that can learn on the fly or have someone already studying it.
Exactly.
How about you, Crazy Apple? What do you think? Who do you think is gonna have the advantage when it comes to this big, massive patch dropping?
I feel like in terms of the teams that have a lot of League PC veterans will have
there we go.
a bit of a slight advantage because coming in, they know the experience. They can immediately put more of the comparison in Wildrift. I know I played a lot with Elemental Rift when I was still playing a lot of League PC, so could kind of think about maybe what are the changes coming here for Wildrift. So yeah, maybe RRQ will get a first good quick hand because we know they have a lot of veterans on their side. They have Coach Kaigu, they have Exos, and they have Marky who have vast experience. So yeah, maybe at the start, but it's gonna level out pretty quickly because still Wildrift is a very much a different game compared to League of Legends PC.
Yeah. All right. I'm excited, guys, for this first match. So let's throw it to the casters. FLA versus Sunsparks. Over to you guys.
Ayo.
Thank you so much, panel, and welcome everyone to WCS Philippines. I'm Infinity, and this is Rico alongside with me, joined for the start of today's series. And Rico, we are nearing the conclusion of WCS Philippines for the regular seasons on the round robin, as we are on the second to the last week. And I'm really excited here because Fennel Adversity is even between two teams in the top 2 spot at the moment.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? We're now, time flies so fast. We're now down to 3 days and 3 series for everyone competing here in the tournament. And yeah, you're right. This is a very important series for Fennel Adversity because just as you mentioned, they need to keep the distance because they're currently tied with Team Secret and Grindsky in the standings with 7-4. Everyone wants to compete for the first and second seed coming into this playoff. So for Fennel Adversity, this is extremely important. And just as the panel has mentioned, Sunsparks, while they're mathematically out of the playoffs run, it is still them without the pressure. Will we see interesting picks? Will we get to see unconventional picks here in the series?
A lot at stakes, Riku. A lot at stakes, especially with what you stated, the untraditional picks. Can we expect it? Here today is going to be very exciting, especially we've seen Kennen being picked, Shyvana being picked, Nasus being picked. These champions are untraditional in the competitive scene, but it works so far in WCS Philippines, and we're nearing the finals here. We're nearing for the playoffs, and only 2 teams can get the bye for the playoffs, which is really important considering that all these teams are at a high caliber performance so far in WCS. But now, Riku, I'm gonna jump straight into some questions here about the expectations on the graph, about bans and picks here for both teams.
Yeah, when I look at Fennel Adversity, I think the biggest question would be when we looked at yesterday, they had a pretty rough day against RRQ. They got 0-2'd. And their strongest form has been front to back ever since last year. But they've shown more they've shown more versatility in their draft, which is the pick comps. And I feel like Camille and Galio will be extremely important in these compositions. So we'll see if we get, we're going to be seeing Danny stepping back a little into that AP carry utility pick again in this series.
Especially now that we are in the draft phase between Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity, with Sunsparks in the red side and Fennel Adversity. Oh no, rather, Fennel Adversity going for the second pick here. And shoutouts to Lee Sin, Camille, and Yumi banned away from both teams.
Exactly. We were just talking about how Camille is going to be very important for FLA, and there you go, Sunsparks is going to be banning that out. So far, on the very first day of week 4, the theme was banning enchanters because there's just so many really capable and scary AD carry marksman that utilizes a lot of the Kaisa and Vayne pick, which correlates a lot to what the panel mentioned. Ace plays the Nunu to enhance Consi on these hyper carries. Yeah. So now that's out of the question because Vayne is out. There is still that Kaisa option for Consi, which is also an option for Danny later.
Absolutely. Those ADCs are going to be obnoxious here, but Corki's still available for Danny for the side of their Fennel Adversity. One of the top picks of their duo lane. As now we're jumping closely into the first picks here, as Fennel Adversity still has one more ban left, and Lulu banned away a respect to MJan.
Yeah, crazy. The big enchanters now taken off the table. Now, set is open for the taking here for blue side. This is a really good first pick just because there's a lot of mystery. I mean, Jace is open as well. So there is a lot of options for Sunsparks to take for their draft. And I feel like set would be the best option just because, again, there's mystery. You can put it in the support role top, and you have a really good engager as well.
I mean, we've seen it in the jungle role as well. So Set is just so flexible in the Rift, and
That too.
that priority pick for Sunsparks gives them a bit of a leeway there for their first phase draft. By Fennel Adversity answered with a Jace, as you've expected here, Riku.
Yeah, another incredible flex pick. We've seen the Jace in the jungle, the Jace in the mid lane, and as well as top. So we talked about the mystery. Galio is still open for the taking as well, but I really love the Garen pick. The Garen pick has been one of the answers to assassin composition, double assassin composition, and as well as a very safe pick at the top side. No matter what, if you pick it early, the Garen is still going to be fine.
It's so annoying, right?
It really is annoying.
You're a walking shield. You can tank your whole team with that Garen on top side, especially when you're considering if Garen gets that early lead. But now Sunsparks denies the Corki away from Danny and picking it up for themselves for Konzi.
Yeah, I love this from Sunsparks, picking the Corki early when, wow, revealing that, okay, these are going to be our carries. This is going to be Haze on the Akali. And what's left is going to be possibly the jungle and as well as support. They're not going to wait for the second ban phase for the Corki to be banned. They want to focus on Konzi and Haze on this composition. So now I want to see what the utility is going to be to surround this comp.
Yeah, we'll see about that, as no players or no teams for now has any support. But that Nuno and Wilna ban for Fennel Adversity gives a huge respect onto Ace here.
Yeah, again, being able to empower any of the carries. I mean, it's not a Kai'Sa, it's not a Vayne, but it still works. Corki has a very decent scaling, has a lot of damage to dish out. So I can definitely see why Konzi, especially this is one of Konzi's great picks in the WCS. So now Sunsparks, they're also narrowing down the AD carry pool because that is what's definitely missing. I mean, we saw, looking at the carries now, they've got Jace and Renekton. Well, not exactly carries, you're damage dealers rather. So Danny can opt for more of the utility role. Morgana is still open, the Lux is still open for Danny to take.
Yeah, or Ziggs. Because
That's
they
true.
still have the Ziggs open, but
No,
never
it's
mind. Sunsparks heard us here, banning away the Ziggs. Huge respect because they're still lacking on the AP aspect. And I like how you mentioned about Morgana, as it is a champion that is really, really strong in that bot lane, being very obnoxious in the early game with those CCs.
Yeah, a lot of single target. You have also protection to the CC so far. But I mean, for Sunsparks, CC-wise, they only have the set so far. So I feel like it's going to be very important to see what FLA decides to go, which route are they going to take. Because yesterday when they went up against RQ, they picked up the Kai'Sa, and it didn't work out so well during game number 2 because it took a long time for Danny to scale to reach carry heights. So FLA, Raph on the Gragas here. So this could be still towards a rise. There's still a lot of mystery in FLA's draft.
Yeah, and we've seen this happen. Not exactly within the draft for Fennel Adversity, but they picked Morgana before alongside with Riven, a mix of everything, but they're going for an all-in team fight there, and they don't need to rely in defending their backlines because there is no backline. But now, Sunsparks opted to go into Rakan here, with their last pick being a mystery with a missing jungle.
Yeah, this is a very all-in composition from Sunsparks. The fact that they locked in the Rakan is just a two birds in one stone kind of thing. It's a big denial on Raph's, one of Raph's best pick, and as well as heavy engage. That's double engage with the set and the Rakan, and make a triple engage with a single target with the with Vice ult as well. So this is looking to be very scary if SS layers all their CCs and bursts someone down.
And this is the second time ever that Ace is going to pick Vi. And the first time, they've lost it. But we'll see if that will change today. And there it is! What you've expected there, Riku. Morgana has been locked in for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, I felt like they were choosing between two things. Either they go for the Lux for the shielding, for the multiple AoE shields, or rather with the Black Shield and the Soul Shackles as well, which is very important, especially when you're up against Akali. And there's 3 melee champions there, so it's easy to reveal and as well as to lock down targets, especially if the Zhonya's Hourglass. So right now, for FLA, I feel like this is looking to be a very scary mid-centric team, mid-game centric team, and therefore it's going to be very important for FLA to transition well to that point, and then get a very comfortable lead to just run down SS. The same thing goes for Sunsparks, except that they have a little bit better of that scaling process just because of Consi here on the Corki. There's no consistent 80 carry damage dealer on the side of FLA. Well, Jay's half and half, I suppose. But still, Consi here is going to be a very, very huge key, and Haze as well to assassinate key targets like Domeng here in the jungle as the Jays.
Mid-game versus scaling here for game number 1 between Fennel Adversity and Sunsparks. And it is such an interesting day as this will break the tie between Fennel Adversity and 2 other teams for the top 2 spot. As we jump into the Rift, welcome everyone to game number 1 between Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity.
It's a swap. It is definitely calm on the Renekton this time around. It's going to be a Garen mid, so no assassination potential. Right now, FLE just wants to see if they can burn a flash and make sure Arias gets priority in the lane. So gonna help him a little bit and put Haze on a little bit near his tower.
Yeah, it's a standard rotation for everyone in the laning phase. As you've mentioned in the draft, that Fennel Adversity is looking for that mid-game phase to scale, and Sunsparks is looking for that late. So no expectations here to be aggressive in this early phase here, but any expectations later on when we have Fennel Adversity going in for the 5 minutes, 8 minutes, especially with the Infernal Drake being that first dragon in this game 1.
The Black Shield is going to be very important later on, especially that Ace and Haze are going to tag team. They have enough damage to burst a lot of the squishies on the side of FLA. Come if he's not on Dominus, Doming most especially, even Danny. That's why I talked about the shield being important. First gank of the game though.
Early ganks in the top side, but Nastro's shield, a lot of grit to just save his life from Doming just visiting, but Calm is very, very low.
Super low. I felt like he was just too close on kill range there, so Calm just forced to back away. And the thing is, Nastra still has barrier and Calm has that ignite, but none of the summoner spells still being utilized so far, and this is a good start for Sunsparks.
Yeah, although they have to give up the Rift Scuttler because it is a 2v1 and it's such a dangerous position for Domeng to just jump in, especially that Nastro is there for some CCs alongside with Ace. So one of Scuttler down for Sunsparks with the trade for Fennel Adversity on that bot side river.
Yeah, level 5 is going to be oppressive in favor of Sunsparks just because of the Assault and Battery ult and then the lockdown from Nastra with the Showstopper. There's just a lot of CC locks that FLA has to respect. And they will need Danny to be around these skirmishes, but it's so hard because Danny has to, manually rotate to top side to make that happen. Or when there's a Rift Scuttler, no, not Rift Scuttler, Rift Herald contest, if ever FLA decides to contest on that one.
Rise. The automation justice, but Haze uses up the barrier to just save his life. Although it's a very nice thing to have Danny as a Morgana, because then Raffi can just rotate and just roam elsewhere. And because of the clear wave potential of a Morgana in the early phase, because of the Tormented Shadow, he's just gonna be safe.
Yeah, plus the Gragas with a lot of barrel clear, so... And the fact that, again, you're up against Consi on the Corki is just going to be very safe in lane. You've got the Valkyrie, unless, Raph and Danny decides to be very aggressive and Raph uses the cask to get a pick. But it seems to me, because Consi has prio, or rather has wave clear, MJan can afford to do these roams.
Yeah, and expectations are set already. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a pattern that we've seen in competitive scene for Wildrift, wherein the dual lane switches into mid lane, for that extra map control if ever Infernal Drake or Rift Herald is opted by a team. So that is what Rafi and Danny did 20 seconds before those objectives comes up.
Yeah, that is the signal that FLA and Sunsparks, or rather FLA wants to get the Rift Herald because Consi and MGen still remain at the bot portion of the map. But looking at the back timings at the moment, it seems to me they want to skirmish, they want to 5v5, they want to get someone, they can get a pick, it's possible. Ace has the lockdown, Hayes has the damage. All of this in the math equation is just so perfect. And especially Doming is one of the squishiest members of the composition of FLA. It's really possible to remove the jungler right off the bat and then have a comfy objective take.
Yeah. And now, Sunsparks is starting the Infernal Drake. Fennel University is there. Having that information, both wards are there as well. MGen trying to zone. Konski's there to respond. Quickness is already there. Two-man knock-up already with Charm. But he just gets cancelled. First blood for Fennel Adversity, but Infernal Drake, 700 HP already. Konski's trying to take it, but Fennel Adversity just removed it away from Sunsparks, and now they're just happy with that first blood and the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, MGen just wanted to zone out the rest of FLA to make sure that Sunsparks is able to get the dragon for themselves. It was not for initiation, not for an engage, but just to allow space for Sunsparks. But in the end, FLA just bursted MGen down and still had enough space to get that dragon.
Yeah, and I think it was just Sunsparks starting the Infernal Drake and then just opting to back away. And then it was just left open for anyone to take. It was like, focus on team fight, focus on team fight. But then the Infernal Dragon was already very, very low. So that was an opportunity that Fennel Adversity took. And now they are at the 2K goal lead in 5 minutes of this game.
And we talked about this earlier, Infinity, the transition from early game to mid game. FLA has an incredibly strong mid game. If they get the lead, as we've seen before in previous matches for FLA, it's so hard to get back into the game because this team is just so clean when they get the lead. They surgically remove towers. They are again called as the team that is controlled aggression rather.
Yeah.
And that's why for Sunsparks it's so important for them that this game doesn't snowball out of control.
Absolutely. I mean, they have to just wait patiently, and this is what we're talking about when it comes to Sunsparks playing that late game. They're not really forcing anything. If ever it comes down to it, Fennel Adversity is the one forcing things here, and Sunsparks has to counter-engage. But Doming here on top side going for the respawn. Nasjo, Damation Justice with a barrier, saving his life, but not going to be enough though, as now it's Nasjo with a showstopper onto Arise, but Arise just took him down for the second kill for Fennel Adversity.
Oh, there's more?
MGen, Grand Entrance with a quickness. Charms onto Doming. Doming is low already, but he is stuck under the turret, and Fennel Adversity takes it back with a 1-for-1 in that ladder engage.
That's a really nice trade in favor of FLA. They're able to get Nastro and as well as take another one down before Doming fell. And I think this is really good because they're opening up more towers in this map, as FLA will most definitely get First Blood Tower. And so far, so good. This is leading to what FLA wants in the game.
Absolutely. This mid game is an absolute dominance from Fennel Adversity. This is what you talked about in the draft, wherein Fennel Adversity's power is in the mid game phase, but Sunsparks still going for the farm in the laning phase. But now we have the instant replay from that topside fight here, Rico.
Yeah, it was, there's not a lot of vision for Sunsparks to work with to see this gank coming from Doming. So even though Nastro was nearby his tower, it is still basically Arise setting the plate for Doming to eat. Nastro was already pretty low, so
Food.
There you go. Yeah. I don't know why I laughed.
Are you hungry, Rico?
I'm not hungry actually. I ate a pretty full meal, so I'm not hungry, I think. Or unless I'm hungry again, I just don't realize
The
it.
doubt in your voice. I think I'm not hungry. But we'll see. Coming into this game, we have the Rift Herald already spawned in the mid lane, so that is a second turret potentially being taken by Fennel Adversity, as that will be good enough. But Fennel Adversity on top side once again gets that engage, and Ace is down once again. Another kill for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, there's just the Sunsparks' composition earlier, we talked about how they don't have disengage. This is a very all-in type of composition. So they have to strike first for them to eliminate someone. If FLA strikes first, then it is going to be a problem because they have no ways to escape if they're caught out in certain positions that they cannot escape from. So FLA now having a lot of map control. Not only do they get towers across the map, but they also get more objectives. So the gold lead is slowly climbing. And for Sunsparks, they have the ability to get a pick from someone. It's just that they do not have the positioning advantage to be allowed to do that, because every single time Danny is around, there's going to be the black shield, so the single target hold is going to be deterred.
Yeah, and on top of all that, when you're looking at the draft for Fennel University, Renekton is tanky, Arise is tanky, Raffi is tanky, especially building onto Deadman's Plate and Locket Enchant. So it's really hard to get a pick off. And now with Doming with a 2-1-1 KDA and also Morgana with the Luden's Echo and Rylai's, who can you pick up at this point?
Yeah, it is definitely still Doming and Danny. I still think they have enough damage if they pour all their resources, or damage rather. Not exactly all resources. We'll see though.
Here comes the crew. Danny rooted, Dark Binding onto Ace, and Ace is trying to return, but that Soul Shackle missed. The flash is gonna be burned, but Calm immediately forcing in the flash to get that kill. Ace, Amgen, Nastro down. Haze and Consi is the one remaining, but Fennel Adversity already took that gold away from Sunsparks.
Yeah, Sunsparks wanted to try and execute that, where they get a pick first into the Rift Herald, therefore make it into a 4v5, but unfortunately the rest of FLA is just right there, and they were able to, you know, respond with a collapse, with a collapse of their own.
Yeah, that was a nice engagement from Adversity. They were looking at Sunsparks, they're going for top side, but they don't have that one turret left, so it was an open space for Danny to just go in and get that flank running. That made them get those kills, and now they are at the 10k goal lead the 10 minutes of this match.
Yeah, this is exactly what FLA wanted. So if they're climbing towards that 10k gold lead more or less, that means they can keep getting into these fights, forcing fights under towers, even tower dives, even just splitting the map like this, because everybody else is ahead in gold, averaging 3k gold for each single lane.
Vault Breaker onto Calm. Haze followed up. Those damage are insane, but Calm's defensive capacity is more than those damage. And now it's Haze jumping through. Calm is very low, but not enough to bring him down, as Raffi just defended him with a body block. And now Fennel Adversity on top side gets another turret.
And there's going to be another charge. There's only Set here. There's only Nastro here to try and defend. And because Sunsparks invested so much time and resources to see if they can get a pick at least, because they're already committed to that fight at the bottom portion of the map, they couldn't go back in their own base to try and defend and fight there instead. And look at Raph just preventing MGen to go home.
1v1 arrived. Division Justice. An easy kill for FLA.
That was... yeah, FLA is just splitting the map, and for Sunsparks to even get a pick at this point, since every single lane from FLA is really ahead, Sunsparks has to invest 3 or more members to kill 2 members on the side of FLA. And with FLA splitting the map like what we saw earlier, it's so difficult. If SS takes their time, their base is gonna fall.
Absolutely. I mean, at the moment, we are nearing in that late game, nearing that 15-minute mark, but we're currently looking at a 14k goal lead from Fennel Adversity, which is huge considering that Sunsparks needs that late game insurance with that Consi, Corki, and Haze Akali here. So it's really difficult for now, as Fennel Adversity is looking to finish this game with those turret pushes from all lanes.
We talked about how clean they are, and this is it. This is Exhibit A. Look at Arise. He's preventing this 2-man push at top.
Yeah, and he's solo battling 2-man from Sunsparks, and Haze gets a kill, yes, but Fennel Adversity is already pushing those turrets. Only 2 unib turrets left for Sunsparks to defend. And you're looking at Raffi, you're looking at Calm, looking to go top lane, and Ace is now in danger, especially with that low HP. He cannot survive that easy, but Explosive Cast bringing him together, as that will take the kill for Calm.
Yeah, it's mission accomplished still, right? For even if Arise fell in battle, it's still mission accomplished. Amgen going in.
Amgen, but quickness, Protobelt with Flash. They're going for the charm, but no follow-up though, no damage. Instead, is trying to go in for the CC, but Fennel Adversity just has too much items, and now Hayes 1v3, he gets pinned down, and that will be a quad kill for Fennel Adversity.
That's crazy. Again, they really needed Consi and Hayes to be there present, because with FLA's lead, they will need all the damage in the world to just eliminate one at this point, because the lead is humongous. Infinity, it's just huge. And I mean, looking at Hayes' items at the moment with Rabadons, I feel like he can really burst someone down, but gotta make sure that that's just one person around, and that's how you can get a pick. But if it's 4 members just there, I think it's gonna be very difficult, even though Hayes has already damaged items on his kit.
Absolutely. And Consi with that Corki at 14 minutes is still building for that third item, and Hayes is also doing the same thing. But when we're comparing it into their counterpart, right? Morgana is already with Leandris, Rylai's now building into Rabdon's that cap. Pretty much every single member has a 1 core item advantage against Sunsparks, and now Fennel Adversity with that Baron is so much stronger in lanes to push.
Good news, slight good news. Consi has that wave clear to provide, but don't forget about the dive. FLA is just so ahead at this point that they can dive, so they can't exactly try to wave clear. They might put themselves in danger, and now it's almost a clean plate with Nexus now the only thing that's standing between this game.
This might just be the perfect game for Fennel Adversity, already pushing on to the Nexus. 2k HP remaining, and now it's going to be MJan going for the quick test for the Grand Entrance with a 3-man knockup. Set follows up with a showstopper, but it's not gonna be enough as Fennel Adversity, yes, they lost Domeng, they lost Danny, so a 3v3 situation for both teams, but the base is 100 HP with the Winions getting that win for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that would be a perfect setup, but the minions are just already knocking on the Nexus door, and Consi is too busy to clear the wave and make sure. But at this point, Fennel, a very commanding lead. It was a crazy start. They were able to win every single lane. We talked about how this was a strong mid game, but you know what? Never mind. It was a very strong early game with, you know, they got Renekton, they got Gragas, they've got a lot of damage to provide with the necessary CC. And again, Fennel, just a very overall strong team, and this one looked really clean. No towers fell down. Clean game in the angle of getting all the dragons, and as well as not making sure that their towers have been safe. But at the same time, you know, Fennel, it was a very comfy game. Infinity was a very comfy game for FLA.
Yeah, absolutely. And you discussed this in the graph, right? With mid-game going for the side for Fennel Adversity, and we saw it through and through. And Sunsparks did not have that opportunity for that late-game insurance with that Corki and Akali pick. So it was really just a dominating win here for Fennel Adversity, getting all the Drakes, getting all the turrets in, 15-13 minutes of that matchup. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, they got calm ahead in the early phases of the game, and we know how a Renekton, once they get the early lead, it can snowball into these fights, into these skirmishes, and that's exactly what we saw. And we never got to see the Ace and Haze combo where, you know, Haze supplementing the damage, Ace supplementing the CC to hold people down, to make sure people eat all the damage. Never got to see that because of FLA's presence everywhere in the map. Rotating Danny and Raph in the mid lane prevents the single target CC from kicking in because of that black shield. Therefore, you're going to be hesitant in entering these fights because you might just fail that attempt.
Yeah, because it's such an intelligent move from Fennel Adversity, just coming back into the draft there from game 1, wherein they banned Jarvan Floor, they banned the Nuna and Wola from their second phase ban that forced Ace to go for a different perspective of a champion, which is Vi, which isn't really a champion that he always uses. He wants that tanky jungle for his team. But speaking of that game number 1, the MVP, the Globe prepaid player of the game, is Domeng with that Jace.
Yeah, Domeng was everywhere. He was, well, in the early game, he was making sure that he got early kills and as well as calm on the Renekton, because that's definitely what you want to do. And we talked about transitioning to the mid game to be extra comfortable, but because they had a big lead while you know, Haze and Ace weren't able to get exchange kills themselves for them to be able to deal enough damage to burst Domeng down, to burst Calm down, maybe even Danny. And that's why, you know, Domeng is the player of the game. His presence is very important.
Yeah, we saw him rotate in top lane in that early game, which you've discussed a while ago in the highlights, wherein Renekton got the early lead with 3k gold lead in 8 minutes of that matchup. So that is considerably Doming's value in that matchup, getting those objectives for their team and getting that early engages to get that gap up and running for that mid-game phase here, Rico. And what a wonderful game number 1 from
Crazy,
FLA.
crazy FLA, yeah.
So that's just a wonderful time here from FLA. They're already at match point. Now I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 of the series.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines for the match point between Fennel University and Sunsparks. And once again, you guys know us. I'm Affinity, and this is Riku for the cast on this series. And Riku, an exceptional game win from Fennel University there from game 1. And now, for game number 2, what would we expect from Sunsparks as they have to change something to win this and bring this to game 3?
Yeah, speaking of change, they've brought in Arjuk, I believe, in the support. Earlier we had MJan, but this game, I believe it's going to be Arjuk. So that could be the change. The dynamic could be a little bit different in the dynamic with Consi here. So, I mean, it will depend on the draft. We saw how Fennel Adversity constantly removed the Lulu, the Yumi, and the Vayne even. So you're squeezed into this choice of, yeah, Enchanter, Jananami, maybe something a little bit different on the AD carry role, which is, you know, the Corki or the Kaisa will be your two options if you want that consistent AD damage with decent to hyper scaling capabilities. So for Sunsparks, what change could it be? Because when we look back at game number 2 in the first round robin when they faced each other first, we got to see Consi on the brand on an AP pick at the bottom portion of the map. So both of these teams have similarities. They could go either way with their AD or AP for their dual lane, and I think it will depend now on the bans again.
We'll see about that. As now Fennel University and Sunsparks switch sides, as FLA is now on the blue side and Sunsparks is now on the red. And with Arjuk coming in, with MJan out, now I'm interested how this would work for Sunsparks. Is this change sufficient enough to win this game number 2?
Yeah, I mean the dynamic could be different when we talk about Arjuk here. Would it be something more that sticks with Consi a lot, a pick that would stick with Consi a lot to make sure that Consi has the necessary peel, or Arjuk can go with something that can engage, like we saw what MJan did with the Rakan and denying that away from Wrath to engage for the entire team. I feel like the bans are not going to change even though it's going to be a switch. I feel like SS is still going to ban Camille against FLA, and FLA is just going to ban something, things
Camille.
or champions like the Yumi, Vayne, and then the next could be Lulu, just to remove something or anything that provides disengage and peel, and as well as buffing capabilities for Consi.
Yeah, especially with Lulu being one of the top picks of Arjuk in the past. It's a great ban from Fennel University if they want to target disrespect onto the support role. But considering that they are now on the blue side selection, Garen banned away. It's a respect for that second picks there for Sunsparks. Now we have Vayne, Yumi, Lee Sin, Camille, and Seth banned away with Galio open, with Jace open.
Interesting. Now the Lulu is open for the taking, because if FLA picks up the Jace first for Dominant, because again, he was player of the match, he had a phenomenal performance, Jace jungle is absolutely scary, so that is the choice. That means Sunsparks can take Lulu plus something, Lulu Gragas. That's going to be a very big double disengage. And if Consi goes for the route of Lulu, never mind. I mean, this Lucian can still be towards haste. Yeah. We'll go there.
Still an option for them. They still have that second pick, but Lucian being the pick here and Gragas being the second, I don't know where these champions will go.
Yeah, there's still a lot of mystery. The Gragas can still go to Ace. We talked about how he leans more on the utility junglers, Jarvan, Nunu, Gragas also with big engage and disengage. So I like this so far from Sunsparks, and because Fennel Adversity doesn't want to wait for the second rotation of bans to come in, they're going to take the Ziggs in their hands. So it's looking to be a very big poke composition so far for FLA.
So now with Ziggs locked in, I'm expecting Jace to now go mid lane and Ziggs bot lane to have just so much damage. But rather with Zed locked in though, so I don't know, Jace might just be doming once again. There's a lot of mystery here, but with Zed being locked in here, Rico, what's the significance of this champion coming to the side for Fennel Adversity?
I mean, when we look at the Hayes has also been one of the memorable Z players in the WCS. So FLA didn't want to wait for Sunsparks to take that towards the red side last pick. So you know what, FLA had a very dominating game earlier. We can pick up the Z early. We can just do this and get a rise ahead or get a rise in that split push position later on, which they did. FLA split the map earlier, so it is definitely possible.
That's a possibility for that game number 1. And Nuno and Willem locked in though for Sunsparks, so they don't want to have that opportunity once again banned away from them by Fennel Adversity, similar to what happened in game number 1, wherein FLA banned Nuno and Willem and Jervin 4 in their second phase bans. But now Rakan prioritized by Sunsparks as their first ban in the second phase.
Yeah, this is now focusing on the engage coming from FLA, and the fact that this is also a respect ban because Raf can play a killer Rakan. So instead of taking it for themselves, they're just going to deny it in the banning phase. So for FLA, they have a lot of poke, but they don't have engage. So I am assuming SS is just going to keep doubling down, most likely removing maybe the Galio even for any sort of follow-up with the taunts and the hero's entrance.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Leona. Another engage.
Absolutely. I mean, you still have that Galio option for Rafi and then Lulu option as well. They've played it in the past. So there is those options for Rafi to still pick up. But with Lulu and Senna banned away, the Galio might just be a preferable option for Rafi to pick up here. And now we're in the second phase picks. Sunsparks is missing their top laner at the moment, and Galio locked in might just be a support.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be on the support. They're most likely saving what FLA's composition will look like because, I mean, they've seen the mid laner, they've seen the dual laner. They're going to have a comfy last pick for what their dual laner and their mid laner as well. So we still don't know where the Lucian is going to go unless there's a big switch up where they put a top lane Lucian. But we'll have to see as the Olaf is going to get picked here. So, wow. So they're going to just press our Ragnarok and just head straight for the Lucian's head, whoever's going to pick Lucian.
Definitely. Although this is really, really smart from Sunsparks because they banned away Rakan, Galio denied, Leona banned away, Lulu, Senna, and Yumi banned from FLA side. We all know Rafi's champion, Lulu, Galio, Rakan, Nami, Senna, Graga. So these are the champions that he has picked up. So a lot of champions from the champion pool from Rafi has been banned. So they're now forcing out the Braum. They need a bruiser on the bot lane to tack for Ziggs. And this is a really, really great thing to get all the aggro from the early game.
Yeah, this is textbook 131, right? Because your 3-man should have disengage in case things go wrong. You have really good wave clear with the Ziggs. Because it can be switched either way. Like Olaf can also split push, the Jace can also split push. So, and Zed definitely can split push. So I think the 3-man here can be the Jace, Ziggs with the Braum, and then Olaf and Zed in the side lane. So that can be the help me out here. The option and the option for FLA to go for. Either way, they can switch it up. So this is going to be a big 1-3-1 with really good AP scaling on the side with Danny with the Ziggs. For Sunsparks on the other end, this is big team fight. This is classic team fight here. I mean, I can imagine Nastro going in with the body slam into Arjuk going in, or Ace can go in as well with his snowballs, stunning someone, Arjuk with the hero's entrance, and you've got really heavy AD. I was combining AD in my head, okay? That's why it came out that way. Heavy AD damage from Consi and Hayes on the Lucian and Corki. So I really see it working. If they layer all their CCs, they can definitely burst someone down.
Absolutely. So, a 5v5 for the sides of Sunsparks and a split push potential for Fennel Adversity. As now, we're jumping into match point for Fennel Adversity for game number 2 on this series. Sunsparks needs to take this game 2 if they want to bring this to the next game. As we have a standard start here for everyone, but a leash for Olaf in this early game.
Yeah, this match is very important. Again, when we look at the standings, Fennel Adversity is tied with Secret and Grindsky 7-4. And if they win this, they're going to go shoot up to 8-4 because, again, that first and second seed for the playoffs is absolutely important for them to take. You always want that one up into the round at the upper bracket to get a lot of leeway for the playoffs.
Definitely. And that leeway is going to be very important, as we have discussed this a while ago. The Fennel adversity wins this. Now this brings them into top 2. Because currently they are even with Team Secret and Grindsky Esports. So this changes things up in the standings as we once again are nearing the conclusion of the round robin matches. And we have some early game aggression here from Calm and Nastro with those damages coming through. And Nastro is on the brink of their HP. And nice knockup from Calm, but that flash coming in from Nastro with a body slam. Flash for Flash is now going to be burned. And no catch up for Nastro, as that will be the first blood for Calm.
That was almost... Both of these players play that so well, right? Because Nastro was waiting for the barrier to come up. Barrier didn't soak any damage because Nastro was just running away. Now that was baited out, Nastro flashes in, wanted to do one more auto attack after, or a CC with a body slam. But no, that didn't happen. Those next wave came into the lane, auto attacked Nastro, and Calm, because he was in ranged form, gained some distance to get that auto attack, help the minions, and another fight is at the bottom. Crazy stuff with the bot portion of the map, as we get to see another fight at the bottom portion of the map. I mean, it's crazy. Sunsparks has a lot of capability, has a lot of laning prowess with the way that, you know, we get to see Ace gank with the snowballs at the bottom portion. That's a CC lock. You've got Haze also supplementing the necessary damage once Ace gets the CC lock, and as well as top lane. So all of these lanes are very gankable for Arise as long as you bait the shadows. As long as the death mark goes in, just a little bit of poke towards Haze. He does have exhaust, so he's gonna be safe from a little bit of that burst window coming from Arise. But here comes another gank at top side here. Looks like there's no vision. Calm, remember, doesn't have flash. There's gonna be the root, then the stun, and we get to see Calm, no escape, unable to take Nastro along with him in that gank. And now at this point, you know, Arjok's little roam wasn't, it was just there for that insurance just in case Doming was nearby. But so far, this is a really good start from Sunsparks. We talked about all the lanes are pretty gankable. And Sunsparks is using that window where they can get a lot of presence in the early game to help Haze and Consi get that transition on the board. And therefore have a comfy fight in the later fights. There's the cast going in. Calm is incredibly low at this point, but Nastro is as well. There's the ult coming from the Braum. Snowball's kicking in. They eliminate Calm right off the bat. Arjo going in, getting the taunt for Raph. And that's just a hurl lot of damage on the side of Sunsparks. Doming is right here though, but it's gonna be a 1v3 situation. Does he want the kill on Arjo? That's a lot of damage. Ragnarok now activated. It's a 1v3 situation. He's hacking and slashing on these members of Sunsparks. There's the smite in. It's a 1v1 between these junglers. Absolute Zero is gonna absolutely deal a lot of damage. And there we go. Ace is on a killing spree. Alrighty. There's more. There's a lot of action 4 minutes into the game. Infinity, I see him logging in. I think he's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think he's back. Welcome back, Infi. There was a lot of action.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing the standing at the moment. It's 3-5 already, so it's such a fantastic start there for the side of Sunsparks. It's feeling great. It's feeling close for both these teams. And we asked a while ago, right? What are the changes that Sunsparks need to do? And at the moment, it's looking quite well for the side of SS.
It does. It's a really, really good start. This is the complete opposite of what we've seen earlier on. And FLA knows that team fight-wise, Sunsparks is the better team. So they're just gonna exchange that Dragon versus that Rift Herald. As you can see, Nastro is trying to slow things down just in case FLA can rotate, or rather Sunsparks can rotate to the Rift Herald area. But no, they're just gonna do that handshake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you talked about a while ago in the draft, Sunsparks has the advantage when it comes to the 5v5. So if FLA forces, they are at a disadvantage, and now Zed comes through, but this is a 3v1, and Sunsparks takes the kill onto Arise.
Remember, all lanes gankable in favor of Sunsparks. FLA is a pretty killer skirmish, but in a 5v5 scenario, they'd have to you wave the white flag. And that's exactly what we talked about, right? Infinity, the 1-3-1, which will open up later, especially once the lanes start to open. This is the time FLA's comp will shine, not in a 5v5 sense, in a skirmish, heavy, and as well as a 1-3-1 sense.
Absolutely. I mean, as we all know, when it comes to the late game disadvantage, if a team has that deficit against the opposing matchup, that late game split push would be that late game insurance, I suppose, as you can still get that win because of that pressure being put out by that split push. So an option there for Fennel Adversity with Arise and Doming, with Olaf and Zed picked up. But now, as we are waiting for those objective once more, we're looking at the items here, Riku. What do you think will be that significant pickup here for both teams?
Yeah, I really like this Essence Reaver coming from Consi. It just provides a lot more of that mana sustainability, because I think there's already that Black Cleaver on the side of Haze, so there's already that in that shredding portion, and Consi is just gonna land a lot of poke for FLA in the fights later on, which they definitely need in these possible long-drawn fights.
Oh, look at the 2v1 though. It's now Galio going for the hero's entrance, saving Haze's life. And now Doming is very low, half HP already. Argix is going for the flash with a Justice Punch with that CC. Forcing out the flash from Doming as well. Culling has a lot of damage. Calm, good dodge. Forcing the flash over the wall. Back to safety as well. So no kills for Sunsparks, but a lot of flashes burned as well for the side of FLA.
Yeah, I think it was a 1-1 exchange where Nastra fell in the mid lane, Raph followed suit, or rather it's the other way around. So it's a big 1-1, but the biggest question is, where are the kills going? I mean, on paper, it's one of those, unfortunately, the kills are going to the jungler, the tank jungler, but not on the carry so far. But it's only because Ace's presence have been very felt in the early game. So he's always there in every single lane, and that's why you get to see him now 304, just getting that Sunfire cape. So that's a lot of, tankiness, and as well as the dots kicking in for later in these long-drawn fights.
Yeah, and this is the power of the Nuno and Willem / Jarvan 4 for Ace, because this is his active practice champion pool. He wants that tanky jungler that can util for his team in those team fights, and these are exactly the expectations met when he's using the Nuno and Willem. He is so strong with it that gives a lot of space for Sunsparks.
It's definitely a lot of space to provide, so it's very, very important.
Yeah, but now Rift Herald coming up pretty soon, and also the Dragon as well. And these are important objectives for them, especially for Fennel Adversity nor Sunsparks, as this would give them a lot of that early game pressure. With a 1-for-1 turret trade already down for the 8-minute mark, this would alleviate the equality of this matchup. And Sunsparks with that 1k gold lead. Fennel Adversity wants to change this as Haze has been pinned down. It's a 4v1. Stace is buying some time, but Mega Inferno Bomb secure the kill for FLA.
They really want to contest this dragon. The Cloud Drake is so important for the 1-3-1 comp for FLA to keep moving about, on and about the map rather. So this is why they're contesting it. Now it's a 4v5 situation.
Yeah, the Dragon is there. It's Arjuk going into the front lines, getting that taunt, but it's Fennel Adversity securing that Cloud Dragon, so nice engage, but Sunsparks secures the kill onto Raffi in trade of Haze and Consi. Now Ace is forced to back away with 1 HP left. He cannot do a 1v1 against Doming, and FLA takes the advantage.
Nicely done by FLA. Again, they set up this 4v5 situation, dwindling down the damage output of Sunsparks, therefore relying heavily on Consi for the damage output, and that was definitely enough. And we're seeing now the 1-3-1 arrangement for the side of FLA. This is where it's going to shine, especially that they got that Cloud Ray, so that movement speed buff. It's going to be very important moving around the map to set that up.
Ralph has vision, Sunsparks is there as well, but jumping over the wall to safety. But Calm is now jumping in. Arjuk is down low. Mega Inferno Bomb secures a kill with Zed going in for the Shuriken. Now Sunsparks has lost Arjuk, has lost their engager, and they have to retreat. But Ace still alive though, so still a potential for a steal. But FLA secures that Rift Herald easy.
Yeah, they didn't even need the death mark. Arise just used the shadows and the shurikens, and then eliminated Arjuk there since he was incredibly low. And FLA opening up more portions of the map as we get to see Arise is setting up for a possible dive, but FLA decided to, okay, let's not do that. It might be too risky. We already won the Rift Herald. We already won this tower. Let's just get all the resources away. And is Doming just wanting to get the Krugs. I think Sunsparks just really wanted to get more of at least that punish to see if FLA didn't reset just yet, if they're just in the jungle pretty low. So that is what Sunsparks wanted to do for that consolation prize, because so far, even if Ace was able to get a lot of gankability, a lot of presence in the early game, the fact that again Arise is 3-1, and as well as Doming was able to 1v3 earlier and get a couple of kills himself, is still posing a huge problem in this game. And Arise has the ability to just do this 1-3-1 split push. We talked about this earlier. Make that a 4-1 in this arrangement instead. So it's going to be pretty tough to keep jumping on format of FLA, just because they've got the proper disengage coming from Raph.
And you know, Fennel Adversity wants to go for that late game because of that Mana Muni bought by Calm, going for Rabadon to get cap for Danny. They want that late game for that damage against Sunsparks, but now Arise is battling against 3 mana from Sunsparks, looking to kill him, but that is a nice flash to go back to safety, but another fight here occurs in mid lane as Rafi is just too tanky for Nastjo and Conti to burst down, and FLA secures another third top lane.
There's the split we're looking for. I mean, that's the split we talked about, rather. It's so hard because FLA, Sunsparks has been going from one point to another, not getting kills. And look, Arise is back at it again, pushing the bot portion of the map. And if Hayes decides to 1v1 him, I think that's going to be very scary because, again, he has been getting these early kills while Hayes, none. I mean, he does have that exhaust as a defensive tool for that burst window of Arise, but it's still not going to stop Arise from doing the split push, especially he has bought up teleport already. So in case Sunsparks gets the jump on FLA, which is hard, because again, there's that disengage coming from the Braum, he has the ability to join the fight.
Yeah, and this disables Sunsparks to even go for team fights, because if Hayes is not there, they're losing a huge chunk of their damage. The Ace now coming in with a knockout from that snowball from Ace. Nuna and Willem coming in through in the front lines with Glacial Fissure delaying it, and Rafi flashes over the wall. Hero's entrance is already there, but Doming does not care about those CCs. Arjuk is going through. Doming is very low, but Nastro as well. The explosive cast might have done it, but will not secure the kill, and Arise just split pushing top lane.
The trust on FLA, Arise holding on to that teleport. You guys are fine. You guys can prolong that fight so Sunsparks commits. And look at this, there's the teleport coming in.
TPs are there. This is a 3v1, so Ace has to retreat. Ace is also very low. The flash is there, but that Mark will secure the kill. And Calm securing the final blow. But Ace is there on the brush. They don't know, but Ardrick will be there going in for the taunt. Braum is taunted. The dragon has been secured by Sunsparks. This is what they want. The damage secured, but Ace is down, Hayes is down. This is a 2-man advantage for FLA.
Yeah, that's the second time I believe Nastro was able to steal an objective away from FLA. But of course, since the jungler is down, the other AD carry is down. Let's take Baron. This is going to be comfy. We'll see if there's going to be a third steal attempt coming from Nastro, though.
Yeah, Nastro is there. Ardrick is there as well, going for the taunt, going for the body stab, but FLA secures the Baron. Nastro with a smite. Nastro is very low. That Mark is there with that satchel charge, securing the double for FLA. But Conti wants to go for them action too. They're going for the kill. That's 1, that's 2 for Conti securing that kill. Danny has been denied, so the Baron Nashor buff is only to the side for Doming, and Conti is looking to go for more. Nice deny by Conti.
Yeah, thumbs up, says Consi. I've cleaned it up. I've managed to clean up the plate for you guys because everybody was pretty much slow on the side of FLA. I was saying that I reacted that way because I feel like Danny canceled any of the attempts of, I believe, Arjuk and Nastro. Well, mainly Nastro to body slam forward across the wall to escape the pit. But I feel like the satchel was timed so correctly that it canceled the attempts of escape coming from Nastro, and that was a really good, nicely timed Danny satchel there.
Yeah, and they even have flash as well, right? But because
That's
of the
true.
CC chain, that was flawless coming in from Danny that disables this escape from Sunsparks, but still good trade. Consi just went back and cleaned up the crew of FLA, but now another fight occurs on top side. Glacial Fisher with a 3-man knockup. Deathmark is there onto Haze. A lot of damage coming through, so that's half HP already for the ADC of Sunsparks, pushing them back, but in the same manner, Calm and Daming pushing on bot side, and now it's Danny going for the 1v1 against Consi, but not enough damage for both teams
Ace.
and both players to get that kill, but it's Rafi coming right through with a flash, securing that kill, but in the same manner, Sunsparks has secured the trade with a 1-for-1.
I like how the 1-3-1 configuration. Hold on that thought though.
Yeah, Damen uses the Ragnarok to go back away. No CCs there for Sunsparks. And FLA secures another kill onto A, so no junglers lost for Sunsparks.
I was gonna say, I like how the 1-3-1 configuration became Danny being alone in the mid lane. So
2-1-2.
Sunsparks, yeah, the 2-1-1, I think, or 3-1-1, and the Ziggs was alone. So Sunsparks saw that opportunity and like, okay, this is a Ziggs without the Braum, without the disengage that they needed. Let's try to get a jump on him. But it doesn't change the fact that FLA has been basically doing what they needed to do in this composition, where they're splitting up the map, they're doing that 1-3-1 config, and Sunsparks is just forced to commit to a fight, and FLA is like, okay, we're gonna prolong the fight because we can do so. We have a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
We've got Doming on the Ragnarok to not be held down by any CC. We got Arise on Deathmark, Shadows, as well for that extra mobility and to restart the fight. Poke on Sunsparks, and it's very difficult because by the time you win a skirmish for Sunsparks' side, you already lost the tower. Not even winning a skirmish, just because FLA is just the right people are ahead in the game. They got 4-2-4 Arise. They've got 3-1-3 on Doming, and Calm is 4-3-5. So this is what FLA wanted to get, and they've gotten it.
Absolutely. And even if Danny is behind when it comes to the gold against his matchup against Consi, he already has his Ludens, he already has Rabadons and Void Staff, so those magic resistance isn't gonna make even on those damage coming in from Danny, which is so massive. But in the same manner, I'm looking at Consi to try and make a comeback against FLA because of the amount of gold that he has. IE already secured, so a lot of crit damage in there. But now, it's a 2v1 there. Galio is going for the hero's entrance, so a 3v1. But huge respawn there for FLA. Here comes the crew. But Sunsparks doesn't want to force an all-in here.
Yeah, because look at that. Rise is split pushing, and the pokes coming from Danny can cancel the ports. Look at FLA. They just want to bother SS. He's hitting the Nexus.
Yeah, Arise wants to finish this game. It's already Haze coming through, trying to clear enough, but that mark is there. So a lot of damage is towards that Lucian,
Still Shadows.
forcing out the Stasis Enchant. In the same manner, it's Rafi with a Glacial Fisher going for the 3-man knockup. Nastro, Gaio, and Consi.
Yeah, the timing is perfect too. Elder Drake has now spawned, so SS has to think about three things. FLA starting the fight, canceling ports, FLA starting this Elder Drake, and as well as Arise's constant split push.
Snowball. Not gonna connect though. Just a
fine.
huge ball rolling on the Rift. The Sunsparks is pushing that mid lane. TPs are now coming through from Ziggs,
Oh,
forcing
teleport,
out even if that's there too. Mega Inferno Bomb, that's huge damage, but not enough. Nastro still has a quarter of his HP above his health. So not gonna be enough to take that kill for anything from FLA, and that TP has been casted by Ziggs. So no TPs in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, but look at the waves though. Look at the side lanes. Sunsparks or FLA can afford to prolong this Elder Drake because things are pushing in their favor.
Yeah, and Ace with a snowball, knock up onto Ziggs. And Arjuk is there just zoning away. That's 2 super minions on top lane. If they don't defend, this is winions for Fennel adversity, similar to what happened in game number 1. But in the same thing, Sunsparks can't leave this Elder Dragon hanging. Now that mark onto Ace. That will be a huge amount of damage onto the junglers for Sunsparks. The important thing when it comes to trying and stealing this Elder Dragon. Explosive cast is there, so Rafi is very low. FLA will secure this dragon, and now with Hero's Entrance, but cancelled. So that will be huge for FLA. But look at the minions going in for the Nexus. It's 1k HP left, but it's not gonna be enough to finish this game. So Sunsparks bought some time, and now that mark coming from her eyes, getting those damage onto Ace. Not gonna be enough to finish that. and Nastro is still there, and Consi ported back to defend. The game's not over, Riku.
It's not over. I like how FLA, Doming did his job already. He got the Elder Drake, and the fact that Sunsparks, some of the members are hovering around the jungle, but he's like, yeah, I'm chill. I'm gonna just take this red buff because we already got what we wanted, and our next target is gonna be Baron. So we're fine. We've got at least getting that Elder Drake removes a little bit of that firepower that Sunsparks was looking for to get back into this game. You talked about Consi dealing a lot of damage. This could be it.
Yeah, absolutely. But Doming has understood what
Teleport.
the answer is, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is such a massive, massive ult to kill Ace with a Baron Nashor alive. No junglers for SS.
Okay, 1,600 HP on this Nexus. SS is holding on. Combat teleport. So if the side lanes are prepped again, and FLA can buy some time, cancel out the ports, I feel like Arise and Calm can finish that game through that Nexus possible backdoor into that teleport. So we'll see if that's the plan, because that's exactly what FLA, that Calm bought for teleports.
Absolutely. The Baron Nashor is the end gaming objective for Fennel University to finish this game. The package is ready though for Consi, so if ever a fight occurs, he can go for that package with huge CC there. And Raffi has been split. Hero's Entrance there into the backside, and Sunsparks has taken it, but Fennel Adversity takes this front to back, kills down Ace, so no jungle still. Ardric is down for the count, so this is a 3v4 as there is Sunsparks has just been Ace from the base going in for the snowball, delaying it, saves Haze's life, but that just buys time. 65 HP for the turret is already down as Fennel Adversity takes it down. So one inhibitor left in the mid lane for Sunsparks to defend.
Yeah, this is hard. There's only one turret off. On.
Nastro, body slam over the wall, flashes back in to get back to safety. Ace in the middle of the fight. Absolute Zero is there, so the stun is there
Oh my
for
God.
him. But Ace has been killed, and the minions are pushing top lane. This is something that Sunsparks has to defend, but with Conti in the middle of everyone, Fennel Adversity will take game 2 and will swipe Sunsparks to take the 2 spot in the standings.
What a swing match from this game number 2. I mean, FLA had complete control of the map, and they were basically sending Sunsparks in different points of the map and saying, "Oh, I'm not there anymore, but you're here. Oh, you're chasing me. That's okay, because I'm just buying some time for my team." And Fennel Adversity played the 1-3-1. There was a point that was so chaotic where Danny was alone, but it was fine because they were such a big lead anyways that Fennel was comfortable to even take the 5v5s. And as long as they're able to split the tanky frontliners of Sunsparks, they are going to be having a dominating team fight, despite the fact that Sunsparks had a better team fight composition versus Fennel.
It was Arise, right? Going through with their winning conditions for Fennel Adversity. They keep on pushing that side lanes, which puts a huge pressure to the side of Sunsparks. That's changed the whole ambience of this game, with Sunsparks taking a bit of a lead in the early game to FLA getting a huge chunk of gold in that mid phase.
Yeah, we talked about this before, right? With Ace getting all the kills, and unfortunately the kills didn't go to the carries like Haze and Consi. Therefore, yes, Ace is definitely really tankier, but it just doesn't change the fact that FLA play their comp so well. They knew that they didn't have to commit to the fight. They just needed to buy time here and there, land a lot of pokes to scare off SS, while Arise does his thing as the Z to split push.
Yeah, and it's Sunsparks just having to go for the 5v5, but with that constant split up for Fennel Adversity, right? They can't go 5v5 if there's no 5v5.
Exactly. This is the satchel that we saw earlier from Danny. But yes, Infi, I mean, this was supposed to be where Consi was able to shine in the later stages of the game. But with the Elder Drake gone and the base being open, FLA just had to buy time and slow down the fight against Sunsparks so that they commit. And then, boom, their base is wide open. It's so hard to, even though your composition has the capability of a comeback, it's so hard with the base already open. It's so hard when all your key ults are gone. I mean, they can re-engage with the snowballs, with the taunts, with the Justice Punch and the Body Slam. But at the same time, FLA just played their comp so well and playing it slow. I mean, playing the team fights and skirmishes slow.
And it's just quite clever from Fennel Adversity as well. You know that you have the opposing team that relies on that 5v5, so split them. Split the manpower, just go for some pickoffs, focus on some players, specifically onto Hayes, onto Consi first, and then look for that numbers advantage team fight, and that is what they did. And of course, the Glow Prepaid player of the game for that game number 2 is Dom Meng with that Olaf.
Yeah, back to back. Doming even had a shining moment with his 1v3. He's able to take down 2, and he got 2 early kills after falling. And this was, again, one of the key where the Olaf can really deal a lot of presence in the damage department and just head straight to the backline carries into Konsi and as well as Hayes and ignore everything else, even though they have like 3 tanky frontliners to deter anyone coming near their carries.
Yeah, and just a fantastic player there, Doming. They know that the enemy team has a lot of CCs. With that Ragnarok, they can just pincer the front lines. As you talked about a while ago there, Riku, front to back is a playstyle of Fennel Adversity, and Olaf can be that piercing head into that 5v5 comp of Sunsparks from that game number 2.
Yeah, I'm really liking the many facades of Fennel Adversity. You know, we've known them to be a team that plays front to back really well with, you know, playing around Danny, but there's also the pick composition that where they used to defeat UDG, and now this is another different side of the story where we get to see them execute a 1-3-1 comp, and I think they played it really well.
Absolutely fantastic there from FLA, and with that win from that series against Sunsparks, this places them secured on the top 2 spot in the standings. However, there's still a lot more series to come later on, so those standings might change, and those are the things that we could expect, especially that once again we are nearing the conclusion of the round robins. We're nearing the playoffs, and only the top 6 will be able to come through, and only the top 2 will get an easy pass on the first bracket with a bye with the playoffs.
Yeah, time flies so fast. Imagine for Fennel and for Sunsparks, there's only 2 games left for them in the group stages. So I still can remember week 1, and now we're at week 4. I think it's crazy, Infi, how time flies fast. And imagine we're gonna be looking at the playoffs soon, even.
Yeah, time has wings, Riku. You don't know
Time
that?
has wings. I just found out. I just found out today, Infinity, that time has wings. I'm now imagining a clock on my wall with wings at the moment. I think that's a pretty good design.
Yeah, and now you're gonna sleep later with a dream of like a clock flying through the air.
I think that's spooky. I think it's not cute of you. I think that's spooky. I don't want my clock suddenly flying in my living room.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but but Fennel Adversity with that huge performance, and in game number 1 was 15 minutes. FLA took it for the win, and game number 2 was also quite fast, but took a bit of a long road, win 22 minutes for that game. So quite a fast game 1 and a bit of a longer game number 2 with Sunsparks just matching them blow for blow in that early game. That resulted into a win for Fennel Adversity though for that game 2, winning the series with a sweep 2-0.
Yeah, it was a very convincing and clean win, especially game number 1. That was a strong showing from FLA and the 1-3-1 comp. I really love to see it from Fennel Adversity, the many sides, and I'm excited to see that also. There's a lot of expectations for sure for Fennel Adversity coming into the playoffs as well.
Expectations, that is an interesting word to be used because there is a lot more expectations later on, as this is just the beginning series.
Yep, this is just the beginning, everybody. It's the first day, first series of the day, rather. But before we proceed to our second series, we're going to catch Infinity later. Don't worry. Okay, we're going to head on over to a short break first, and when we come back, it's going to be the second series. My name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. Don't worry, he's going to be back, and we'll see you in a bit.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose.
Welcome back to the WCSPH and Fennel Adversity, showing us why would they actually reminding us why they're at the top of our list when it comes to the rankings here. Autolus, Osiris, I would say actually master of the Cloud Dragon predictions. Autolus, how did you feel about that match? 1-0
Cloud9
for us. There we
Yeah,
go.
it's. I'm feeling so elated, not just because I got it correct, but also because of the overall performance here by Fennel Adversity on game number 1. They just showed no weakness. Their draft was so pure when it comes to the Juggernauts. You could see that they drafted a team fighting composition. Sunsparks, for some reason they elected to fight the first dragon, which is the Infernal Dragon. It does make sense, but then again, if your draft is not really to go for the 4-minute clash as expected, then things will go haywire. And Fennel Adversity is that one team that can really punish you heavily in that regard. You could see Rafi here tag teaming with Calm to just delete Vi. And yeah, ATV is out of the picture here. Kuya Osai, welcome back to the panel.
Yes, thank you so much. And when I got back, I already took an L. So I'm really happy to be back. Thank you so much for the predictions right there, Crazy Apple. We're going crazy right now as we saw Sunsparks going ham on game 2. We saw unbelievable steals from Nasjo. Remember, this is the Domain Phobia, and Nasjo is playing really good. And Ace, going back to his comfort pick as a Nunu, puts a lot of pressure. What they did also is that they took advantage of the early game of Calm on that Jace. They kind of go for the itemization of Man Immune that kind of takes a lot of time to be Muramana as the damage dealer. And at that point, it was Nasjo with a setup on the explosive cast to entirely make sure that they're getting those kills. But upon mid-game, this is where the change of wind, as we saw Doming, and it wasn't only the Zed who's doing the split push, Arise. It was also Doming who's investing his Ragnarok to make sure that he can escape all of the CCs from the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, lots to highlight in that match, especially I would say the grit of Sunsparks. So we still have yet to see them next week. Who knows? They still want to get more points on the board. But let's celebrate with Fennel Adversity as we head on over to our interview with the man himself, ang guapong Rafi. So let's check it out. There he is. Fennel Adversity, hello. Yes, round of applause. Congratulations, Rafi. So, quick question. Kamusta kayo? How do you guys stay motivated now that, I mean, you guys are at one of the top spots already heading to the playoffs? How do you guys stay motivated throughout all this?
Sa ngayon po, ang naiisip lang po namin is magpa-pull-up muna. Since ang heavy nung 3 days namin, right now, kailangan muna namin ma-refresh para sa susunod na laban.
Nice. Yeah, I love that. Okay, yeah, refresh and relax. And it's also the end of the week.
Sir.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw them mostly eat outside. I mean, they love to eat outside, and makes me wanted to go eat also. And yeah, for my question, we are expecting a big patch. What are you expecting, or what are you excited about sa susunod na patch natin?
Right now po kasi, sa totoo lang, wala po alam sa patch notes.
Focus lang. Focus lang.
Ginagawa namin right now, kaya ayun po.
I love it. Okay, that's good. Autolus, how about you?
Next week. Okay, alam kong nakapahinga mode na kayo, and that's actually very good kasi looking at next week's opponents, back-to-back Team Secret tapos Underground. Ano yung mas mainit sa tingin niyo?
Para sa akin po, personally, is Team Secret. Gusto ko po talaga sila mabawian from the losses na nagawa namin sa amin. Ay, nagawa sila niya sa amin.
Yeah,
awesome.
Team Secret, di ba? Yun yung rivalry talaga na nabuo na overtime. Tapos, yeah, Underground, we know naman na kayo yung unang nagkamit ng panalo over Underground. That's it for me, Poch, kasi I mean, looking at their schedule of matches next week, parang pang playoffs na kasi.
Yes, congratulations once again, Fennel Adversity. You need all the rest you can. Pero let's hear your shoutouts and
First of all po, shoutout sa management namin, kay Sir Max, kay Sir Endo, sa manager namin galing sa Japan, kay Sir Reggie, and sa staff po namin dito sa Fennel Adversity, kay Manager Ellie, kay Ate Corinne, and sa mga teammates ko din, kay Gal, Domeng, Maynard, Jaibi, Coach Mel, Felix, at saka kay Arisen. Po, special shoutout din po pala sa daddy ni Domeng, kay Danilo, at sa mami po ni Sir Reggie na si Tita Sherry. Shoutout din pala sa Yanil.
Happy birthday, Ate Rochelle.
Okay, showtime.
Perfect. Thank you so much again. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Can't wait to see you guys next week. Ladies and gentlemen, Rafi of Fennel Adversity. Round of applause.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats.
There you have it. And Autoluz, I like how you painted that picture of for Fennel Adversity. They're not resting anytime soon when it comes to next week.
I mean, they are battling for the top 2 spots, right? And what better way to really claim the top 2 spots than, you know, having to beat the best teams that we have here in the Philippines on paper. Back-to-back Team Secret Underground, ang init sobra.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I also love the dynamics of what Fennel. They may not be, they weren't able to answer my question about patch for the reason that they wanted their players to focus on the game. You need to mind the now, which is the present, and they're just leaving those kinds of patch notes to Lion Nation and JB, which is JLC. So I think that's something that you wanted really to where to focus on as a player, and they're really doing a great job on getting those focused on.
Oh yeah, 100%. When it comes to focus, you leave it to Fennel Adversity. We're really excited to see what they can bring to the table, and they have such a, I would say, focused mindset. We're already thinking about the next patch, but they're still they're still thinking about what is ahead, and it's Team Secret and as well as Underground. So no easy task, and we still have Underground coming up as well as Team Secret to be watching for. Okay, so hang on for a sec, just getting some insights here. But again, if you guys are just joining us now, thank you so much. It's already the week number 4 of day 3 of the WCS. Ready, we have, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's head on over to our next series of the day. We have Cerebrum Esports versus Oasis, and I rewatched this match, Otto, if you're still with us here, and this match really triggered you when it came to Oasis. So let's talk about Cerebrum Esports, and let's throw it to Osiris to start things off, because Cerebrum Esports, you know what, they play to their style. They could be the ones to take a game out of Oasis, who's having a really rough week.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams loves to play on a high octane play. Their pacing is really good. They really wanted to take those early game momentums and just convert it into an end game. There are teams who's having a hard time on playing on how to close games, but definitely both of them know how to capitalize on what they have. So this might be a play style of fire with fire,
right?
That they need to make sure that they can get ahead. The Scuttlers being brought on the attention. There are also the invades that we are looking into. There are also Zaupi on his level 4 ganks. There's so many surprises that you can put here for Cerebrum. And they also took one game to Grindsky, as we saw as Aspen played as Pen the Sarapen, and we have how the Calabao here on the side. That really puts the bombs throwing in those huge damage. So I must say that Cerebrum can really put a really good show if they really wanted to take down Oasis. But of course, we still have Flirt to consider here. Both of the let's say both of the supports puts a lot of pressure into the map. That's why I wanted to focus to Floor himself, which is the one who flourish, the one who's
Yes.
making the dance floor hot. Everything that you can say to set the tempo, and with that
Yeah.
focus, with the if you're going to check or to take the champions of Fleur, definitely you can lean on mostly onto the Nami, Jana, and Team Secret. Respected the Jana wherein they are throwing all of their punches to take down this person. You kind of rare to see that. Even Orthros was able to experience that kind of focus, that kind of tunnel vision from respective teams, because they are respecting the skills of this man. We saw also the Nami play on the tidal wave that cuts off some escape routes from Grindsky that converts into really good games. Really good plays or kills that can also be converted into a good objective.
Like you say, the Nami wave is something you have to worry about with Fleur.
Yeah.
Such a personality. And we did interview them when they did win this game 2-0 against Oasis. And they just have to come at this with no pressure. And I'm going to throw this to Autolose. How much pressure is Oasis in right now?
There is actually a lot of pressure building right now for both these teams, because we did talk to our league operations. They did say that if Oasis Gaming loses 3 straight and Cerebrum wins 3 straight, Cerebrum will get the upper hand because of the head-to-head record. So if Oasis wants to secure their playoff spurt as early as now, they have to handle their business very well. And I know it's not a day for business when it comes to celebration, but we have to greet the twins, right?
We
Demon
do.
Kite and Dragon, the birthday buff is with them. Happy birthday to the twins. And I believe in Oasis still. Over and over again, I still have this amount of respect for this guys. The performance that they did over the first week and also during the CBL qualifiers was eye-opening to me, that hey, you know what, this team is legit. They could have had a couple of stumbles here and there, but make no mistake, they're still on paper the better team. I really love the drafting that, you know, allows them to go for the Senagragas and the flexibility of Demon Kite going for the marksman or AP champion. But I still believe, you know, the key ingredient of the difference of Oasis from last year to this year is the support. Dragon moving from mid lane to support has been heaven sent for these guys. And looking at the stats right now for Dragon, I did say that, you know, Dragon was my week 3 MVP because of his KDA, because he had the most assists. Remember when we played a small game about the wingman support of the day? Dragon and Orthros was actually tied with each other or close to each other when it comes to the assist counts. So, as a support, you want to be there for your team,
Right.
and he's that, right? He balances taking care of his twin while also being able to make plays off of everyone. His favorite champions, Seth, Gragas, Lulu. You won't really expect him to be this diverse, given that this is his first year. But so far, so good for the support role. And this is a very exciting head-to-head, if you ask me, Poch and Cyrus.
Yeah, let's move on over to the head-to-head, because if we kind of look at history last time they faced each other, you know, a dual CC for CE, I think that's a quote from Autolose. That was for them to be able to win this match. Osiris, chime in. How is this head-to-head going to look for Fleur and Dragon?
Well, you can see that there's a disparity onto the kill participation. You have the 84%, which is really highly to be looked on to Fleur, for the reason that they are mostly the Cerebrum move as one unit. It is a one brain that needs to. And Fleur is one of those huge initiator, one of the members that can change the tides of the game. As for Dragon, he loves to look for those kills, to look for those plays. That explains a lot his KDA. You still have the mid lane instinct or the mid lane kill potential. So there are times that he's going to get the set. He's not going to think twice if he's going to jump in with a rocket belt or even a flash to the face breaker, just to make sure that he and Renzi or even Etoff can get those easy kills. So I think that's something that we need to consider. Someone who's really conservative, moving as a unit, and someone who's really overly aggressive with his peers.
Nice breakdown. Autolus, anything else to add to that before we head into the predictions? Because right now it's looking pretty scary, because I think this is the best type or best condition for Oasis to come in, because there's not much pressure, but all the pressure is really on Oasis now.
It is. Plus add the pressure of being defeated by CE the last time out, right? So round robin 1 went to the side of CE, and this is Oasis, really raring for that redemption over this team. So you're right, the pressure is on their side, but I feel, like Diamonds, you have to be pressured in order for you to really shine.
There we go. Quoting some Rihanna there. I love it. Or something. I don't know what the song. But I will say this though. Week 3, I'm gonna bring it back, and this is gonna chime into my predictions. Oasis was in a lose streak, and then they were able to turn it back. Week 3 was a great week for them.
Flawless.
So I think that this is again another wake up call for them to really step it up. And once Autolus told me there's the birthday buff with them, I had to go with Oasis. So I will go with Oasis in this game. Let's throw it to Osiris first. How about you? Who do you think is gonna take this one?
As we also already submitted our predictions, I really wanted to go for C on this one because the consequence. I'd still go for Oasis. We know that, but because of the punishment, that it's a bit
too much
easier compared to the other one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a Twitter war, so it doesn't really.
You're underestimating Autolus, man.
Be careful with the Twitter war.
I already heard what he wanted me to do on my Twitter, and I already also got less of a followers. I think I'm safe on that. I wanted to go spicy on the Cerebrum, but let's admit it, this time Oasis is really on a good tempo right now, and the birthday buff. This is the twins. This is not just one.
Right.
This is times 2 birthday buff.
So Oasis for you.
Yeah.
How about you, Autolus? Because is this going to be a 2-0, 2-1? We're going to have to decide that.
The real question is, are we invited? Right?
Okay.
I mean, this is still going to be Oasis for the win. Birthday buff or not, redemption arc or not, it still is what is on the line. It will still depend on what is on the line, and Oasis knows that if they win this, they secure the playoffs, right?
Yes.
And what better way to do it than, getting that revenge of FCE. So it should be a clear 2-0 in favor of OWAS.
All right.
Yeah, and considering that you can spell celebrate with CE, definitely they're going to just enjoy this game.
Are you invited, my friend?
I'm not sure. We're not even invited on the Pansol buff.
I'm not invited.
On the Pansol buff, so I'm not sure if we are even invited for anyone's birthday. So I'm not sure.
Osiris. Pew, pew, pew. I'm dodging shots here in the panel discussion here. So all Oasis. For all of us, 2-0 Osiris, because Autolus says 2-0.
Of course, 2-0.
Okay, I'm gonna have to agree with 2-0 here. Or do I
want to go
2-1?
for the Cloud cameo once again?
I feel like the Cloud Dragon is with you today, Autolus. You've been kind of on point. So, we will. You know what? This is a celebration of Cloud Dragon Day, so we did mention it yesterday. So let's go with that. So 2-0 all throughout. When do you think the Cloud Dragon will be coming out? Let's start with Autolus, because I might copy his answers. No, I'm kidding. I won't.
Yeah.
I'll go first. No. I'll go
first.
second and second. Okay.
Oh, that's because that happened. Okay. You know what? I'm still gonna go 3-3. I put my money on that before. It's 3-3 for me still. How about you, Osiris?
Yeah. This is Twitter. Oh my god. I just go with first
Elder.
I'll go with
1-1 game. 1-1, 2-2,
I'm thinking in between 1-1 or Elder because this is Oasis, so we might not see Elder at all.
We might not, exactly. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah, and you already got the 3-3, so I might go with a 1-1.
1-1,
And
2-2, 3-3.
I would like also to bring this up, which is one of our fellow members, as one of the Pogi onto the production. If CU wins 3 straight and Oasis loses 3 straight, this will be a different story. This game is definitely a deciding factor for the standings, because if Cerebrum wins, their hopes is still alive. But if Oasis keeps on losing, that will be also a different story. So right now, this is one of the matches that we look out for the reason that it's going to shake things up.
Yeah, so much is on the line, guys. I cannot wait anymore. Cerebrum Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Let's head on over to the Rift. Casters, take us away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the WCS Philippines for series number 2. And once again, we're Team Shoutcasters from series 1. I'm Infinity, and this is Riku. And it's now going to be Oasis versus Cerebrum Esports here, Riku. And it's going to be exciting because the standings are quite near between these two teams.
Yeah, this is going to be a very spicy and critical series for both Oasis and Cerebrum. Because when we look at Cerebrum's standing, they're still in the competition. They still have a chance to get into playoffs. And, you know, the condition is CE has to win all their matches, and Oasis has to lose this one and the other succeeding matches to tie into the standings with Oasis. And I think that's really, really nerve-wracking considering the fact that Cerebrum won against Oasis at the very first round robin.
Yeah. So, in summary, if CE goes 3-win streak for this day and the next week, they are still in the race. And if Oasis loses their next 3 matches, including this one, they're probably going to be on that par against CE. So we'll see how that would turn out for this series, as both are critical. No player can underperform in this series, as this is going to be a banger of a series here, Riku.
Oh yeah, 100%, because a lot is on the line here. The playoffs run is on the line for this series. And I mean, while Cerebrum won, a lot has changed over the course of the time with, you know, it is going to be Etaf in the jungle, not Renzi.
Yeah, and we know that Etaf compared to Renzi is more aggressive, more combined kills and deaths per minute. So expect a lot of invades or roams there from Etaf in this game number 1 or game number 2, if ever he still plays for their jungle. But now we're jumping into the draft with Swift bans from Oasis and CE. Lulu, Zed, Olaf, Lee Sin banned away.
Now, these are very direct hit sort of bans. Usually we see something that blankets the entire composition, but no, these are very specific with, you know, Olaf being taken out, Lee Sin and Gragas. Both of these picks, or triple of these picks rather, are focused on the jungle, so they're removing things that Etaf can utilize. And meanwhile, because Jace is open, of course, Oasis is going to pick it up because you can flex it in 3 different lanes with jungle towards the mid and even towards top.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a really, really strong champion to pick up first. But I'm really scared because Camille and Galio is open. And yes, Ziggs has been prioritized and Camille Galio has not been used in particular for CE. It's quite a difficult and annoying duo to fight against. With Kha'Zix being locked in here, they're prioritizing the jungle and that hyper carry, huge damage champion.
Yeah, that's the thing, right, for Cerebrum. Banning the Olaf earlier meant that they can safely pick something with a lot of poke. That means there's no backline access threat. The other pick that Oasis can use is a Jarvan 4, which has been used up against picks that has a lot of range, and also as well paired with the Galio, which is also still open. But when we look at the previous experience of Cerebrum versus Oasis, Cerebrum picked 3 things constantly in those 2 games. It was the Darius, the Riven, and the Jace. And look at that. Those 2 out of 3 picks so far is on Oasis's hands.
Yeah, and on top of all that, we've known how CE performed with the Darius on the hands of Evilis. So if it is going to be that Baron lane matchup, that is still in the consideration for CE alongside with the Nasus. But with those champions not locked in for now, Oasis can ban it away in the second phase. But CE, you won't be the first one who will ban with Ashe prioritized by Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, this is Ashe being banned for that information, for the hawk shot and the presence of a global engage from across the map. So they're removing that right off the bat because Ayumi has been picked with assassins, like with the Rengar, with the Kha'Zix, because you can, as long as you have information in the deeper ends of the jungle of your enemy team, you can just two-man surprise gank a person or invade the jungle rather, and you immediately get a pick because of the final chapter root and the supplemental damage of a Rengar. So a Rengar can still enter this composition actually, because the Riven can be mid lane, the Jace can be elsewhere. We talked about that before, so it is still very much possible they do a big sweep unless, you know, a Vayne suddenly comes in from Demon Kite.
Absolutely. These champions are really, really important, and Rengar, as you stated, is also available. But there we go. We talked about the Nasus a while ago, open for Evilist, but Oasis has banned it away, and also Respect onto Fleur, banning away the Rakana. So support and...
Yeah, Flora's engaged supports have been amazing. She has been enabling the early game skirmish that Cerebrum has been initiating with their playstyle. So I am expecting a lot of Rumble, but looking at the composition from SCE, there's no engage just yet. The Leona is still open for Fleur for the taking because Rakan is out of the question. Now for Oasis, this is looking to be a very skirmish-heavy team composition so far now that the Renekton has been picked up. With this revelation though, this means that the Renekton is going top, and then we might have a Riven or a Jace jungle. And now, curious to see what the final pick is going to be, because this is where the comp is going to assemble. Are they going for that Vayne AD carry where I don't need any frontliner to peel for me because I can manage on my own? Never mind, they're going to be picking the Ezreal, which is a lot of poke, a lot of safety. And speaking of safety, it seems to me that CE has this disengage instead. So without engage, this is going to be interesting. C is going to be waiting for Oasis to come in, and then that's how they retaliate. And of course, this is the assembly. This is the final picks of CE and Oasis. Excited to see how this is going to pan out, because CE, no engage. They're going to be waiting for Oasis to keep doing that. They have a lot of poke. Oasis has a lot of poke themselves with the Yuumi and the Ezreal. So, with the absence of engage themselves as well, of reliable engage, they have to go near CE with the final chapter. And for that access, they will need Asilla and Etaf to go in the middle of everything in that fight.
Absolutely. Those are your winning conditions, ladies and gents. And something interesting is Ivalice is picking Garen for relatively the first time. So we'll see how that will turn out for him as an individual matchup on that Baron lane is Renekton and Garen. An interesting line of champions for both teams, with Demon Kite also going for Ezreal. So I'm really excited for this game number one. How would this go between Oasis and Cerebrum Esports? Riku, this is such an exciting moment, as this is series number 2 for today's WCS.
Yeah, anything can happen at this point. Imagine if the CE Oasis first round robin match was part of the string of upsets that we witnessed a few weeks ago. So the same thing can happen, or will Oasis get that tie up in their match between Cerebrum and get that revenge on the board?
Yeah, the revenge is something that Oasis and CE can do here for this series, as we are now jumping into the rift for this game number 1, with Edaf into the mid lane and Pego into the mid lane, as two of these teams are prepared and ready to go for late if ever it comes down to it. This is just standard start for both teams.
Yeah, nothing funny. Again, this game is very critical for Cerebrum to remain in the competition for that playoffs run, and of course Oasis to make sure that Cerebrum is unable to catch up to them in the standing. So this is why it's super important to win this.
Look at the flashes coming in from Pego and Ada. Close.
Oh my.
Close. But those honey fruits, yeah, saved Edaf's life. And 2 summoners spell burned by both mid laners.
Yeah, the combo coming from Pego, especially level 3, is gonna be very deadly if he is the one who initiates first and deals the first string of damage. So Edaf should be careful. The way he can win is to poke him from long range first, but it's gonna be difficult if Pego keeps hiding behind the minion wave to make it possible. So I feel like for both of these mid laners, without the flash, without the ignite, both junglers can contribute for sure and take advantage of that window and get first blood for their mid laners.
Yeah, absolutely. Kha'Zix and Edif is the players that we're looking at when it comes to the jungle role. Are they going to roam into the mid lane, try and support Edif, or try and support Pego to get that first blood? Because that injection of gold is quite massive. But when it comes to the objectives here, Riku, paint me a picture as the Mountain Dragon will come out first, and then the Rift Herald will come in through the same time. Is there any opportunities for both these teams to prioritize one thing or another?
I feel like Rift Herald is very important for Oasis because they want to unlock the lane for Isilla, inject some gold onto the Renekton. We've seen how this champion pick in general, once ahead early, is enough to just eliminate these squishy targets like Zaupi, like Pego, like how if Isilla can reach. So I feel like that is what Oasis is going to go for. But at the same time, Mountain Drake is also very important because you want that shields, extra shields.
Yeah, and Edif is going in for the first blood raid for Oasis. Nice first blood. And this is what you talked about, Riku. The first blood from Oasis with dependence on their jungler.
Yaha! I felt like Floor wanted to roam in the mid lane, top lane first, and then into the mid lane to see if she can be able to get that counter gank. But unfortunately, you know, Oasis was ready to jump the gun early, and no counter ganks from Zaupi, and as well as roam from Floor that was on time. So really nice read coming from Oasis.
Yeah, definitely. And now we are 50 seconds away from those objectives to come up. And everyone is still on standard here. Demon Kite is building onto the Manamune. Yumi's probably building into Athens here for more HP and more heals for ADs and Riven. We all know how Oasis has been playing with this Riven Yumi, a meta duo combo that has seen an uprise in the past and has been played quite well. And with those two combos, this can probably do a big stuff and big value for Oasis later on.
Yeah, it's a very poke heavy lane for Demon Kite and towards Dragon. Oh my, Isilla.
Dominus though gives a bit more sustain for Esila, forcing out the flash. That will leave him with no summoner spell, and Ivalice still has his flash up. So when it comes to objective, we all know Ivalice having that flash is going to be of so much value.
Yeah, Flash slash Renekton is going to be very vulnerable if he slices, dices in, and he's not going to have any way out. This composition has no ways to disengage. It's a very all-in type of comp, so we'll have to see if he's able to utilize and burst, get someone down, stun someone, and damage him down. But looks like that is the call for Cerebrum. Just going to get that Rift Herald, deny that. I felt like Oasis was in prime position to take the Rift Herald, but without information. They didn't have any information, so Oasis decided to just, okay, let's take the Mountain Drake instead and fight there.
Yeah, and because Yumi is a late game champion, Yumi in particular, he cannot do anything in the early game, so when it comes to that early game phase, you're probably just going for that 4v5. That's the reason why Oasis has huge respect. Zaupi coming through into the Dragon Pit, getting that kill onto Vesela. So a kill for an objective to the side of Oasis and CE.
That's pretty difficult, right?
Mega Inferno Bomb. Huge damage, and also with that Rift Herald along with the Ziggs, the double siege coming through from CE takes the tower first blood.
Yeah, Dragon's mana pool is still very hungry for mana, rather, for that mana. So early game can't exactly survive as long, not in an HP sense, but on an MP sense. And we'll see now as they get first blood tower, CE getting injecting gold early. While they did not get any early, well, they did get early kills, but this is a really good start, opening up the map and getting turret plates for themselves.
Absolutely, and despite the turret advantage for CE taking the tower first blood, it's only 1k gold lead for them at the moment, so Oasis is playing up close in this game one.
It's all of how will Dragon be able to get into these fights, because this composition, while they do have CC with the Riven, with still a single target stun, they need that big AoE to hit, and therefore will rely heavily on Etaf and Isilla to get them on the board. And I mean, we didn't get to see Isilla get that big early lead like we expected a Renekton to get, so most of the time, the pressure as the game goes by will fall onto Demon Kite and to Adolf once they get probably a Triforce or a Gauntlet. We'll see. Since they really need that damage, most likely it's going to be a Triforce on the side of Demon Kite there. So that's the necessary spike that Oasis is waiting for.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now Asolado stuns Evilis under the turret, but Evilis is just so tanky with that Garen. And the Garen, as we all know, especially with the Sunfire Aegis here for the Garen, it gives you extra damage and also gives you extra tanking capabilities. But now Oasis onto the bot lane, just smashed Tao and just minced them up in the blink of an eye. And now Pago forcing out the flash, Culling is there at a very low, and that is a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was no information for CE there. That's the reason why Hao got caught up in the middle of that river, because they had no information. Etaf was there rather. So despite, you know, not so reliable engage yet without Dragon, it is still, if you're caught out of position, you can easily be punished by the possible stun lock of Esila, Etaf, and all the damage raining in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And the damage is quite significant here from both the hyper carries, because now we're looking at Demon Kite building onto Triforce. As you've predicted, it's not as efficient when it comes to gold, but considering they're building onto Manamune first, they're looking for that late game, if ever it comes down to it, for extra damage and for that mid game phase as well. And when looking at Pago, going for BRK, so no second item for everyone as of yet, and it's important to take note of these. While Infernal Dragon and Rift Herald is coming up soon. Two objectives that has high priority in this game.
Yeah, Infernal Drake is super important. That's why Oasis is in a rush to get this tower down, to have more space in the next 30 seconds to get the Infernal Drake. And now, it's Evilis and the Garen. It's so hard to get him down to incredibly low HP. They have to execute this perfectly.
But now, they're going in under the turret, forcing out the fight. Evilis, though, forcing out the flash as well. So back to safety, and Isla is below half when it comes to his health. So he needs to retreat, but Yumi's there. So extra sustain, but Zappy is there to respond. So a 3v3 if a fight occurs.
Oh, they're going to fight this Rift Herald. They want more towers. They want even towers now at the map score.
Yeah, they're looking for that Rift Herald. Oasis is looking for the contest as well. CE doesn't want to let this go. Yumi is going for the ultimate.
Ooh,
and then it's Oasis going for the Rift Herald. So they get the steal away for CE. That is a huge objective down for CE.
Yeah, this is super important for Oasis, right? Because their composition doesn't spell siege. I mean, yes, yeah, true shot barrage as your, well, wave clear that it decreases the HP on half amount at this point, but it's still very important for Oasis to get this so they can open up these towers more effectively. As again, Ezreal, not exactly an auto attack champion, a caster marksman on his part, but Infernal Drake, look at this, Oasis now in position.
Yeah, and CE is there also, ready to contest. Ivalis is on the front line, stacking everything. But look at Renekton, Dominus is already forced. Look at the back lines though, Edov is looking for that damage in, but Satchel Charge might just save him. But a flash coming in from Edov just killed Ziggs. But the trade is there from Oasis, getting 2 more out of that. So a 3-for-1 in favor of Oasis.
Zalpi went in and wanted to get a possible steal, and Oasis was anticipating that move. It was so linear to the point that Oasis expected it. So as Zalpi jumped in, Etaf just stunned him. A very reliable stun if you're like literally next to each other as a Riven. And then you just stun lock it with Esila as well. And it's just easy in execution at that point. And that's why Zalpi immediately exploded from all the damage there and couldn't attempt on a possible steal.
Absolutely, and now it's looking very scary. With Oasis having the Infernal Drake. We talked about the importance of this dragon just a while ago before those second objective came up. As Edaf and Demon Kite will gladly take an extra damage bonus. But now, CE looking for top lane turret.
We'll see though if it's possible. They have a decent amount of clear with Etaf's Shock Blast. We'll have to see if it's gonna be enough. I think the rest are here though for the collapse.
Oh, Yumi's ultimate just for that safety measure. If ever a fight occurs, they go and get rooted. So that's Temporarily, a good answer, but Etof is looking for that engage for the flank. Silence, though, from Garen is such huge value to delay those engage coming in from Etof. But Etof still looking for that flank. Invalid is ready to respond.
Fight.
The silence is ready, but Zhao P, Demon Kite has met each other in the bush, and that is a kill. Demon Kite is down. CE has a numbers disadvantage, but Floor is there as well to be stopped by Oasis Gaming. It's a 2-for-2 for now. And now Edub is just clearing out the back lanes. This is what Oasis wants. Even if Demon Kite is dead, they get the trade. Invalid though, protecting his back lines. Pego is very low. If they jump, they get the kill, and Oasis takes the ace away from CE.
Beautifully done by Oasis Gaming there. I mean, they were primed and ready to fight. You can tell that Oasis wanted that collapse because when we looked at the items, Edaf, Demon Kite both have Manamune fully stacked, and Triforce already for Demon Kite. They had no vision at that brush there, so Demon Kite was immediately deleted off of that fight. But don't forget, you have that secondary damage dealer, reliable damage dealer in the form of Edaf. Look at this. Demon Kite walked into this big cockroach trap, and this is very effortless coming from Zaupi, but remember, it's a 4v4 situation without Zaupi in that fight. And there were still you got Edaf still pretty much alive and well, so they could restart the fight, re-engage, and that's how Oasis won that skirmish, or team fight at the top portion of the map.
Yeah, and just look at the prowess of a Yuumi and Riven combo. We talked about it a while ago. It's crazy. And Riven just steps in on the fight. He doesn't get killed, and he just cleans the enemy team. But now CE has looked for that engage, but Riven is just waiting on the bush. That is a kill on the floor, and Ivalis is next. But he's just too tanky to burst down, so Oasis takes one kill away from that.
Nicely done coming from Oasis. I mean, this is something of an expectation. If Oasis gets the lead in map control, you can start to bully out and single out anyone in the deeper ends of the jungle, and this final chapter lock them.
Yeah, and Ethel is getting the party started. That is one man down. Invalid is dead. Hao is dead to follow up, and now it's LP getting to jump in the base to go back to safety. But with a push coming in from Oasis, this is danger, and Zalpi has to flash away, and now it's Paygo, the next step for Oasis to take the kill, and they have opened up the Nexus.
Really good coming from Oasis there. They've cleaned up Paygo, Hao, and Evilis. These are important champions that are there to especially Hao for that wave clear. But unfortunately, because they fell in battle, they're able to get 2 towers with no threats whatsoever because it's just Zaupi and Floor online. If they do jump in, they're just gonna explode from the stun lock. So it's so difficult in this angle now. And Oasis has a big lead, 3 stacked dragons, a gold lead as well. This is looking to be Oasis's game.
Absolutely. I mean, they've opened up the Nexus. They are already at 12k gold lead. They have the 3 dragon buffs. Only the Elder Dragon that's missing. It's crazy. And 716 as he hold off onto Edaf, Manamune, Black Cleaver, and Edge of Night already. So much sustain, or so much damage rather, and also defensive capabilities in addition to a GA.
Exactly. It's so hard to kill Edaf. So now your target would be Demon Kite. There's like 2 death stances over there on the side.
Yeah, Yuumi ult, Roots,
Look at
Evilis. Too tanky. Will that be enough though? Ethel jumps in with a flash, going in for the stun. Evilis is down, followed up by Hao is dead. Floor is dead. It's Zalpi, Paygo remaining, and Oasis. This is it. The end that they're looking for. And Zalpi looks to contest, going in for the flank. No minions for Oasis to finish this game, but a minion comes through in the mid lane, and the Nexus falls down, and Oasis will take game 1.
Crazy Oasis game versus Cerebrum. They're 1 win away in this series into surviving in the tournament. Again, this is such a crucial match, and they are able to wait for their spikes. Manamune fully locked in, or fully stacked into Triforce, and that's the time we're like, okay, let's go, go, go. And they were very confident in their execution, and there's just so many heals coming from Yuumi, coming from Dragon. Every single time people were low, Cerebrum couldn't finish a single target. Well, except for that one time where Zabi was able to eliminate the Ezreal. But at the same time, it was so hard to finish off certain targets. They had to switch it up here and there, and were forced to buy these Grievous Wounds items. But at the same time, it was already too late.
Yeah, and even if Yuumi is not the most picked champions, you still have to respect Yuumi. The reason for that is he's just too strong when it comes to that mid-game, late-game. So much heals, so much sustain, especially with the draft that Oasis has with Renekton and Riven. Such a safety net for them to lean on whenever danger comes through, and CE is just having a hard time to match it up.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? Because the thick heals we were talking about, it was so hard for CE. And the fact that they lack hard CC to lock people down, it just makes things so much harder to finish off certain targets. All they can do is like, okay, I'm low. Wait, Yuumi is done with healing me. Okay, I'm gonna reposition out of line of sight, out of the attention, out of the minds of CE, and then come back once I'm healthier. And it just makes things so much harder for CE to win these fights. And the fact that, you know, Zaupi was trying his hardest positioning in these flanks, but the damage coming from Oasis was just too much that his teammates were already gone before he even got into the fight.
Yeah, and a tank is not a tank when it comes to two ADCs that are fed. And we all know how Eda built into his items with GA and Edge of Night, with a lot of penetration from that game. Such a wonderful match to be seen. But as we talked about, the Yuumi, such an obnoxious champion to play against, and that is exactly the Globe prepaid player of the game with Dragon.
Yeah, Yumi's presence was just so felt in the skirmishes and in the fights, keeping people alive. Dragon kept people alive, buffing them and everything, even going with the Staff of Flowing Water for that haste for his team. And that's wowzers. Wowee. I think it's not as the same oppressive Yuumi that we saw, who like constantly set up set up kills for the team, but this is more of the protect everyone, make sure everybody's pretty much alive. If people dive us, we're just gonna click on tap on that final chapter and punish them.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of utilities that he is providing for his team is insane. With Athens, with Ardent and Flowing Water already completed, that is shield, that is heals, and that is extra ability haste constantly for his team. And we all know how Yuumi can just jump from one player to another that easily. Just insane from Dragon there using this champion. So a lot of expectations for game number 2. Can Yuumi still come through as a champion for Dragon to use? Because if not, it's going to be a game changer. Can lean onto a Vayne Lulu if ever it comes down to it.
If it's not banned, Infi. If it's not banned, I think that's the difficult part. I think the situation is looking like Lulu ban and Yuumi ban, but in this case, it's like, okay, we can let go of the Yuumi. It's fine. I think Yuumi can be manageable as long as we get ahead early. But the composition of CE was pretty hard to execute. They had no hold, they had damage, but no hard CC to hold people down and make sure that they're dead. So the game plan was overwhelm them with damage. If they come to us, we have Monsoon for that big disengage. And I love it from Oasis. A lot of confidence, a lot of combo heavy champions like the Riven and the Renekton, and the Yumi's just keeping them alive. And I love it. You mentioned earlier Infinity. I bet the panel mentioned it earlier as well. The buffs, the dual lane buffs, the birthday buffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Oasis. Birthday shoutouts to Demon Kite and Dragon. But that's it for now. It's Oasis taking game number 1. They're now at match point, 1 game away for taking the series. I'm Infinity and this is Rico. We're gonna take a short break. Don't go away.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
We're now back for game number 2 between Oasis and CE. What a wonderful game that we have just seen. It's already match point in favor for Oasis. I'm Infinity and this is Rico once again. And if ever we're seeing that Yumi again, it's going to be another obnoxious game for the side of CE to fight against.
For sure, I see it. I see a possibility of it being banned. Going back to week 4, day 1 vibes, trends rather, where we're gonna ban all the enchanters. You can pick Vayne, but that's gonna push you into a corner of limiting your enchanter choices instead. So it's gonna give you a little bit of hesitation to pick hyper carries. So, but the thing is, you're right, Infinity. Oasis is 1 game away from securing their playoff spot. It's going to be very important. Cerebrum has to win this to keep the series alive for them and keep their dreams alive towards the playoffs. But Oasis, 1 game away from securing their spot, because if they win, Cerebrum cannot catch up to points anymore towards Oasis. So game number 2, pretty critical.
Yeah, a lot of stakes on the line there for CE and Oasis as well. So a really important match that CE has to win if ever they want to come through and go to top 6 and go for the race against Oasis Gaming. But the expectations on the draft here, Riku, what can we expect when it comes to bans and when it comes to picks as we are jumping immediately in the draft?
I think no questions there. CE still wants to ban an Olaf just because it just counters CE's play style in general, where want a lot of utility, which is the complete opposite actually of what happened in game number 1. They didn't have any hold. They didn't have any CC to hold people down and to initiate. So now I feel like CE can go back to their default style of heavy skirmish early and just strong arm everything. How on maybe a Lux, maybe on a Morgana, something that can hold people down, and Zaupi being that primary carry to build around on and just feed the kills too. Oasis now, we talked about removing enchanters. Lulu, just to deter or give a little bit of hesitation to pick those hyper carries and scaling. But don't forget, hyper carries can also be put in the jungle. We can think about carries can be put in the jungle that scale really well. Perhaps a Master Yi, perhaps a Jaxus could be another option.
Yeah, and if ever, remember on how CE played it, right? If Lulu is open, they're gonna play Jax because they want to funnel in their gold onto their jungle to carry the whole game. But with Lulu banned away, I don't think this is an option left for CE. And we have just finished the bans. Lulu, Zed, Seth, Gragas, Lee Sin, Olaf taken away, and Jace prioritized by Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, this is... I mean, don't fix what's not broken. Edaf had a phenomenal game earlier. He doubled down on safety nets on his items just to make sure he's not killed, but because he knows that his damage is already sufficient. That's how ahead of the game they are already. Remember, CE, when they defeated Oasis at the first round robin in their first series together, it was these 3 champions: Riven, Darius, and as well as Jace. They have 1 out of 3 so far, and it seems to me they're still going back to this plan on how being on that AP carry.
Oh, we have a Vayne there for Oasis Gaming, so a huge thing for Oasis at the moment, alongside with Yuumi. We talked about Yuumi a while ago, and when it comes to late game now, it's going to be obnoxious, especially with a Vayne as well in their draft. And what you talked about when it comes to the 3 champions, right? It was the Evilist Nasus era, but Nasus was constantly banned away, so Darius was picked up. I want to see that happen once again for Rakan to finish the first picks here by CE.
I'm so happy to see this Rakan pick. Floor had a phenomenal performance on this champion, being that primary engage. She had a lot of amazing Grand Heroes entrances. So, Grand Heroes, wow, I combined 2 skills. Grand entrances, rather. Well, the Galio Grand Heroes entrance can be grand. So, anyway, going back to the draft. I love this. I love this. So, at least now they have hold, now they have engage. So, this formula can work for CE.
Yeah, they have 2. They have Riven and they have Rakan. So huge things for CE right now. But CE has banned the 2 obnoxious junglers, Kha'Zix and Rengar. And Oasis Gaming is looking at the perspective of banning away Fizz. And
they're making sure that they don't have the Assassin plus Yuumi combo. They're just preparing for it. CE doesn't want that in their game. They don't want... Because it can get really snowbally. If you get control of the map... a Rengar and a Kha'Zix can just constantly be in your jungle, in your quadrants, and then just keep getting kills, making it into a 4v5. Now, Oasis has the option to build around this Vayne comp, right? Because they have Edaf on this Jace to transition, buy some time for Dio and Kai to scale into the late game. So they need frontliners. They definitely need tanks. Yeah. And for CE picking this Darius, they're reducing the number of tanks that Oasis can pick up for the side to build around, rather, for the Vayne.
Yeah,
never mind. There's the Garen, of course.
Garen Yuumi is such a really annoying champion. We've seen Fennel just recalling that Garen 1v3 with Yuumi. They're going in and cleaning that up. And so with Garen and Yuumi, with Vayne and Jace locked in for Oasis Gaming, you talked about the Bruiser missing. This will alleviate the defensive disadvantage for them. Now the last pick for Oasis Gaming. I'm really curious for this. And Camille is there to engage.
Wow, okay, they're going all in. You know what? Garen's gonna be enough. The Yuumi heals are gonna be enough. We're just gonna double down on all the damage in the world and have this Camille instead of the usual, we need a secondary tank. We need another extra buffer. I mean, I wouldn't call it overkill if they're gonna be building around the Vayne. But you know what? Let's take another hold on the ground, because what they lack is an additional hold for CC. I mean, they have the final chapter, but they needed something to deliver the final chapter. They need something to deliver the book to CE. And what could it be? It's the Camille with the hook
Free
shot
shipping?
into Hextech Ultimatum. Free shipping!
Free shipping
Yes!
for that last chapter, for that book. Absolutely.
It's definitely a book that CE doesn't want to order, for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they order it, it's just gonna be an adversity for CE at that point. But the only caveat that I'm looking at for Oasis Gaming, they don't have any AP. That's the only thing. We'll
That's
see
true.
how that would turn out.
Yeah, because earlier it worked out. They didn't have any AP with the Ezreal, Jace, and Riven and Renekton. They were comfy to say like, hey, we're gonna make this work. Got a very strong mid game. Well, they had a strong early game rather. Riven, Renekton into mid game Jace and Ezreal. After they get the Triforce, after they get the stacks of Manamune, incredibly strong. This time around, though, they have a very different approach in the game with now Vayne being that late game scaling insurance. Camille can also one for split push, but she also provides that hold that Oasis will need to secure targets down.
Absolutely. So those are the winning conditions. The play style that we expect for this game number 2, Oasis Gaming versus CE. Especially with that, Yuumi once again locked in for this game. As now, it's match point for Oasis Gaming. 1 win away for that series win.
That's crazy. Oasis is 1 win away to make sure that CE is unable to take that 6th place spot. Did I say 6th place spot? How many S's? 6th place spot. It's a very tough thing to say in a sequence, Infinity.
Tongue twister. Especially considering that this is a really, really difficult matchup. So probably quite relevant, as this might twist things up for CE if ever they win it.
Yeah, there's that big possibility now. We're looking at heavy, because the way we see CE, there's 2 modes of CE, right? There's that we're gonna wait for you to attack CE, or we're gonna be the ones doing the first engage CE. And I felt like the latter is something that they're very comfy with. The fact that Ivalice is on this Darius and Zelpi is on the Riven. Remember, it's 2 out of 3 picks from what we saw last time that won. And it's a big CC chain. Apprehend into the stun. Maybe Fleur can do that too.
And speaking of CC, it's LP visiting mid lane early on to just make trouble onto Edolf. But not going to be enough though, as we're seeing at the moment how Edolf is pressuring Pego in the mid lane, getting some prio.
Yeah, they need to relieve pressure off of Pego. He's already half HP against this matchup with the Jace, so they wanted to make sure that he gets prio.
This is a 4v3 though. Yuumi's there onto Demon Kite, going to the stun onto Hal, but the grand entrance will miss as we have the flash burned by Demon Kite, getting the first blood for Oasis Gaming, and Edolf taking it down, and CE will not get the trade. Zhao P getting the clutch onto that shield from his skill kit.
A really nicely done clutch heal coming from the side of Hao, just to make sure that, Zhao P is alive. But that could have been a CE, or it could have been to anyone that skirmish there around that Rift Scuttler fight, because the key was Fleur. Fleur had a really nice grand entrance, but at the same time, Oasis also had a really good flash to avoid that. So after that big CC is gone, Oasis is happy to re-engage. And, fighting in these choke points is so critical because it's so easy for Demon Kite to land a condemn. So, see, gotta be careful to fight around these choke points. And the fact that there's so much vision on that fight earlier. Everything was pretty much covered.
Look at the wards of Oasis Gaming. They have full sight on what's happening in that pitch, or what's going on in those hills. With a ward on the brush near the turret, another brush on the blue buff. There's so much vision there, but now with the grand entrance, getting knocked up onto Dragon, he can't stick onto Demon Kite because those CCs are insane with Zhao P to get a kill. CE takes the double in bot lane.
Beautiful dive by Cerebrum. We talked about it before. One of the best versions of CE is the one that's able to take control and initiate. And they're diving. They dived rather. They dove on Demon Kite and Dragon Slayer, and usually it's a buy one take one deal. If it's a Yuumi on the board, you kill one, you get one, and that's the Yuumi.
Absolutely. And CE definitely will take that because right now, Ziggs got 1 kill and 1 assist. Getting that 1k gold lead against Demon Kite, and we all know how Demon Kite is in need of gold.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while, and that's why the early game to mid game is gonna be reliant on Eduf here, like what he did earlier. He was crazy. It's gonna be fine.
The
Nope.
shroud there will not gonna be enough as
Oh, what
we have the
the?
extra ultimatum, but dashes away with a shuriken. So good disengage there from Pego.
He circled around Etaf to make sure that he's behind the final chapter, and that's how he escaped.
Fleur,
Very clever.
Grand Entrance onto 2, Mega Inferno Bomb, huge damage. Demon Kite was already half HP. And Etaf is there though, securing that Ocean Drake. With CE missing that opportunity to contest, but no, one for one objective rather, as CE took the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're able to open up this map. We'll see though, rather mid lane tower.
Yeah, and now Grand Entrance under the turret with a quickness, 2-man charm as well. Etaf is in danger, the Shuriken is there, jumping back in. It's now the Pego final execution as SLO will fall down, but 1-for-1 trade will be secured by Oasis Gaming.
That's the difficult part, right? There's just so much CC now. It's the complete opposite of game number 1. You just CC lock anyone. This could be part 2. No mana.
Yeah, Fleur is there. No mana for the tumble as he will get CC'd from the Grand Entrance. Yumi will come in with a clutch heal with a flash, and Demon Kite is back to safety.
Nicely done by Dragon. Dragon saves the day here. A manaless. Oh, teleport's
Cool.
cancelled.
Yeah, now Adolf is there to have the conclusion of getting the kill, and Fleur is 1 HP, and that will be Adolf taking 1 kill. And CE has lost their support from the bottom lane engage.
The crazy domino effect here. Really nice start for Oasis so far. Because we're getting the kills again early towards Eduf. This is all according to plan. This is what they wanted. Being Eduf, early to mid-game transition into Demon Kite with a late-game insurance of that vein. So, and with the Ocean Drake in their hands as well, this is slowly to... they're looking at that Elder Drake win con as well by stacking up the dragon. So this is really nicely done. For CE, well, so far they have a good start. They've been wanting to get Pego getting early kills just to match Eduf. But so far, it has been Eduf winning.
Yeah, and that enabled him to buy the Mana Muni and the Phage, but now it's the engage coming in from Floor, going for the Grand Entrance, Hexic ultimatum to go for the counter engage. Eduf is very low though, he has to retreat, and Zhao P taking a kill with that blade. And that is such a huge value for CE at the moment, but Zhao P is in danger as well. Demon Kite with so much damage, and that extra attack speed from Dragon, securing a kill with a 1-for-1.
Nicely done timing of that Condemn, just preventing Zhao to escape. And we talked about Eduf getting kills. Really nice punish from Oasis, and it's, you know, slowly building into more of Oasis side responding with, again, counter-attacking. Whenever CE wants to do something, they just turn things around, and it's just, this is definitely not what CE wants.
Yeah, and that's just something huge for Oasis Gaming. Demon Kite is now being fed with a bit of gold, but still, with how Hao has played that, he's catching up and has even 300 gold lead compared to Demon Kite. So we'll see how that would turn out for them, but the pathways for CE, looking for that bot lane.
I want to keep going. Again, this is what they wanted to do. Got the Rakan. They can set up dives for themselves, and it's not all doom and gloom for CE, right? Because they do have scaling in the form of Hao. Pego is going to deal huge amounts of damage on squishy targets like Demon Kite and Eduf. So as long as there's still no hourglasses on the side of Oasis and Guardian Angel, I think Pego's going to be fine at the moment.
Yeah, but Etaf is not. It's going to be that hook shot saving himself. But that flash coming in from Pego, securing a kill with that shuriken, and Etaf will be slain.
That was like a jump scare. You thought Etaf was fine, but no, Pego and Floor was there.
Yeah.
They were ready for eliminating. And yeah, surprise. Yeah, I was surprised, to be honest.
It's an unwanted gift from CE to Etaf.
Yeah, it's something that they didn't order for sure. Dragon?
Yeah, but Ethos is not there yet, so they have to delay this. And CE, though, is getting that dragon started up. But Essel is on the front line. The mission just secures a kill onto Pago. So number 6 advantage is on the side for CE. They have to retreat. But now that satchel charge just saved CE's life, because Oasis will just force that.
It's so difficult for Pago to enter these fights because, yes, you hide inside the Twilight Shroud, but the final chapter covers a lot.
Oh, now the flash coming in from Demon Kite secures a kill onto Fleur. And now this is a 3v4. But Demon Kite will be slain. Nice kill coming in from CE at the faster retreat. They don't have their ADC, and that is just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, they didn't want to overstay their welcome. It's just too risky. There's just so much outplay potential under the tower, and the fact that Pago is alive and well and could finish them off and maybe get a triple kill. So I like this decision. Oasis playing it safe. They wanted more kills, perhaps, but they knew that they couldn't overstay, and that's why they just decided to go back.
And the Rift Herald is something that CE has their eyes locked on, and Oasis Gaming doesn't have any vision for this, but they're patting themselves onto this objective. Can they contest this?
A little bit too late now. They have information with the plant, but they don't have a lot of information on the spot, so I don't think they'll take it. CE, though, definitely wants to open up more of this map, gain control of the jungle of Oasis.
Yeah, and CE is looking for that turret on top lane. They can open up the map control for them, but now it's Evilis forcing out the Protobelt back to safety because there is 2 man looking to kill him. So CE did not get a turret, but did not get killed as well. But Oasis Gaming is just waiting for that opportunity. Rift Herald now spawned up on top lane, and Essel is on the front line, so zoning away the enemy team. But Evil is in the mid lane, going for the apprehend onto Edda. Turret has been destroyed. Demon Kite secures it, and now Floor is stuck in the Hextech ultimatum as Oasis takes the support.
Dang, that is difficult for CE to try and protect. I mean, they needed how to be there for that wave clear, just like how Isilla wanted to try and protect. Hold on.
This is in enemy territory. The flash has been forced already, so he has the hookshot left to go back. But that Stasis Ancient buys a bit more time, but can he escape? The answer is no. A CE will take the trade, and Ataf will be killed.
CE getting a lot of these exchanges. And it's not the same as of a snowbally scenario at what happened in game number 1, but it still doesn't change the fact that when it comes to consistent damage in the AD department, there's still Demon Kite being that threat. How is going to respond with AP damage with a lot of pokes here and there, but quite vulnerable to Etaf later on with a hook shot and into the Hextech ultimatum for that easy access into the backline, so has to be careful. He does have Zonia's Hourglass, though, to at least buy some time for the rest of his members to respond, so I think that is good. He's also 304, even building towards the Seraph's Embrace to get more of that survivability factor and have a little bit more of that mana sustain to get to poke some more in these long-drawn fights.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because we've seen like a couple of games prioritizing Ludens and then Rabba, but this time around we're looking at Ludens and then Archangel Staff to go to Morello potentially. I think the reason for this is just because it's cheap. But now it's Oasis Gaming looking for that top lane, so tower secured, so even trade between both teams when it comes to turrets objective, because now it's 3 for 3.
Yeah, you need that orb. You need the grievous wounds for sure up against Dragon on the Yumi here, because we saw how it was a huge problem. No one engaged here in this fight, but yes, game number 1, it was a huge problem. No one was dying in the side of Oasis because of how much shields and heal that Dragon provides to the team. So CE now has a little bit of that answer.
Absolutely. And with that grievous wounds, this can definitely help them when it comes to team fights. But now it's CE looking for the Dragon has 10 seconds remain for it to come up.
At this point, though, Oasis has no information. They're planning to set up a death brush. The lockdown! Everyone's clumped together!
Now Ziggs goes in, but Floor misses out the grand entrance as no one jumps to it. So the CC will be forced there. Yumi doesn't have his ultimate, so Lost Chapter has been casted. Not going to be happening for the foreseeable future. Twin Shadows gets information though.
This is tricky, yes. There's no final chapter, no hold.
The flank. Zalpi is there, over the hill, if ever it comes down to it. That gives information for them. But they're just playing tag, you're it. They don't want to start this Dragon.
It's difficult. CE has advantage, has ult advantage. The fact that they never used an ult, and the fact that How is there for the big pokes. And it's gonna chunk down Oasis, so they have to do something. And what that something is, Ataf goes in, but it's just too risky at this point.
Yeah, both of these teams wants the opposing team to start the Dragon for them to try and steal. But
Yeah, Dragon's
the thing is,
ult is gonna come up soon.
no one wants to start this, but now with 3k HP left for the Mountain Dragon, it's going to be much more dangerous
There it
for
is.
Camille to come in. It's now going to be Oasis stealing the Mountain Dragon. This is what CE needs, but they lost it. And now Evilus is dead. That's one man down, followed up by another as Zalpi will fall. But Pago jumps back in. It's a double kill for CE. But now it's a 2v3 with that numbers disadvantage. They have to retreat. How with a satchel charge just might have saved him, but Etaf is too quick, too mobile, stays his answer by some time, and that will be a 1v1 with Etaf cleaning How, and that will be an ace for Oasis Gaming.
I could literally hear the sounds, right? Like, Dragon's ult was down, and therefore CE on paper had the ult advantage because they had all ults. And the only reliable hold that Oasis needed in that team fight was Dragon's ult, and it wasn't up. And Oasis just kept baiting the Dragon, resetting the Dragon, making sure that CE was going to hesitate a little bit and full committing on that Mountain Drake. And by the time, you know, Oasis bought enough, look at this. This is like dun, dun, dun. It was green light and then go, go, go. Etaf went in with that steal. And that's exactly what they waited for. Crazy how Oasis bought enough time for that ult to be up, for them to be confident entering the fight again. And that's why CE has lost that, because there's 4 melee champions on the side of CE. We talked about coverage that the final chapter provides, and that's it. It's just a blanket of CC on these 4 melee champions. And Oasis play that so patiently. I swear, Infinity.
Absolutely. Now, the ultimate is back up already. So fast when it comes to those CDs from Dragon. Just a bit before they took that Mountain Dragon, they used the Lost Chapter already. So expected you have CE at an advantage, but they lost that very quickly because CE has their ultimate backup for Dragon. But now Hextech Ultimatum locks in onto Evilus. The quickness is there for the Grand Entrance as well to delay the fight. But Evilus is dead with a 1-for-1 trade. Demon Kite is dead as well. The ADC is important for Oasis Gaming, but Edov is still alive to go for the damage output as they get 3 more kills with a 4-for-1 trade, and CE with Zalpi left to defend.
Yeah, everyone still pretty much survives except Demon Kite. That's 30 seconds on the clock with only Zalpi. They're definitely going to take the tower, and if they want to, possibly even take the game.
And gaming push possibly for Oasis Gaming as they're looking for that in turn. Opening up the Nexus. 2 siege minions going through. Now Zalpi going into flank though against Edda, but can you do it against 4 members? You cannot. And Oasis Gaming takes the ace, will take the Nexus down. It's 600 HP, and that will be the series won by Oasis against CE.
And Oasis secures themselves towards the playoffs. Wow, wowee. They're safe. They're safe from that scary possible tie against Cerebrum. Very nerve-wracking, but at the same time, so confident in their series today with, again, that Jace pick in the mid lane there for Edda was absolutely crazy in that series as well.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic there. And yes, Demon Kite got killed a couple of times, but even then, even if Demon Kite died, you still have another damage dealer, which was Edda. And Edda was absolutely insane from that fight as well. And with that early engages from Oasis Gaming, it was constant engage. And in similar manner, Oasis, CE rather, does it as well.
Yeah, every single time CE tries to do something, there's always that exchange kill. On the right targets as well, on Edda. We talked about the transition. You needed Edda to transition from mid to late because late Demon Kite's gonna pick up. That's exactly what happened.
Absolutely. And when looking at this position, it is Edda who responded very quickly, right? In those particular aspects that they needed the champion, the player the most, he comes right to it. And Zalpi, though, in this particular matchup, or in this particular fight, was amazing with that blade.
Yeah, this is their positioning, their patience in how they take these fights. it's just very beautiful to watch. And Cerebrum had a couple of shining moments, especially once they wanted to get Pego ahead and then transition into how, being that scaling, being a lot of this poke. But again, Oasis is being able to play this very cleverly, and just to not, like, for example, they get the dragon, we can get more kills. You know what? Let's back away and not ask for too much.
And the right targets that you talked about, like the highlight before that one, it was Demon Kite who got killed from CE. So that was just so nice when it comes to focus fire. But you still have to look at the bigger picture when Esla, Etof is there as the bruiser for their team, and Etof is just smashing and getting those free hits on the back lanes, which is absolutely insane when it comes to the damage output. And after that, 16 minutes into the game, Oasis Gaming has finished it and has won them the series.
Yeah, crazy coming from Oasis here. And I mean, they had a pretty rough game yesterday, I believe. But at the same time, now it seems that they've recovered and look super solid, especially when we look into the playoffs. And of course, we got the master of the player of the game, rather. It's gonna be Eduf here on this Jace. And I mean, earlier on, it was Dragon on the Yuumi, but he has been back-to-back. Eduf, the shining star on the damage department, is able to get ahead in the game, even managing his own in the laning phase. And really nicely done on this Jace pick. Something that other teams has to watch out for and shouldn't give to Eduf at all. But that's an incredible showing rather, coming from Oasis Gaming. They were super duper consistent, no fear at all, very confident in this particular series, and definitely looking forward to their performance in the following series. Again, there's just after today, there's only 2 more series to be looking forward to in the entire group stages. So it's absolutely crazy how time flies. We talked about the flying clocks. Infinity brought it up earlier. That's definitely scary. Time flies, not clocks flying, okay? I think Infinity is back. No, not yet. It's okay. But there's still 2 more series to look forward to for sure. There is still a lot of heated series. There's still UDG versus RQ and GS versus TS. I mean, a lot of teams rather, are going to be looking forward to securing their first and second seed, and it's absolutely tight. And that's why it's every series starting from now is going to be incredibly close. But looking at what happened today, it has been a couple of 2-0s so far. I mean, got the FLA versus SS, and right now CE versus Oasis has concluded. There's still a lot to look forward to. A lot of mainit, or hot in English, matches to look forward to. And I think Infinity's back. Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm back, and how Eduf played that was
sayonara.
absolutely insane. Those damage are absolutely nuts. You saw that 20 plus damage in that whole game too. Fantastic win from Oasis Gaming that placed them in a safe spot in the current standings.
Yeah, the standings is absolutely critical. That's why this series was so important for both of these teams. Oasis, or rather Cerebrum, had to win this series so that they remain in the competition. And meanwhile, Oasis had to win this as well, just so that they secure their spot. And no one from 7th and 8th place can catch up to their score. And that is exactly what happened.
Absolutely. Oasis Gaming from that series definitely did not underperform. They have played at their best and has won them the series with that fantastic win. There is more to it later on, as this is not the end for WCS for today. There will be more series to come. I'm Infinity and this is Rico with me. We're gonna take a short break. Don't go away, because when we come back, it's the panel discussing that series.
the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, and holy smokes, Oasis has secured their spot in the playoffs. Autoluz and Osiris predicting some cloud drakes here and there, but we did say Oasis what is going to march on through. Autoluz, give us your thoughts on this match. It was Oasis coming back to full form there.
Yeah, sweet redemption overall. Again, not only for them, but also for the Yumi pick. The
Oh my
past
God,
couple
yeah.
of, the past couple of days, Yumi has been racking losses, but UDG was the one who picked it yesterday, was very successful even today. We saw how ETAF just got unlocked on this champion. Even we were watching this in the PPGL Discord watch party, and we were raving about ETAF's mechanics. Case in point, this clash alone. You could see that ETAF is dishing damage from south to north, from west to east, and also, just putting the min-max over to his kids. You could see here, he will go stasis at the last very second, just with a slither of felt, and that's the advantage that you have as a Yumi support, that you can trust your jungle to really out mechanics the opposing side. On game number 2, Yumi's favorite champion was the Garen.
Yeah. The best friend of a Yumi who loves to just dash in and then put the Mash Injustice out of nowhere. And Yumi emerge and UNDRGRND, they are really wreaking havoc all across the map. And at that point, it was just the momentum of Oasis, but so many buts, because I would love to point out that Cerebrum really did stand out on game 2. It's just that the momentum was a bit off when how's the placings of the bouncing bombs and then the positioning. He was really caught out countless times by ETAF, and then ETAF also bringing back the favor, wherein he is also being caught out at times being alone. So there are still signs of hope for Cerebrum at game 2, but definitely when it came down to the hands of Oasis, they really love to finish it on a high note. So at that point, it was really on them.
On a high note and in a hurry, like you mentioned, Osiris, there weren't gonna be any Elder Dragons. It was really fast at that point.
Yeah.
And I just have to bring it back to the predictions because unfortunately Osiris bet on 1, I bet on 3. Auto lose. I don't know if you have a Cloud Drake buff on your side. We did get 1 point each in this, but Auto lose is leading while Osiris still looking to get on the board. And and a team that did get on the board was Oasis, and we will be heading on over to the interview with Edaf himself. So let's talk to him. Edaf, congratulations. There he is.
Salamat.
So, kumusta po? How are you guys feeling? You're back on the win streak and na-secure na nyo na yung playoff spot nyo. How is everyone feeling?
Masaya po kami kasi po nung last 2 days po namin talo po kami kaya medyo alanganin pa po kami hindi mapag-playoffs. Pero after po namin manalo kanina po. Masaya na po kasi secured na po kami.
Confidence is back. All right. Osiris, go for it.
Yeah, we all know na birthday ng ating pinakamamahal na kambal. So, saan nyo plano mag-celebrate? Ayan.
Kakain lang po kami ng masarap pagpapakain po silang dalawa. Nire-require ko po sila boy, sa pilitan na po.
Requirement.
I mean, that's a double celebration. You secure your playoffs and then you have the times 2 kambal birthday. So I think that's 2 for 2.
Twice as nice. So, Otolus, how about you?
Itanong na ba natin?
Game.
There, biro lang. Pero pare, question lang, syempre, yun, related pa rin. Ano yung mas prefer mo pag birthday celebration? Spaghetti o pansit?
Spaghetti po. Is bata po. Hindi po ako masyado mahilig sa pansit eh. Spaghetti
Spaghetti
gang.
Alright,
Let's go. Eda, thank you so much for the time. Now, do you have any shoutouts or messages? The floor is yours.
Shoutout po sa boss po namin, Boss Sara po. Salamat sa suporta. Playoff secured na po kami. Babawi po kami sa playoffs.
Yeah.
Tapos po sa mga fans po namin, yung mga simula sa past team ko po dati sa DR. Hanggang ngayon po, sa mga sumusuporta po namin. Thank you po sa suporta. Yun lang po.
Alright.
Shoutout daw po sa nanay ni Mark Clinton Pelayo po sa Pampanga.
Meron pa? Birthday boys.
Ano din po sa mga bumati ng birthday sa amin ng kambal ko, tapos sa family namin kay Mel Sason, tapos nagbigay ng cake sa amin si Stepe Janel, tapos si Abby Atenda. So thank you sa inyo lahat.
Thank you po, thank you.
Alright, Oasis Gaming. Happy birthday to the twins.
Cake.
Congratulations, Oasis Gaming, for the win.
Happy birthday din daw kay Sila.
Birthday mo na sila?
Si Sila.
No, just kidding.
Thank you birthday lang po yan si Sila.
They love to joke about Isila a lot, so I just ride the train. Yeah.
Sila's birthday's every day. Alright, thank you so much, Oasis Gaming. Can't wait to see you next week.
Thank you po, thank you.
Boom, there you have it. Birthday buff flexing. I don't think they said yes to the invite, but that's all good. We have consequences to look forward to.
Yeah. I mean, we finished the day late. I'm thinking that they will go over to the party next.
Yeah, so, that's true. That's fine.
Especially knowing our next match. Which was documented as the longest series that we have for WCSPH.
I love that you brought that up. Let's head into it. Underground versus RRQ. The King of Kings was able to draw, I would say, the first blood of Underground, right? So let's talk about it, Autolose. Team Underground, how have they been faring in your book so far?
A lot better now compared to their mini slump that happened last week, where they dropped back-to-back series. And again, as we remember, their matchup against RRQ was for the books. I believe in game number 1, it was when we saw a crazy draft overall from RRQ. That was the very first Tryndamere in the mid lane that was heavily punished by the team fighting of UDG. But on game number 2, RQ was able to get the better of things, having the Graves. And yeah, when we talk about UDG, especially against RQ, we have to put our focus and our full attention on the jungle. Sayonara has been so good. And I've been asking a lot of the community members as to who they think is the MVP of this season. I know that we have been tracking the MVP per day. But the overall impact for the team for this season, I believe Sayonara is running away with things. Sayonara with the stats of 5.64 KDA and an average kill participation of 68%. It's not too shabby, it's not too flashy, but make no mistake, the impact that this guy has over to UDG is a total knockout.
Yeah, a lot of highlight plays. I mean, Sayonara, we don't speak the language, but it's always being highlighted in these casters. Sayonara, like he's popping off. He's doing all these highlighted plays. So really excited to see if he'll give us even more. But let's shift our attention to Osiris here. Talk to me about RRQ, though.
Yeah, RRQ, the King of Kings, and we saw them countless times, and we are on the starting lineup that we saw on the different people. And this, to be honest, the support position has been a carousel from different people. And right now, this looks like need to be the mainstay. XSN, he's really doing a great job on the support and complements well how aggressive Marky is. And then on the other side of the map, you can see Devil J. He's doing those really good plays. Whenever that you need a mute shield, he can be that one. And then if you need the main damager or the main carry, he can also do that one. He can just fly away, go into the air, make sure that he's going to drop those Noxian guillotines and make sure that he got his Jace on his feet. So I really love how this guy is really playing on the side apparently. I mean, what more to put on spotlight? Helios. We already talked about countless time about this man. I'm not going to emphasize because the play will be the ones who's going to speak on a greater volume. But I want to jump in, of course, on the counterpart of Aranoyas or Sayonara, which is Chaz or Zach.
Zach.
You flipped it. right. I got you. So yeah. You got the nicest kill participation, which is 69%.
Nice.
And this guy on a KDA of 4.31 also has been one of the team players, the Jacks and the J. So this guy's really flexible and always surprises us on his picks. It feels like he is being denied for some bans, but can play on a Riven, can play on a Lee Sin, can play on a J4. So with the star-studded lineup, we also seeing a star-studded champions. Everyone on to the team can play on a flexible role. And Chaz, he is, yes, a jungler, but quite flexible on the play style.
I just want to add before we go to the head-to-head, Chaz, you guys interviewed him yesterday, Autolose, and you asked him that question, who do you want to face first in the playoffs? And they mentioned, we want Underground. So wish granted here. So this is going to be a match to look out for because also if you guys head on over to the WCS Philippines page, if you predict the winner of this, you can win a Pengu and Pengu or Timo pop socket. So Autolose, talk us through the head-to-head.
So you want me to give them a professional advice as to who to pick? I mean, trust me, I'm not the best person to trust with the predictions as of late. Looking at the matchup, this is, I believe, number 1, number 2 close for the junglers that we have here in the Philippines. This is a notice to everyone in the world right now that when it comes to the junglers in the Philippines, we actually have a plethora or a treasure vault, as I would love to call it, because both of these gentlemen, although, individually they already have or they possess insane mechanical skills, what really makes it work for them is that they work well with their team. The chemistry of Sayonara with UDG and the chemistry of Chaz with RRQ, at least for the past 2 games, has been so pure, so superb. And this is a very interesting matchup because, again, when looking at the picks that has been picked here by Sayonara, he's the team really plays around him. Meanwhile, Chaz has more diverse champion pool. I called him the best tank jungler, then Chazix, and now I think he can pick almost everything or almost anything, maybe including the Ramos. We'll see.
Hey,
yeah, and we are talking about the WCS Jungle Weight Champion, which
Jungle
is
Weight. Let's
Chaz.
go.
Yeah, Chaz.
Let's
because
go.
currently everyone is really eyeing for this person, and he is and Sayonara on the other side is currently on the contention on who's going to take it home, right? So they have the same. Almost the same kill participation by just 1%. It means that they are delivering, but the damage per minute and the KDA mostly leaning towards Aranoyas for the reason that he is he is flashy. He's getting those kills. He's getting those 2v1 clutch. While Chaz is really good on setting up what's needed for his team. They already have Helios. They already have Marky, who's really good in terms of KDA. And what's good for a jungler to be synergized is just a really good setup to make sure that they can upset the other side.
Yeah, I would say like well-roundedness, and also if the PPGL cooldown can have it, name a jungle weight champion. I hope you guys can do that. Have a belt ready. I don't know. That's gonna be good. But we got to talk about predictions. This is gonna be
here we go.
A pretty heavy matchup. Auto lose. Are we gonna like tell me your prediction? And are we gonna see like a 26-minute long game with this one like last time?
I won't be surprised. Again, looking at the minutes it took for them to really get the upper hand against their opponent. I believe the series went 26 minutes, 25 minutes, and there was just one short game, the game number 1, which was around 15 minutes. Even that could have, gone the distance. And I know my prediction is with UDG. I'm just confused as to if it will be a 2-1 or a 2-0. Maybe I will ask you first. What do you think?
You're always confused, so it's fine.
I mean, with RRQ, there's something.
How about this? How about we ride or die 2-1, everyone? Would that make you better? Or
2-1.
Ride or die 2-1 every 2-1.
But I want
so
to
we got
Oasis celebration.
Oh yeah,
But
2-0. It should be 2-0 for prod wins, right?
Prod
We are
wins.
pro prod.
But this is UDGRRQ, guys. I think they really prepared for it.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna say it's unanimous. We're going with UDG. Is that correct? Like everyone picked UDG.
I'm picking UDG. Even Coach Kaigo wants me to pick their opponents.
This is the prediction buff. So let's go with that.
Wait, let's wait for the graphics so that we can post for the picture.
Yes. Graphics.
So
let's go. Cue the graphics now. UDG win. Now we just have to decide.
All right.
How are we gonna settle this? 2-1, 2-0.
Cloud. I'll go with the. I'll go with the 4. I'll go with Elder Drake this time. Before you guys jump in, because we're talking long games.
Wait. So you're for 2-1, 2-0.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, so 2-0. You're going 2-0, right? Everyone's 2-0. Or
I don't know. Autolus wants
2-1.
2-1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll go 2-0. It's a ride or die Osiris type of.
Because honestly,
person.
Autolus painted a good picture for me. Like I think it's 2-1, man. I don't know, Osiris. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, if they got the momentum that they want, they can definitely snag a 2-0, easy 2-0.
Okay, true. Okay. So
regardless if it's
on
RRQ or Underground, I think it's a 2-0 for them. They don't love to drop games.
I might go with a 2-1. I'm agreeing with Autolus. So I guess we're gonna go with game difference now. If Osiris gets this, he's definitely kind of
back
safe
in,
from the consequence. Yeah.
You'll get the point. But yeah, still, this is one of the hardest series to predict. I mean, every series is hard to predict, but for today, this is especially that one. Mainly because RRQ has been so cool, so clean the past 2 days, and we know what happened after the mini slump of UDG. UDG slowly back into form. They now have an identity. They would love to play around Sayonara. Meanwhile, Kilios on the other side, we saw how he handled Arise, a very formidable mid laner as well. So, will Mitsura be able to handle Helios? Because by himself, he has been winning games.
Yeah, that's the point, right? I'm saying that they just got back into the form, and there's a huge chance that if one of them exposes one of the weakness from each other, they're going to take a 2-0. That's why I wanted to stick with a 2-0, because these guys can quickly adapt, and at the current situation of them, one can really just finish the game.
Wow. All right. I'm excited. Will it be a 2-1? Will it be a 2-0? Let's find out when we head to the game. Casters, over to you guys.
The virtual stage is set. This is definitely going to be one of the spiciest matches tonight. It's UDG versus RRQ. Back at it again. The panelists mentioned, the battle of the best junglers in the Philippines, Sayonara and Chaz. And the fact that last time this went to 26, 25-minute games between these two during week one. And we're going to be here for the long haul. What do you think, Crazy Apple?
Rico, I think this is a different kind of team right now that we're seeing, and both of UDG and RRQ. It's so hard to ask me in expectations just because I feel like compared to the first round robin, coming to the second round robin where we're at now, these teams just leveled up. And RRQ solidifying the roster, having Exosen in the support position, and having Helios in the mid lanes just is a different RRQ that we're seeing now, along with UDG just having a very solid game from yesterday. I don't know, Rico. I think in terms of expectations, we're gonna see some of the best Wildrift action we're gonna see here in the WCS.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you mentioned that there were a lot of changes to RRQ, and the fact that when we interviewed the team, they said, yeah, this is our final form. We had better win rates with this current arrangement that we have. So this is something to look forward to for sure, because when we look back at the first round robin, RRQ was the very first team that fed UDG their first taste of defeat after 9 straight wins from week 1 and week 2. So we'll see what the changes are going to be and what the attack is going to be.
Yeah, and at the same time, as the panel have mentioned, RQ feels more comfortable, especially Coach Kaigu when they're voted against. I got tagged yesterday when I voted against RRQ, and they had just a very clean win. And today, it's the same thing. So we might just see a bit of that magic right now with RRQ. Maybe they could get a bit more wins in their standings coming to the series against UDG.
Yeah, I love how you said magic, because again, when in their first encounter was Marky 3 straight Luxes on his pick. So maybe we get to see the magic again in the series. But looking at the bans, it is Riven, Ziggs, and Zed. And meanwhile for RRQ, Galio, and as well as the Jace that has been very dominant in our series today.
And followed up as well with the set ban coming from RRQ. The bans from RRQ are mostly a lot of the stronger flex picks that we've been seeing lately. These 3 champs have just been a staple right now, the WCS. While on the other hand, for UDG, their bans are more partly strong bans at the same time. They are also targeted to each player from RRQ. Riven has been shown to be very effective on the hands of Chaz and Helios, while Marky was the best Ziggs in the server at one point. So yeah, just a really good set of targeted bans on the side of UDG.
Yeah, a lot of respect to the players of RRQ and their best picks. But look at that, Gragas' first pick on UDG side, and RRQ responding with a Camille first pick.
Yeah, a bit of the, there's kind of this countering that we're seeing at that point. When you see a Gragas, the first thing you think of is disengage, explosive cast, and it kind of counters the Hextech ultimatum coming from the Camille, because Camille needs to be inside the cage, can be very explosive cast out of the cage so that you take away her ability to just lock down at least one member from the opposing team.
Yeah, and you're able to cast out any sort of follow-up from the Hextech ultimatum, so we'll definitely look forward to seeing that. There's still a lot of flexibility on this draft, though. We still don't know where the Gragas is going to go, and the response is a Garen, which has been a big staple on a very safe pick at the top portion of the map.
And a Yuumi to be followed up along with that Garen. I was gonna say Garen is one of those staple picks we're seeing on UDG, because Don likes to just have some of his more comfortable champions like the set, like the Garen. And along the Yuumi, if you remember, Riku, this was one of our first, I believe, highlights here in the WCS,
Yes.
the Garen and the Yuumi just running around, spitting, and being healed by the Yuumi. And today we have a more buffed up Yuumi, so it's gonna be very interesting on how UDG will be utilizing their first 3 picks.
Yeah, never forget that 1v3 situation that Dawn and Orthros created in that highlight clip. But yes, the response for RRQ, their bot lane is secured. Varus and then the Thresh from Marky and Exosen. So far, we've only seen Exo play that one game on the Thresh, so it's really nice to see it back up again.
Yeah, Exo's Thresh was one of those. I think it's kind of a curveball because for the longest time when Exosen was in the support position, we're like, he only plays Gragas and Galio, and he is slowly extended it to a Thresh, then a Rakan. His Thresh was so clean, and right now with the composition from RRQ with the first 3 picks, it's mainly focused on single target picks. And I think RRQ is banking on the fact that UDG loves to aggress, loves to fight. If they go in 1-by-1, you could very well be picked out 1-by-1 by RRQ and at least have a man advantage when going into any of these objective takes later on.
That's true, make it into a 4v5, but I feel like for UDG, there's still a little bit of room to pick up Morgana, perhaps in the mid lane or something that we haven't seen before, a Morgana jungle. But looking at RRQ, what would the response be? Because Akali is still open for Helios for the taking if they want more of that AP damage side of things.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, exactly, they do pick up that Akali. Yes, it provides a lot of that AP damage. Also provides an assassin threat on their side to be able to take down. Maybe if Larawan goes for a more squishy champion, because usually it could be an AP on his hands. As you mentioned, Morgana is still open, although UDG might lack a bit of damage if they go that route. So I do expect maybe they're going to go for more damage on their side. Morgana has been picked. Now it's going to be on UDG to pick maybe a damage jungler in the hands of Sayonara. Rengar has been banned, so maybe, I don't know, a Jax or a Kha'Zix.
It still can be Vayne. It still can be Vayne for their last pick. It's going to be Mitsura on Morgana and a jungle Gragas. I think it matches well. No, never mind, it's Graves!
It's a Graves. almost Rico. Almost. We almost had the Vayne, but instead they're gonna go with a different marksman. It's gonna be the Graves, and most likely it's gonna be in the hands of Sayonara. Now it provides more of that damage that UDG was lacking in their composition. Right now it looks to be very well-rounded composition on the hands of UDG.
Yeah, they don't want to risk the Vayne Yumi matchup into the Thresh Varus. I think that's super painful. And they're wrapping this up with a Kha'Zix, so a double assassin a composition so far for RRQ.
Yeah, and I think with the composition right now that RRQ has, it's going to be very dangerous for UDG if they don't have good control over vision on the map. Because a lot of the champions right on the side of RRQ are very good at picking out single targets. They have the Akali as an assassin, the Kha'Zix, as we all know, the isolation damage, and also if you get caught out by the hook, a lot of single target damage right now. RRQ is just doubling down on that aspect of the game at this point. While for UDG, it's more traditional in their hands. Looks like it's going to be the mid lane Gragas for them coming here for Mitsura. So do expect a lot of AP damage at the early to mid game while we're going to wait for this Graves to ramp up to cover up more of the late game damage that UDG will be lacking as the game goes on.
Yeah, just try to match that, retaliate with the Tormented Soil on that clear at least, because Marky's going to dish out a lot of pokes, a lot of clears with the Piercing Arrow as well. So pretty scary, but at least it alleviates the pressure of that death sentence into the Chain of Corruptions. At least there's that big safety of that Black Shield. Yeah, and
the thing is with RRQ, they don't really have that magic damage that could just pop a Black Shield early on, because since Lara 1 is the one who's playing this Morgana, most probably the Black Shield has the least priority in terms of maxing that skill. So it's not going to have this huge magic damage shield to block a lot of these CCs coming from RRQ, because if you look at it, they have the ultimate from the Camille, they have the ultimate from Marky, the hook from Exos, and if one of these are blocked effectively by Lara 1, it could just stop an engage coming from RRQ.
Yeah, denying that layering of CC, and this is it, the rematch of UDG and RRQ from the very first round robin. We saw game 3s back then, and it was UDG reigning supreme in the end, but 25 to 26 minutes in for game 2 and 3, pretty long. And do you think we could still see that in this series, or in this particular game rather?
I don't know, Riku. I do see an electrocute and some action already in the bot side of the map. I honestly hope we don't go to that point, Riku, because it's just going to be us doing a bit of a podcast here on the caster desk. And I do want to see a lot of action just because RRQ is the team right now who wants to get ahead early. Good Black Shield from Lara 1 stopping that hook. But going back to my point, RRQ needs to have an early lead just because if they do have an early lead, their assassins are just gonna thrive in that kind of environment. So it's gonna be on RRQ right now to start things off with maybe a gank coming from Chaz, or maybe a good fight when you're going into the 4-minute mark on these objectives.
Yeah, I imagine if Helios and Chaz gets ahead, Sayonara's gonna pop, the only consistent damage dealer that's ranged in the team. Well, if you call the relatively short range that Graves has range, it still counts. It still definitely counts.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Larawan also being very squishy, so vulnerable to, let's just say you can deter damage, you can prevent CC rather, but with so much damage coming from Chaz and Helios, it's gonna be very, very hard.
Yeah, and as we love to mention here, death is the ultimate form of CC. You can't really get out of it. If you die, you can't do anything. And that's also the strength that Sayonara has on that Graves when he gets the items, when he's confronted with the Kha'Zix, with the Akali, he can just burst them down with a couple of buckshots and they're gone. And that is the danger that RRQ will be looking at the later this game goes. Although right now at the start of the game here, Riku, it's very calm. 2 minutes in, we're not seeing a lot of those early ganks. Some games we have been seeing those early dives, especially when you see a Thresh and Navarus on one side. They could easily set things up, but doesn't look like that is the plan right now for RRQ. They're playing things a bit more slowly. Maybe we're gonna expect a lot more fighting when we do get to the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, there's not exactly a gankable lane, and that's usually why. I think bot lane, just as you mentioned, is the vulnerable lane, just because Larawan was low earlier, but Honeyfruit or Thrust on this Yumi is just removing your hard work, your hard poke work. I think I mixed that up, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you mean, Riku. And yeah, it's also hard when you're a poke champion and there's a Yumi. That's why sometimes you feel like, hey, I need to buy Executioner's calling early on to just negate a lot of that. And it's just, we're having a very standard game of Wildrift right here. And you to ask me 2 minutes ago, are we gonna see a 25 to 26 minute game? And it looks like it's brewing towards that right now.
Yeah, it's highly possible, and the next fight is definitely gonna be towards Rift Herald or the Dragon. It is gonna be that Ocean Drake, so I feel like it's a tad important for UDG, considering that there's just a ton of pokes, so they need that regen on against Marquee.
And I love what Helios is doing right here. Since he had the shove in the mid lane, he has gone to the bot lane, not really looking for a gank necessarily, but at least shoving this early on, because it's allowing their bot lane right now to go for the recall. Yes, he will be the one a bit slower on that, but he doesn't necessarily need to pick up any items. But the answer from UDG as well is also pretty good, because right now they are setting things up at the Herald, knowing that Helios went to the bot side of the map. It looks like RRQ will be looking to challenge the Herald here.
Yeah, they do have ults. They don't see Larawan yet, so no threat of that Black Shield ruining your work of landing that important CC. And now RRQ starting this Rift Herald. Look at this. Maybe a potential 4v5 because Mitsura quite far from the fight just yet. There's going to be Sayonara just dodging in collateral damage. Marquee isn't as low as they expected it to be. 1000 HP already on the Rift Herald, and RRQ secures that for themselves.
That was a good take from RRQ right there. They used their members to spot out UDG. Marquee did get caught there by the Dark Binding, but no follow-up from UDG. This enabled RRQ to box out none of the members from UDG, giving them that clean Rift Herald take. Although right now, though, UDG didn't really necessarily went for an aggressive stance toward this Ocean Drake. They didn't go into the pit. They are just doing wave clearing duties at this point, and we might see another fight at that Drake.
There is that big possibility. We're seeing pings already from RRQ, which is going to be difficult again if RRQ gets in the early position and get an ult down and possibly get a catch without Larawan getting the Black Shield to protect them from danger. It looks like to me, since Devil J is a top side releasing that Rift Herald, it will relieve contest on this Dragon, but look at Helios. Already target that Shuriken. I don't think it's gonna go in. Nope, that changed my mind. Changed his mind. There's the Twilight Shroud just hanging out inside that black smoke. And there we go, they get another pick. Dawn is gone so far, and here comes the chase coming from RRQ. There is Devil J leading the charge. There is Mitsura solo, no heals at this point. There's more falling down coming from UDG. Exosen wants to run for the hills, and so far the damage is focusing towards Exo at this point. A couple of more auto attacks. Lateral damage is not going to be enough, and the blast mode is going to save the day. Nope, that's going to be a no. Exosen still falls, but RRQ gets 2 kills in the end.
That was a bit of an awkward fight right there at the start. RRQ, not really sure if they wanted to go in, but decided Helios just, I think, also surprised UDG there. They weren't able to form well with the starting of that fight, and RRQ was able to pick up the first blood, go into the hands of Marky, and able to get 1 more kill, 2-1 in kills at this point. But UDG was able to secure the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, he's still able to dash in, be able to be that that big pressure. He's able to hide on the Twilight Shroud. No threat whatsoever of any scary shadows and chance to spot him out. So he was very comfortable to just chill under the smoke while the rest of RRQ follows up.
Yeah, and this is I think right now what we're seeing is typical RRQ, and at the same time UDG. We know them as a very aggressive team, but when you slow the pace down, they also slow the pace down with you, because UDG has been this team that's really good at looking at mistakes and capitalizing on them. And so far RRQ has not made any huge mistakes yet in this game. We are at the 7-minute mark, and kills are a bit slow, 1-2 so far between these two teams. And I like how RRQ has been playing this. They have a bit of a lead in terms of gold, and that's what they need to be able to get this to get this game into their side. And yeah, just RRQ right now maybe looking to get some more vision, maybe looking for some more picks as the second objective comes up.
Yeah, they still are trying their hardest to work on getting the middle lane at least to have a little bit more control. Just as you mentioned, to see if they can get utilize Helios and Chaz to burst someone down, which is, Sayonara is the most vulnerable target as well when it comes to...
Oh! Chaz found some pick.
Wow! There it is! Nicely done. There's a stasis to buy some time. The death sentence will not hit, but it don't matter because that's a lot of damage. I imagine Sayo could be the most vulnerable target in the jungle. You know what? Never mind. It's also Mitsura who's just bursting from all the damage from Chaz.
Yeah, and that was a good pick right there from Chaz. We were highlighting that both Chaz and Sayonara right now fighting for that best jungler spot here in the Philippines, and Chaz starting things up immediately to give RRQ a bit more of a lead. Because of them getting that kill on Mitsu, it has opened up this bot lane, getting the tower, and has given RRQ this 4K lead. Right now, though, RRQ is looking towards his Herald. UDG seems to be gonna be slower going to this pit.
Yeah, Dawn still has to manually walk from the bottom portion of the map into this, so this will be a potential 5v5, but they're getting that Rift Herald very, very fast.
Yeah, with the Rift Herald take from RRQ, this could very much well open up the mid lane. Explosive cast was used. A bit of action right there. UDG really wants his fight, Riku, but doesn't look like RRQ is having any of that. They have backed away. They are currently recalling, and I feel like UDG is recognizing that with that Rift Herald take from RRQ, their mid lane turret was very much in danger. If RRQ was left to their own devices right there, the outer turret would have been destroyed.
Yeah, they wanted to get a potential pick just as you mentioned, open up the mid lane and then prep for a dragon take, which is going to be the Cloud Dragon. This is very important for RRQ because they have double assassins. They've been roaming here and there.
Yeah, and with how much this game has been revolving around map movement, this gives even a higher priority on the Cloud Drake. The Cloud Drake has been aggressed on by Chaz. Let's see if they're going to continue taking this objective.
Yeah, we've got Orthros and Sayonara getting that reset. They dropped the Rift Herald. Oh, nicely done death sentence into the play from Exos, and box drop into the Hextech ultimatum. Final chapter being utilized, but no one is going to get stunned. Soul Shackles activated, but now Larawan is gone. It's going to be a 4v5 situation as UDG runs for the hills. RRQ continuing with their oppression here. Exos still pretty much alive. Everybody look at Helios. He's still super alive and super low rather, as UDG is now winning that fight. That's 3 people still alive, and that's going to be an ace in favor of UDG.
we need to see that replay, Riku, because it really felt like RRQ had that start of the fight. They were able to go on top of UDG. It looked like UDG was running away because their mid lane turret was about to get destroyed. But Sayonara and Orthos was able to hold on for so long that they were able to clean up members of RRQ. Yeah, exactly. Looking at this replay right here, you can see RRQ starting in, going for the pick, starting it out with the Camille ultimate, but because of the time being given from UDG right here, the re-engage coming from RRQ really looked like they were gonna go with this fight, but I believe Sayonara won't be able to get killed because of the multiple stasis, and slowly RRQ, the damage over time just kept creeping up slowly at them, and they weren't really playing to the strength of the Varus at that point. Varus, Marky, really wanted to finalize some kills, but he's best at being at range, and when you're in melee range against Graves, that's a huge disadvantage on you.
Yeah, the box shot's gonna hit, but hold that thought. Hextech Ultimatum onto Dawn here with the final chapter being the response. There's Chaz being on stasis. Will he be able to escape? Nicely done Lantern from downtown from Exos, and he's able to run away. Sayonara still continuing with the chase alongside Orthros, but it seems to be they're gonna be backing away.
Yeah, with a back away, I think UDG right now is looking at the bot side of the map. Helios is doing a bit of a split push on this Akali. It's not the Zed, it's not as fast, but it looks like he's gonna be able to get the second tier turret.
Oh, the fight's still not over. Larawan is all alone. Soul Shackles activated, but you mentioned Crazy Apple, the best CC is death, and that's exactly what Larawan got.
Yeah, Larawan was down right there. He just looks like, will he go in?
Whoa, okay, Void, okay, Devil J also following with... It's one of those things, Apple, where they're going in, but no, they're going out. Like, it's just one of those things.
I could feel the emotion right there, because it really felt like a push and pull between RRQ and UDG, and I think that has been just the story here, at least for game one. There's not this continuous line of action, but RRQ always poking their heads in. Will UDG show an opening? And UDG's the same. Will RRQ overextend themselves? And that has been what happened earlier. UDG saw the opening with RRQ extending themselves. They were able to get some momentum back, but RRQ with some great answers so far. It looks like at this point in game, it feels more of a parity at this point between the two teams. It's gonna explode in the next couple of objectives with Baron coming up and Mountain Drake later on. It just might be those objectives where we're gonna see that.
That's so highly possible. No one wants to get picked. No one wants to get eaten by the Death Sentence Splash! And Hextech Ultimatum going in. Devil J is now on stasis. Lantern prepared just to exit the fight. And looks like so far no one's out yet. UDG wants to restart the fight by pushing forward. Hook shot! Out! And a lot of pokes coming from Marky so far. They're clearing the way, but now they go in. There's Helios in the Twilight Shroud. There's the reinstating of the damage into the final chapter, locking in Devil J into the Soul Shackles. That's a killing spree already for Sayonara. Helios down, no Akali at this point, and spin to win from Dawn. There's the Damascus Justice, not gonna be enough so far. Another death sentence hitting Devil J solo. UDG winning the fight, and RRQ just wants to run for the hills. Mitsuro with a body slam once more towards Exosen. Chaz wants to do a follow-up and punish. Look at Marky, he's on stasis. He's gonna fall again. And there we go. UDG wins that fight.
That was a very long fight and multiple red health bars right now on the side of UDG. But at the end of that, Riku, it was on the side of UDG, getting 4 clean kills away from RRQ. And as we were talking about earlier, UDG is waiting for RRQ to overextend themselves and win these fights. Looking at here, Helios is the one who's going to start things out. There was a lot of push and pull coming in here, but when Helios pulled the trigger, RRQ needed to commit to this fight. And when they were committed to this fight, Larawan had a very good positioning where he just stopped the engage coming from RRQ because they have a couple of layers towards engage. It could be Devil J going in along with Exos and along with Chaz, but with Helios being overcommitted, he was singled out, and RQ couldn't layer their damage effectively, and UDG just picked them off one by one.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I felt like the final chapter really covered a lot of ground, and we are going to be seeing another fight after that replay with Exosen so low, he has no escape. It's another 4v5 situation that RQ ain't prepared for as the Mountain Drake has spawned.
Yeah, with Mountain Drake spawning right here, only 4 members from RRQ. Let's see if they're gonna try to contest. I think they won't be doing that, but still, if they give up this Drake, which is highly likely on where they're positioned at this point, it's gonna be 3 Drakes on the side of UDG, and that's not a good thing at this point for the composition of RRQ.
Yeah, we're talking about that Elder Drake stack, and it's pretty scary as UDG is gathering all these dragons for themselves. And despite that RRQ had a teeny tiny lead earlier, this is looking to be very scary as the game progresses.
Yeah, and earlier on, Riku, we were mentioning how RQ needs to be the one in the lead early on, needs to have a substantial lead at the start of the game. They had that for a while, destroying a lot of the outer tier turrets before UDG had any handle on that. But the complicated thing with that is RQ needed to play the game perfectly. They needed also for UDG to make a couple of mistakes while RQ was playing their game. And UDG wasn't really showing a lot of those mistakes. On the other hand, UDG was the one who are capitalizing on the overextension from RRQ. And right now, RRQ looks to be trying to go for more side lane pressure, with Devil J going for the split push, maybe relieving some of that map pressure. Devil J, though, in a very precarious spot.
Yeah, that's true. They're gonna default to the 1-3-1, as they do have the capabilities of doing so. I mean, Helios and Devil J on this Camille, pressuring the side lanes because UDG has been incredibly strong together, especially in this composition.
Yeah, and with a 1-3-1, it could very well be useful for RRQ. They could stretch things out for UDG, although they do have a couple of members who could just do the wave clear or at least go in front of them. Final chapter being used.
Yeah, Proto Belt Flash, everything used just so EXO can escape. Even Exhaust to double down on that slow. And that's a 4v5 for 52 seconds, more or less.
Yeah, and that's the second time that Exocen has been caught out here coming into this late game part right now. Baron looks to be on the table for UDG. Let's see if RQ can contest.
Helios already planting that shuriken to see if he can dash in. Chaz lurking around the corner. He's spotted by Dawn already. They're starting this Baron a little bit. Sayonara quite low. Dawn with the silence into the cast. That's a double stasis for RQ. That's to buy some time. Healer's gonna dash out. He's gonna receive the Damascene Justice and another silence. And he's dashing in to see if he can eliminate Dawn before he falls. Hexic Ultimatum to trap members of RQ. And Devil J is gonna hookshot away from this fight. Dawn is gone though, but Helios for the exchange. And UDG seems to be on a hunting squad at this point as they hunt for Devil J with no mana. He is gonna proc that passive, but he has no escape.
Yeah, the bearded mustache band right there on the graves with the cat just hunting down members of RQ one by one. Sayonara right now 5-0-7 on this graves, and as much as this game revolved around the early to mid game for the side of RQ, we are now getting to that point for UDG where this Graves is gonna just hit the members of RQ like a truck. He already has a Black Cleaver, Bloodthirster, and that Solari Charge Blade. His fourth item will most probably gonna be Infinity Edge, and Chaz might be in danger here.
Yeah, he's trying to go back though. Will he get spotted? Using the leap, he's trying to avoid. There's the Lantern for the save. And that's gonna be it. They're able to save Chaz's life.
Yeah, they were able to save Chaz's life, but a couple of seconds off right here for the Baron. If UDG wants to start this, Chaz won't be here just yet.
It feels like they don't want to risk it. 23 seconds till the Elder Drake spawns. I mean, they have 3 stacks. They get this. They win this. RQ possibly looking for a potential dive because of that Guardian Angel buy from Chaz. So maybe a steal could be an option.
Maybe a steal. We've seen yesterday Sayonara just always going for the steals. They're not the ones who were setting up the objectives yesterday. And UDG at this point in time, they have the pick of the litter. They can go for the Baron. They can also go for the Elder Infernal Drake. And having 3 Drakes right now on their side, if they do get this is just gonna spell so much more damage for them. It's gonna spell disaster for RQ.
Yeah, speaking of damage, Infinity Edge, just as you mentioned earlier, on that pickup, Crazy Apple. This is a very, very scary Sayonara so far.
Yeah, it's... At this point in time, Riku, we're really just going to be waiting here on what UDG and RQ, when are they going to pull the trigger. But a lot of the onus right now here is going to be on UDG. They are now the aggressor. They're now on the driver's seat if they do want to start out these fights, because RQ right now is the one who's playing on the back foot. They still are a bit in the lead in the gold, but with 20 minutes in the game, it doesn't matter anymore if you have 1k gold in the lead though. Marky getting caught out.
Wait, Mitsura, stasis already, but here we go. Sayonara aiming for that Marky, and he's down. He's dominating at this point. And there you go, UDG just trying to chase against RQ. Collateral damage, double kill for Sayonara. And he is godlike. They have a lot of space to work with now. But looks like they will want for more kills. So 40 seconds on the clock without carries. And only Chaz and Exocen alive for them to defend this base. Look at this, they're knocking on the towers on the base of RQ at this point.
It's over.
And it's over. It's over. It's done. It's UDG winning this game as Exocen is super low. Final chapter just for another pain on Chaz. He's on stasis, he's on Guardian Angel, and UDG wins game number 1 against RQ.
And UDG just really capitalizing on those mistakes. You can breathe now, Rico. You can breathe. There's just a lot of long fights that has happened, and it's just so different. We have been seeing in the league so far, and UDG has shown that they can play different styles. They can be the one who's forcing the tempo on you, and here has been the game where they're just absorbing a lot of the pressure coming from RQ. They're letting RQ come to them, and UDG with the response. We know that Fennel Adversity is the team who's really good at counter-punching. Team Underground has just shown that can also do the same style with counter-punches here against RRQ.
Yeah, it was really good in execution. They were able to get Sayonara ahead, and he was just godlike at the last part of the game. And I felt like it also contributed to the final chapter timings of Orthros has been really, really good.
Yeah, and you can really see why. I think Yumi has not had the best win rate so far here in the WCS, but in the hands of Orthros, you just better take this champion away from him, because we were talking about this earlier, I believe, in the watch party, where if you have a Yumi and you have 4 members who are just that good, it's just gonna emphasize more the members who are just strong in the game, and Yumi is one of the best champions who can highlight that. And in the hands of Orthros, along with Sayonara, it's just a statement right here for UDG that Sayonara, he really wants to prove that he is the best jungler, and he did mention that it was Chaz is his rival when it comes to that title for him.
Exactly, that's why the series in particular is just so spicy, with 2 of the best junglers in the Philippines are duking it out. And Sayonara game number 1 has really shined, and the fact that UDG played and drafted around him, there's the black shield, there's the buffs coming from Orthros, and the heals. So it's really crazy with Mitsura and Dawn being those 2 meat shields in the front line with the engage for him. So this is really, really good for UDG in game number 1.
Yeah, and a great victory for UDG. This seems a lot like their first meeting here in the WCS. So let's see what's gonna be RRQ's answer. I believe in coming to game 2, Riku, because just RRQ is a great team when it comes to adjustment. But before we get into game 2, we still have our player of the game, and it's very much well deserved. The Globe prepaid player of the game, Sayonara, on that Graves with. He just said so much damage on that game with the 88% kill participation. This guy, along with the Yumi, was just able to destroy our RRQ.
Yeah, exactly. The comp played around him, built around him rather, and boom, he delivered with this Graves. 15 KDA and just really, really prime positioning, timing, and again, just perfect execution on how he's able to play on this Graves. No fear. I mean, there are so many things that could eliminate him. The double assassins, the Hexic ultimatum, but it ain't no problem with, again, his positioning along with his teammates, with the black shield and the heals from Orthros.
And maybe coming into the next game, if RQ still will be letting Sayonara have some of these care champions, maybe take away that insurance like the Yumi, because it's just so easier for a player of that caliber to play the game when he knows that there's a Yumi who can just pop the final chapter to help him escape, pop the heals, and he can go faster and just kill more enemies in a faster rate. It just makes the game a lot easier at that point, and maybe ban the cat at this point.
Yeah, I super agree with you there, because UDG can do it 2 ways, right? We talked about this before, they can go for a carry jungler where Yumi can buff, or they can go with Larawan where he can use Vayne or Kaisa. So it's really, really scary to allow the Yuumi and any of the enchanters like the Lulu to even be allowed to exist in the draft when you're up against UDG. But of course, that is just the first game between UDG and RRQ. We still have more action. Will we see again the 25-minute games, the 26-minute games like the first round robin? But we'll continue that after a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue this awesome and exciting series. See you in a few.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
And we're back, everybody, to the WCSPH. We're going to be your casters in this very heated series between RQ and UDG. My name is Riku. Together with me is Crazy Apple. And Apple, what are your, RQ seems to be like maybe they're going back to the drawing board because the first draft didn't work out so well. What do you think are the big changes so RQ can get back in this series?
Well, I think RRQ was really playing very methodical earlier. They had a game plan coming in. They knew that they wanted to get these pick-offs before starting an all-out brawl against UDG. And I think in terms of adjustments, they just really need to maybe go back to a quick VOD review of maybe Game 1 if they have that luxury at this point. Maybe check out some of the rotations from from UDG if they do want to play the same composition, because I think the game plan was there, the execution was there. They just couldn't find more of these more definitive openings. If they're able to do that against UDG, they could very well capitalize on it coming here to game 2.
Yeah, we were talking about it during the break. There were so many times RRQ would go in and then go out and then try again with the sweep and then with a hook shot rather, and then go back out. So we were talking about what if they wanted to bait out the Black Shield before full committing on these key ults, like the Hextech Ultimatum into the Chain of Corruptions.
Yeah, it's a lot of small things, Rico, that it was very hard to spot as well. It's just really in the mind of these pro players at that point. And maybe it was baiting out the Black Shield. It was just really looking for this comfort zone on where they're gonna go in. And a lot of those moments, it's Helios pulling the 50-50, calling it out. It's like him going in with a shuriken and just trying to start the fight out. I think that in his mind, if everything went well, they could have gotten a lot of those team fights right there, but it's just UDG is a different kind of beast. Larawan's positioning was just so good in a lot of those fights, was able to maximize the use of the soul shackles on the Morgana to really stave off a lot of the aggression coming from RRQ alongside Sayonara and Orsos on that Yumi. Just a beautiful team fight for the side of UDG, and I think RRQ had the right game plan. It's just so hard to execute it against Team UDG.
Yeah, that's true, because we noticed that UDG was just, okay, we're gonna see if we're gonna all stand here, and we'll see if RRQ just goes in, and then we can try to see if we can punish. And that seems to be what happened earlier as well. UDG was really good with their execution, and now since RRQ needs to win another game to get back into the series, we'll see what the changes are going to be, because I have a feeling that Yumi might be banned in this game. Like, they probably RRQ doesn't want to see that again.
I hope the Yumi gets banned here for RRQ. It really relieves a lot of the pressure away from them. It could very well as something that they could pick, because I don't think UDG will be picking that in the first round, at least for the first pick for UDG. So if they leave it open, we know Exosun has played a couple of Yumi games as well. So that could be more of a reverse Uno card for them. We're the ones who are going to use the cat to take it away from you. But we'll see on what will be the decision here for RRQ.
Yeah, they're removing so far Marquis Ziggs, and as well as the Jace by RRQ and Galio. So none of the, none of the Camille Galio combo, the Venn diagram combo, none of that, and another respect ban from UDG against Helios's Zed.
Yeah, it's the same 3 bans from UDG. We don't really need to make any adjustments, seeing as how that game 1 panned out. And since they're still on the blue side, it's still going to be the same for them in terms of priority. I do really think Riven should be a permanent ban against RRQ, just because two of their players just play this champion very effectively. And we've been seeing a lot more Rivens here in the WCS, just because of how flexible this champion is and how good her damage output is when it comes to this mid-game team fights. But right now with the first pick, a lot of times UDG goes for a Dawn pick, and Seth and Garen are open. So it looks like it's going to be one of them. Seth is the one that was picked.
Yeah, at least they've secured one of Dawn's strong picks, and as well as a very good engage for the side of UDG. We normally see the Seth and the Rakan getting paired up, so we'll see if that's going to be an option. But of course, Camille is open for the taking. We might see the Camille back on Devil J rather, or on Chaz's side. So with the Yumi still open, do they decide to pick that up for themselves, because the delivery system is there?
Yeah, the delivery system is indeed there. Not sure though if that would be the decision. It is very similar to game 1 with the Camille and the Varus. You could really see the game plan even in game 1 on what they were thinking about with these two in the same composition. I do feel that maybe they could change things up, but UDG still going with the same things.
Yeah, just as you said, they might change things up, but seeing how it's going to be a Varus and Camille again, Yumi is open for the taking. Now, we talked about the fork road. Will UDG put the carry potential where Orthros is going to buff on Larawan or on Sayonara again, but revealing that Kha'Zix is the pick here for the jungle this time around?
Yeah, Kha'Zix is also a good carrier of the cat. We have seen that earlier on with Grindsky, and I saw your face, Rico, and I'm also very excited because Ari has been picked by Helios, and you know this, that I love playing Ari, and right now seeing it gonna be in the hands of Helios. He brought this out earlier on in the tournament, and yeah, I think it's gonna be at least a stabilizing champion in the mid lane. Also a very good champion when you're playing a poke composition, because you can start it off with her charm to start off a pick off, or maybe even a follow up just to keep layering that CC.
Yeah, that's true. There's just another single target charm, just as you mentioned, on the side of RRQ. So this is shaping to be a very similar scenario from game number 1. But of course, one of the biggest problems was Morgana as well as the Black Shield, and it really deterred them from doing anything with layering their CC. The first CC to lock someone down, Hextech Ultimatum, Chain of Corruptions, and Charm. So this is the ban coming from RRQ.
Yeah, good ban right there from RRQ, at least taking away another headache on their side when they were going against a composition of UDG earlier. So with those bans, I think at this point, the first pick going to be from RRQ would be a support for Exocent. Thresh is still open, could very well still be his pick right here.
Yeah, that's true. It's still, yeah, they're tripling, quadrupling. I'm pretty sure I tripped on my words. Quadrupling their single target CC with the Thresh.
It's a hard word to say, Rico. I'm thinking about it. Quadruple. Yeah, I think you did it. Yeah, you're right.
I'm right. Thank you so much. But wrapping up this comp though, UDG has their marksman now with the Lucian, and I wonder what they're gonna finish this off with.
Well, Lucian could go into the hands of Laraman, could still go to the hands of Mitsura. Corki still open, still an option for them at this point if they are electing. This set is most probably going to the top side of the map. So Garen has been the pick for their side. So it looks going to be just 2 beefy tanks in the solo lanes for UDG.
Yeah, and then Orthros is gonna keep getting that buff on Larawan. And as well as, you know, Sayonara here on, well, we still don't know where the solution is going to go, but as we look into the final pick, what is going to wrap up the composition of RRQ? Are they going to go for more single target CECs to lock someone down because there's no Morgana, so they have free reign?
They could go for Fiora to get a bit more shred, but instead, they're like, you're going for 2 tanks, we're also gonna go for a tank ourselves. At least we have someone to go for the front line to try and hold off the members of UDG. Going for that Darius, probably gonna be in the hands, well, it is gonna go into the hands of Devil J, and the Camille will go into the hands of Chaz instead. So RQ still has a very much of a pick composition on their hands at this point. Darius could be more of a maintenance kind of guy, going for the side lanes, trying to just clear the waves and going back to the team to provide more of a supportive role, just a frontline tank. While in the hands of UDG, they just have a lot of beefy members at this point, and I think it's gonna be a very complicated kind of team fight.
Oh, it was a Corki.
Was it a Corki? If it's okay, I am now very much confused if it's a Corki or if it's a Lucian. But if it's a Corki, it provides a bit more balance in terms of damage for UDG. Now they have a magic damage source to take down, to shred down these tanks, and Larawan's gonna have a good time playing these team fights if he has both a Garen and a Set in front of him.
Yeah, I super agree with you there. If this is indeed a Corki, then, you know, you get to match the range that the Varus can provide, has provided for RRQ in this team versus a Lucian. So I totally see this if ever it is indeed a Corki, and we'll find out once we head into the game. But again, RRQ, it looks like they're, you know, back to what they wanted to do in game number 1 without the threat of the Morgana.
Yeah, back to what they want to do. And as we get into the game, just want to see right here how they're going. Looks like it's going to be default setups for them. But yeah, going back, RQ still has the same plan in terms of that they really want to just pick someone off. The thing that's going to be hard for them is if it's Dawn or Mitsura are the champions that they get to throw a lot of their initial CC on. It's going to be hard for them to burst these 2 champions down just because of how tanky they are. And UDG has been the team who's really, really good at providing a lot of these reinforcements whenever one of their teammates are in danger. And I think that's a strength that they could rely on coming into this game.
That's true. Expecting Dawn and Mitsura to be those CC blockers. So the body blockers for UDG, for Larawan and Sayonara. later on into these fights. And after those key ults are down, that's the time UDG is going to be comfortable re-engaging or re-entering these fights. And UDG now match point into this series, and they're currently in first place. And if they do win this, we're going to increase the gap between the rest of the teams in the current standings from top 2 to top 6. And so far, RQ, remember, they were able to give UDG that first taste of defeat to UDG last time in the first round robin. So that's still possible in this series.
Right. RQ could still take this game too. They're really not out of this yet. We've seen game 1. It feels like a very close game, and RQ, because they do have a lot of veterans on their team. Like Marky, Exosen, they are these kinds of the foundation, the rocks of this team at this point, and it helps having a veteran because your morale doesn't just go down, which is very much different when you're looking at a lot of these more rookie kind of teams. So I do expect RQ to pick themselves back up in this game too, although it's gonna be hard since UDG has shown that they can play well against a kind of composition that RRQ is currently playing. So if UDG still sticks to their guns and play with discipline as they have done earlier, this could very well still go into the hands of UDG.
Yeah, the confidence that they've shown earlier in game number 1, where when they know they're gonna win the fight, that's the time they go all in. And for RRQ, while they don't have that pressure of that black shield anymore, there's still the factor of UDG using Don and Mitsura as their CC shields and CC blockers, and then that's the time they go in. And looking at the objectives, it's going to be the Infernal Drake. So there's a lot of wards coming from UDG around that, or rather from RQ on that area.
Yeah, they already have a lot of vision in the bot side of the map. It seemed like RQ was the team who really wanted to prioritize that. They might have been expecting Sayonara to swing by to the bot side, maybe get a quick gank since Marky and Exosen were shoving the lane earlier on. But yeah, just a lot of vision right now for both of these teams. With the Infernal Drake coming up, it is a very important Drake because it provides a lot more damage for both of these teams. And if you're running a composition like RRQs, you really want to have all the damage you can get because you're gonna face a lot of these tanky members. And if you have all the damage, you can just burst through even the most tankiest of members.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's also the big problem if your damage is not enough, if your first sequence of skills isn't enough to eliminate any of them, Orthros is going to be there to destroy all your hard work and heal everybody. So at this point, it's very critical for RQ to eliminate. Once they go in, they really have to get someone down.
Yeah, and right now, reaching the 4-minute mark, and UDG are the first one in this Herald. The disadvantage that they have is because they're the ones who are first to back. They're not the ones who have completed items. On the side of RQ, we see 3 completed items already compared to only 1 on the side of UDG. So this fight, if RQ could start it out, they could have an early momentum going into this.
Highly possible. Exosen bought a Proto Belt from the base. He's ready to use it. Proto Belt into a Flay, into a Death Sentence. It's highly possible. UDG, though, scaring off RQ at the moment. They've already started it. They already have Orthros with them, or their pocket healer, the Ayumi. Chaz, Exosen moving a little bit forward. They're half HP. There's the box being dropped. Dawn with a face breaker. Final chapter now being utilized by Orthros. There is a lot of people locked down on the side of RRQ, but there's the package. Larawan's still pretty much safe, and there's a double kill on towards Devil J before he falls. It's a 1v2 situation. Helio's still alive with the flash into the charm, into the Orb of Deception. They're able to eliminate that double kill for Helios at the moment. There's a mini 1v1 at the top side. Mitsura decides to fall back.
At the end of all of that, Riku, it's a 4-4-2 in kills in favor of RRQ. They are also able to secure the Rip Herald. Now it's in the hands of Chaz. He could have summoned to the top side of the map to break open the tower earlier on, but looks like they have elected to go back, recoup, and consolidate to go into this Infernal Drake. He has let go of that Herald on the top side. So while UDG is positioning themselves here in the Drake pit, the longer this fight goes, the more time Shelly will have the top side of the map.
Yeah, that's true. That's why UDG is on a bomb, a mini time tick bomb. Chaz got a tactical sweep in Larawan inside the pit. Oh no! unable to get... Everybody's pretty much trapped in this pit at the moment. Exos and getting that death sentence in. Chain of Corruptions locking down Sayonara. But he's going to be safe for now. Elder Drake, or rather, Feral Drake at the moment is secured by Sayonara. It's a 4v5 situation at the moment. Devil J is still pretty much alive. Sayonara falls, but it doesn't change the fact that UDG secures that dragon for themselves. Is the fight over, rather? Looks like it is not, as Helios and Mark are still roaming around this part of the brush. And Mitsura, being that CC Shield final chapter, is up, unable to lock anyone down. And I believe this fight is over.
Yes, Riku, you're correct. The fight is already over. Great job right there. It was such a long fight, but right now, Helios, almost a catch right there. But wanted to explain how that fight started out. It was really on the Drake pit. A lot of the members didn't have their ultimates yet. And thank you for going to the replay. Looking at the ultimates right here, Marky is the first one who's going to have his ultimate up and going to use it with the Chains of Corruption, trying to lock down members of UDG. But you could really see the focus of UDG right here. They really want to get this Infernal Drake early on to Sayonara, diving right in, taking that with his smite. But after that, because of Sayonara overextending himself, he was able to be picked up by RRQ, giving them 2 more kills at the end of that fight. Then RRQ decided to go to the bot lane because mid lane was open. Devil Jado getting a catch here.
Oh, the charm does not connect, but it's okay because Apprehend Mitsura doesn't have Orthros with him.
Yes, flash.
So he's unable to escape, and just as you mentioned, while he still has a flash, unable to reach that wall.
Yeah, he really wanted to reach that wall to get that flash. But yeah, going back, when RQ went to the bot lane to distract the members of UDG, they were able to pick up the bot at the mid lane turret. Right now, it looks like all outer tier turrets are going to be down for UDG. If UDG still has more members at top side of the map, RQ may be able to pick up Dawn here and another tower.
And this could be another tower dive. Hilo still has ult. Now, Charm connecting onto Dawn into the death sentence. A haymaker for that extra shielding. But it seems to me RQ just wants out of this area.
Yeah, with that damage on the tower, it's now below half HP. When the second Rip Herald comes up, RRQ can go to the Herald, summon that to the bot side of the map. Another point of pressure for RRQ. This is the start that RRQ needed in Game 1. And right now, they are getting that here in the second game of the series.
100%. 3-1-3 for Devil J. 205 for Helios. This is a very good start for RRQ, just as you mentioned, and they're primed and ready to see if they can start this Rift Herald for themselves. I mean, they have a lot of capabilities to do that big 4v5. There's the Shadows being unleashed. There's the Ghost catching Dawn into the Flay. Proto Belt. Charm will not hit, but the Hextech Ultimatum, everything on towards Dawn here as they're able to eliminate them. Final chapter will be the response to see if they can escape. UDG, 1 man down on this Rift Herald spawn, but it's still not over. Devil Team with the Proto Belt. Apprehend will not get to connect into anyone. Mitsura spinning in the middle of everybody in front of RRQ, and it seems to me 11 seconds on the clock before Dawn is going to respawn. Saya's going to avoid Spike, get that poke in. RQ, a little bit low. There's the flash. There's a charm, rather, coming in as Sayu is on stasis. He's going to jump out. Valkyrie out, and Chaz is able to get the kill. And they're on a killing spree at this point. Here comes RQ's chase. Mitsura, Sayonara just wants to run away. Here comes Dawn. He has ult. Is he going to use it? That is the question. Will he reach? That's going to be a no, as the slow from the Varus is going to stop him out of his tracks.
Yeah, Dawn didn't have enough of a range right there to grab someone to use the showstopper. And at the end of that, all of that very long fight, Herald does go to the side of RQ. They were able to pick a kill right there as the Mountain Drake's about to spawn in 15 seconds, Riku. And so far, it looks like both of these teams are just raring to go for a fight in these objectives. It is a very long, prolonged fight just because of the nature of the teams right at this point. UDG has a lot of tanks. They don't have a lot of damage yet on the Qeon Lara one. It is still very much a scaling champion. That's why UDG tends to take a long time to get these kills. While on the side of RQ, they have a lot of poke damage, not just a lot of upfront damage to be able to kill these tanks in a fast enough fashion. And that's why just the fighting has been going so long. This Mountain Drake, though, being started right now by RQ, but UDG very well knows this.
And they've decided to lurk around the corner. I mean, this back from Larawan and Orthros is just calling it to be, you know, that's theirs. That's RQ's dragon right now. And with the pickup of the Solari charge play for Larawan, that means more firepower in these upcoming fights. Shadows Unleashed just to see if they can get a pick, if they can get another slow on someone. But Rift Herald Unleashed in the mid lane.
I love the move right here from RRQ. They know that UDG doesn't have a lot of power in their composition at the moment. They're forcing the issue right now on UDG.
Oh, there's the apprehend on towards Mitsura. There's the chain of corruptions to hold everybody down into the showstopper final chapter combo. And that's gonna be the Demacian Justice, rather Devil J, Mitsura gone rather. As now RQ wants to run for the hills. Void Spikes just for the slow. Helios Lantern out. And that's gonna be UDG losing Mitsura and Devil J on the side of RQ. It's still not over. They want to re-engage on this one with the Valkyrie out from Narawan and port back to safety from UDG. This is, I call it, done.
Yeah, done. Let's go. RQ was looking for the pick even at the tail end of that fight, but I do, as I mentioned earlier, wanted to emphasize that RQ recognizing that they are stronger at this point. They have more gold, they have more items, and the momentum is with them. So they're really forcing the issue on UDG, destroying the second tier turret in the mid lane. Just opens up. That's a huge point of pressure that UDG needs to defend in time, because it's going to be just inhibitor turret in the mid lane defending for them, and RQ is on the driver's seat here. This is gonna be their game to lose. UDG needs to hold on more, wait for Larawan to get his items, while RQ just needs to look for a couple more UDG.
Yeah, it's highly possible. Again, they've been setting up these scary picks in their positioning, and especially if they get a hold of Larawan, not a lot of wave clear to provide for UDG, so they can keep going for these towers. And really nice set coming from RQ, and the way that they're playing while in the lead as well.
Yeah, and that's also been classic RQ. They've been playing very methodical, and they only punish mistakes coming from the other team. And right now, kind of seeing as well the weakness of the draft coming from UDG. They have gotten a couple of champions that they are very much comfortable with, but when this team gets me, it's hard for them to deal with any damage, and tankiness gets you through something, but if you don't deal damage back to the other team, you can't stop them from just chasing you down and killing you eventually. And that is the problem UDG is encountering at this point. Death Brush right now though for RQ.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly why RQ isn't picky on who they get to pick. If Dawn is in front, if Mitsura is in front, they just go in. Oh, Sayonara's getting spotted here. Hextech Ultimatum just to trap Sayo, the jungler of UDG. Here, we'll see if the rest of UDG can follow up in this one. Flash leaping out of danger. Final chapter just to reel in everybody. And look at that. Devil J is going to be the first one to fall. And then the Master Justice being used. Showstopper into the Haymaker as well. RQ wants to run for the hills. Exo falls. Helios is gone. And that's going to be a 5v3 situation. Not in favor of RQ. UDG wants to hit the tower as well. Tactical sweep just to poke out UDG, but that's not going to stop them.
Yeah, and UDG capitalizing on a mistake. They got a catch on Sayonara. Sayonara with the Hextech Ultimatum, but with a timely stasis, he was able to live a bit longer. It was a bit of a mistiming on Exosense hook, wasn't able to lock down the bug, and UDG, as we mentioned earlier in the start of this game, they are very good at reinforcing members that are in danger and then turning it around for them. And that just was very much a display of UDG's skill of being able to turn fights around that should not have been in their favor. A bit of luck on their side in this game too, but still capitalizing on mistakes is all skill.
Really nicely done. You're right. I mean, for Sayo, that could have been a big 4v5 as RQ has all the tools to eliminate someone squishy, but as you mentioned, the stasis, the leap, able to save the day. Chaz, the hook shot out, half HP already onto this. Well, no, that's the Rift Scuttler. That's not the dragon. As RQ is going to start this dragon for themselves. Cloud Drake, look at Helios' position. He's going to try to clear the wave, set that pressure. Mitsura is going to charge forward, zoning away the members. Take Chain of Corruptions used, and that's going to be Chaz securing the dragon for themselves. Box being dropped. Final chapter cancelled, actually, as that's being interrupted by RRQ. And that's the play. That's all the damage and the CC in the road coming from RRQ. And they clean up Slade. That's 30 seconds on the clock, and RRQ wins that fight.
RRQ can very well end this game right now. There's a minion wave right now with 2 siege minions. They can take the inhibitor turret and probably just take the Nexus.
Yeah, everybody can hit the tower, hit the Nexus, and history repeats itself. Crazy Apple. We're going to a game number 3 in this series. RRQ takes game number 2.
Enrico, this series is delivering at this point. RRQ able to take back the reins of this game. They let it loose a bit. It almost went going to the side of Team Underground, but RRQ able to get a good pick. And I think the highlight play right there was the charm. Coming from Helios. He was able to hit Sayonara, putting all of his burst damage down and chunking him to about 10% HP, needing Orthos to be able to heal up until he was ignited, wasn't able to get back any HP, and Orthos wasn't to use any of his other healing abilities, any of his guiding abilities with the Lost Chapter to help his team win that fight. And that was such a crucial thing that Helios did right there, and that just won them the game.
Yeah, the Ari pick from Helios is really, really scary. I mean, the way that he positions himself in this fight is just, tearing UDG apart. Where do they focus on? Do they want to get a jump on Helios since he's isolated? Do they want to go for the rest of the team that's in another point against RQ? So, really, really nicely done by this pick comp coming from RQ.
Yeah, and again, this is, as you mentioned, the pick composition. They were just able to strengths of their champion. You could really see that it's very well practiced composition. I believe they played this a lot in scrims, and you could really see as well how they slowly progress the pressure against. When to back out when UDG is fine. They were not giving UDG a lot of openings. Although, as I said, that this replay right here highlights things that are cute. But I do believe this highlight fight right here, we're gonna see the dragon fight where RQ was able to turn it all around. And I want everyone seeing this replay right here to put their eyes on Helios. Once he gets on the left flank, he's gonna be able to throw the charm, hit Sayonara. Sayonara was in stasis, dodging at CC, and Helios wanted the charm on Lala 1, but unfortunately for UDG, Lala 1 and Sayonara were layered on top of each other, and Lala 1 dodged the charm. It was Sayonara taking the hit, and it's just so unfortunate, but at the same time, those kinds of small things in fights wins you games.
Yeah, you're right. It was that a package out, and then you mentioned a layering, and it was Helios that was able to get the jungler. One of the most important cogs and that machinery to be able to get that dragon fight, maybe even a steal. And of course, the gold prepaid player of the game is gonna be Helios on the Ari.
Yeah, and I'm so happy seeing Ari in a bigger portrait right here, and Helios as well. Just this really key player for RRQ. We now all understand why UDG banned Ari game 1. Game 2, they left it open. They let champion through, and Helios punished accordingly with that pick. And game 3, we are thinking in game 2, the cat should have been banned. It wasn't. It was left open, and RQ just played around it. Now it's gonna be DG. Which side are they gonna pick? Are they gonna go blue side, red side, or will they also be banning the Ari?
Yeah, there's so many things. I mean, Helios is a pretty scary player when he's on Ari, Zed, maybe even the Akali from time to time. So at this point, UDG gotta brace themselves for the next draft. I wonder how it's gonna be, but it's a 1-1. It is a almost repeat of the first round robin of UDG versus RQ, except minus the 25 and 26 minute games. Who knows, we might see that again in game number 3. But of course, before we proceed, we're gonna head on over to a short break. My name is Reek, but together with me is Crazy Apple, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WCS, and we're still in the middle of one of the most heated matches tonight. It's still UDG versus RQ, currently in 1-1 in the series record. My name is Riku. Together with me is Crazy Apple, and oh my gosh, Apple. I mean, this series is very back and forth so far. And when we look back at the previous matches where UDG had a little bit of struggle, I mean, when we look back at their first taste of a 0-2, it was against Fennel with a pick comp. Is pick comp the weakness, the kryptonite of UDG?
I love how you're emphasizing each and every word of that, Riku. And I do think, right, pick comp has so far been really the key against UDG. One of the aspects when they're playing the team fights, it looks very chaotic. But since they're very individually, they can just pick each other up and win their in the fights and then group up together. That's why we see a lot of those fights when we see UDG. A lot of them were with glowing red health bars, and that is a symptom of a team that is good individually and outplay almost every single every soul in their team. And if you have a comp who's just focused on killing one member, the strategy or the strength loses a bit of cohesion, because they can't rely anymore to cover each other of how good they are when they're doing the 1v1s. If you're in a unit like that and one of you gets kind of left behind just because you get picked off, you're gonna have a harder time, and you need a bit more adjustment on that end.
Yeah, that's why even though there was a little like a light at the end of the tunnel for UDG in game number 2, where they won that skirmish earlier. We thought Sayonara was the one getting caught out. In the end, during the dragon fights, it was the positioning of some like, for example, Helios, that was able to get key targets, the squishy targets, and get that access in the back line just with the flanking maneuver that RQ did. And we might see another repeat of the same concept of pick compositions, but I felt like RQ tried it game number 1, didn't work. Game number 2, it did work. So at this point, it will depend really on what UDG decides to pick to counter and react to the pick comp.
Yeah, and I think if I was UDG and I just really want to take RQ out of their element, I would be banning maybe the Thresh, at least take out one of the key Exosen has been using in terms of the pick comp. They can leave open the Varus at this point in time, but just really take away some of the rotations that RQ has been having in this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like another alternative to the Varus could be the Ashe pick as well. It has almost the same vibes or toolkit with a lot of utility and a lot of that single target with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But UDG, Helios was a big threat earlier into that game. UDG banning out the Zed right off the bat.
Yeah, banning out the... If they really look at Helios as that big of a threat, they will be banning out the Ahri just to double down on that. But if UDG does elect to really take away Poke, Ashe could also be an option for Marky, but I think the secondary option right now for RQ would be the Lux, which Marky has also been using very frequently, has been using a lot of these AP carry champions, and Lux also the same poke potential as Varus, can throw the Losing Singularity, can throw the final spark to just chunk out a lot of members. Could be a good sub for the side of RQ just get banned out, although I feel like UDG will be looking at maybe banning another Helios champion as their third ban.
Yeah, I mean, they picked it up into the later stages of the draft, where they don't want to see any early picks for Helios, so might as well. Or, wow, the Varus now being banned, so Camille first pick could be a possibility for RQ.
Yeah, Camille first pick indeed could be the pick, because they've done that for the past two games. So they are very comfortable with that pick. Devil J and Chaz could pilot that champion, but instead they're going different style right here with the Jace. Provides a bit of poke as well, but it's not the kind of champion you would think of when pick composition.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of damage provided, but they still want to add that mystery on their draft, but we still don't know where the Jace is gonna go. And now for UDG, what is the response here? Will they pick Yuumi again? Or since the Zig is open, they're gonna get it.
Yeah, with this right now, UDG has a bit of wave clear on their hands, so it helps them when they're trying to deter RRQ if RRQ is still going for a pick composition. And with the Riven pick from UDG, I believe the cat is still open. UDG could still pick that in their first pick phase.
Yeah, will RRQ be pressured to do this? Because one struggle when you're up against a Yuumi comp is that if you pick all melee, the final chapter is just going to cover a lot of ground if all of RRQ just goes all in. But seems to me they're still committing on this Camille pick on their composition.
Yeah, and RRQ right now has a decision. They can go for Thresh, also go for Rakan in the hands of Exosen. Have seen Rakan, I believe, yesterday, him building a lot of AP on this. And thank you so much, RRQ, for letting me lead this on, and you actually go with the pick. He has been playing Rakan yesterday, having a lot of pages, and I believe when they're leading by a lot, he had two needlessly large rods, almost going for that death cap, so it might just be more Rakan we're seeing here from Exosen.
Yeah, we'll have to see. RRQ seems to still be worried about the potential Vayne pick from Larawan. They could still go for, what, a Yuumi Vayne at the bottom portion of the map since we still don't know where the Ziggs is going to be. So I really like this from RRQ.
Yeah, takeaway Vayne and Lulu has been open, so they took away at least one of that. Lulu's still open though for the side of UDG, and even though I feel that Ziggs Lulu is not a perfect composition, but it could have been in the hands of Mitsura. Instead, though, I do like them doubling down on more CC on their side, picking out that Arthros.
Yeah, they have engage secured already. A lot of wave clear, a lot of skirmish heavy champions on the side of that Renekton and Riven. But look at that, that's the Orianna getting picked up, paired with a Rakan.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very good ball delivery in the hands of RRQ. It's gonna be Orianna putting the ball on the run or the Camille, even this Garen right now, which for this RQ. It is a very different look right now, Riku, for RRQ. First two games, pick composition. Coming into game 3, this looks like a no holds barred composition.
Yeah, this is definitely an all-in. They can gain access to the backline, which is very easy with the hook shot into Hextech Ultimatum, into maybe that's how you deliver your Shockwave. And look at this. This is how UDG finishes their comp. It's going to be a Lucian.
Lucian most probably gonna go in the mid lane. I believe this was asked earlier in the watch party as well. What could counter a Jace mid? Because looks like that's gonna be the setup right now for RRQ. Lucian is a good, not exactly a counter, but at least a champion that could also hold the mid lane. Lucian does provide a lot of pressure there, has a bit of wave here at the start, is a bit of a bully, which Jace also has a bit of a role when you put him in the solo lane. The counterparts, just because he has 2 and 4 abilities when it gets to level 1 and 2, which is twice any other champion has when you're usually going against them. So he's a lot stronger in the first few skirmishes. And with the lineup right now with UDG, they are really trying to focus the early game, and also some of these scuttle contests is very much well matched right now with the composition from RRQ.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. UDG has crazy level 3s. Leona, Lucian, Riven, Renekton. They're really, really aiming, just as you mentioned, to get these skirmishes down. And the fact that they have Larawan on this Ziggs, that means there's that wave clear. That means Orthros can roam. And welcome to the third game of the series. RRQ and UDG 1-1. We'll see if UDG still takes this, or will RRQ get revenge from the previous round robin.
Yeah, and UDG looking for a bit of that cheese right there. Having a 5-man unit, maybe looking for a pickoff, but they weren't successful. So right now they are a bit behind in terms of putting down deep wards. That's why RQ is the only team that has a deep ward right now inside the jungle of UDG. Do expect RRQ to spot Sayonara's rotation right here when he is in the red of his jungle. Hopefully Chaz and the team would be able to that.
Even able to spot out some more of Sayonara, just as you mentioned. And we'll see how the mid lane is going to go as well, because we've seen, you know, the Jace and Lucian matchup twice today.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I never thought of it that way. I haven't looked at the stats. Thank you for that, Riku. But we'll see how it would pan out in this game, because there are a lot of different complications when it comes to the overall team compositions. At the same time, though, I'm just trying to think of who would win better when it comes to a front-to-back team fight, because UDG does have more traditional marksmen in their hands on that Lush. He will provide a lot of stain damage the later the fight goes, but with the wombo potential coming from RRQ, it could very well lead to early casualties on the side of UDG if RRQ is able to execute them well. But looks like we were kind of talking about the early scuttle control. UDG has that already at the map, and he might just challenge the top side.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're going in. Their healers has no mana though, so this will scare them off to try and contest. So UDG gets double Scuttler, and we talked about how UDG's level 3 is absolutely scary. Oh, meanwhile, bot side though, that's the response. Grand entrance, Larawan solo, just a couple of pokes flash as the response. One more hit, Marky with a movement speed, but the auto attack will land on towards Exosin, and RQ gets first blood.
But Mitsuru, running down to this bot lane right now. Let's see if he's gonna engage. He's spotted.
Yeah, there's gonna be the response. Here comes the rain of auto attacks, just focusing efforts on towards Exosin, but seems to me they don't want to overcommit.
Yeah, no mana on the side of Marky right there, so they weren't really able to throw a lot of damage back on Mitsuru. But going back into that kill, I think right there was Orthos and Lara. One was going for a back. Orthos got to the recall a bit earlier, and that's when RQ's bot lane pulled the trigger. We're able to kill Lara 1, and I was wondering, Marky already threw an auto attack on Lara 1, and I saw Exton just hitting him a bit, and Lara 1 dying. I wonder if that kill could have died of Marky.
Yeah, that's true. I guess they wanted to ensure the kill because he was already under the tower,
Right.
so better secure that before Larawan gets away. And we're seeing a little bit of a tussle at the top portion of the map where Devil J, a little bit of that exchange, getting that spin, but they're both okay.
That is what you call a classic, Riku. Two tanks fighting at the tops. A wet noodle fight, you could say, between the Garrett and the Renekton. Usually it doesn't result to any casualties unless both of the Baron laners just up and shows violence. But looks like both of them just going different ways, just, tapping each other like each other at the back.
Yeah, no summoners burned there, as that's most likely what they wanted and attempted it out to be. But 18 seconds on the clock before these objectives spawn. It is the Infernal Drake, gonna be the first one on the first dragon. So we'll see. Mitsura quite low though, as Helios still in range mode, still not gonna go switch up. Shock Blast not gonna hit.
I do if RQ spots this. Mitsura looks like he's starting out the mana mune at this point. Not really the usual item that we've been seeing on Lucians. I think there's an adaptation right now from UDG as the Rift Herald is being started. RQ looks like Infernal Drake is the one being started by UDG.
Yeah, this is gonna be a trade of objectives here. We'll see if they still have time. Half HP on the dragon. Marky does see this. There is a bit of vision from RQ's side of things.
Oh.
No steal. Almost. But Saya
Almost.
secures it.
Good coordination right there from RQ, really trying to maximize their damage. Although 4 members right here from UDG, 2 members from RQ. Not sure if you'd be fancy in this dive.
Yeah, Devil J is just gonna try to clear the wave, and Mitsuru got a couple of auto attacks by the tower. But it will stop them from committing to that potential dive. Rift Herald, Mega Inferno Bomb. Chaz is forced to use a flash from the tactical suite, just to avoid from getting killed.
And right now, these two teams just playing this map very effectively. UDG having control over the bot side of the map with more members after the dragon immediately went inside to put a lot more damage, and I think this is a good adaptation from RRQ that we haven't been seeing from most. Two members immediately going to that tower to defend. Usually just only been one. That's why the guy being left gets tower though, but still RRQ making that adaptation, putting two members into the mid lane, summoning the Herald. At least they have a trade in plates and in gold, but at the end of that, I think RQ is slightly in the lead because mid lane tower, as we all know, is more important to take down.
Yeah, they can open that up, be aggressive, like right now. Hook shot into the grand entrance, nicely done. Prediction. Mitsura still pretty much alive though. Nice solar flare coming from Orthros, catches 3 people. But here comes Marky coming from the side.
Has the
He gets
shockwave.
stunned by Orthros. There's the shockwave, getting Mitsura in a closer range for everybody else to reach from RRQ. And they take down Mitsura and Sayo in the process.
A good flank right there from Marky. Was able to predict the dash from Mitsura. Also, she was able to shockwave on him, giving them the kill. Dondo getting very low.
Dangerously low. Dawn is able to escape though. Not a full committal from Devil J and Dawn just yet.
Yeah, that's... We were just saying that these two Baron laners, like bros, just tapping each other at the back, but Dawn took a bit too much of a beating right there from Devil J, almost being taken down by the Garen. But yeah, going back right now where we are at this point in the game, we're about to hit 3-0 in kills in favor of our Q, taking a lot of control here in the early game, and that's how the game should be going because of the item build from UDG. We see two champions with tears on them. Exo then using the quickness.
Yeah, quickness gets a knockup on towards Orthros. Tactical sweep, solar flare for the disengage, and I don't think RQ can reach them anymore.
Yeah, unfortunate hook shot from them, able to connect to the wall. Was able to connect that, could have used Hex ultimate and get a kill. Helios though getting though.
Oh, nicely done by Helios to scare them away. Double J trying his best, but no, Helios still falls from the battle, and this is the response coming from UDG.
A great response from UDG, taking control over the Baron lane right now. Looks like they're gonna get their first turret of the game. Does destroy the first turret right here, knowing that a lot of our RQ members were on the bot side of the map. And right, UDG seeing out the map control that RQ has had in the early parts of this game.
Yeah, especially that their mid lane is about to fall down. They really are trying their best to make sure that's well guarded. And they do have Larawan at least for the big wave theory talked about, but after one small fight, or if RQ feels a little bit confident, they can try to force this, especially that they have all the capabilities of forming a dive.
Yeah, and right now RQ needs to wait for these picks. So Helios might be getting caught out here. No, able to just run as the Drake and the Referral is about to be jumping up in this river, making sure they have control over this mountain Drake pit, but looks like going in.
Yeah, ults, there's the quickness into the grand entrance. Larawan solo, but he's still pretty much alive, but the Hectic ultimatum traps him in that cage. And now Devil J has more kills possibly. Shockwave timing from Marky. Well, nicely done from the stasis. That's 2 members down coming from UDG. And now we get to see the tower down. RQ wins that one.
Yeah, and with the win right there from RQ, taking the mid lane turret, they should have control over river. Although from there, currently on the battle awards from UDG, spotting men out. Only 2 members now outside of the map, but he successfully defends this dragon attempt. But looks like these teams going back, raring for another.
Yeah, there's just really low death timers at the moment, so UDG can still go back and start another. Orthros' solar flare still not online, but it's gonna be up in a few seconds. RQ already in position. There's the minefields, just wanna zone out Exo. Doesn't have quickness just yet. Narawan low, a little bit low already. Look at Devil J, his target was John, trying to scare away and spin. Dawn gets a lock onto Helios. Now he is gone, and that's going to be a dragon secured by UDG. The fight now begins. The shockwave rather on towards Larawan, and as well as the rest of the members of UDG, but they decide to back away as they've already won the dragon.
Yeah, that was a clear win right there from UDG, able to pick up two members as well as a Dragon on their side. Right now, though, they're building a lot of scaling on their team. As we mentioned earlier, it was a Mana Moon on the side of Mitsura, so he's gonna make that Muramana later on. So with the two Drakes on their side, if they're gonna grab the Elder Drake later on, it's gonna be very, very good for them just because they do have a lot of scaling right now. And with this space that they're making for themselves, along with this lead, it's just going to be harder for RRQ to beat them out in terms of that on, just because of the potentials on the hands of UDG. And as we go into this replay, we do see here RRQ were the first team into the pit at the start of the replay, and they were able to really be in there. But Chaz was not able to secure it to Smite. Sayonara was the one who was able to get it in the end. And yeah, it was just a hard fight right there for RRQ. They weren't able to secure the objective. And right now, another fight in the bot side.
Yeah, another one. It's a 3v2 situation. Solar Flare will stop Exo sent in his tracks. Helios still full committing on towards Mitsura. He is on stasis at the moment, and he's trapped in the middle of everybody, and unfortunately unable to get a kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is gonna be done. Going down as Devil J is able to get a kill on that one. Sayonara maybe the next one to fall, rather, as Devil J is spinning and spinning and spinning. Remember, Sayonara is on a ribbon. He is silenced though. He gets the dash, he gets the stun, and Orthros is unable to use the Zenith Blade, but it doesn't matter because Sayonara is able to escape. Here comes Exosen, but no, both of these teams decide to just back away.
Whew, that was a scary series of
sweaty, Apple.
that was very sweaty indeed. And Devil J really wanted to get one more kill, was able to take down his brother in the Baron lane. Earlier on, these two guys were just hitting each other, now they're killing each other. It's a very different story right now for the Garen and the Renekton, and almost getting Sayonara right there, but great job from UDG, able to defend each other. But right now, we are about to approach 12 minutes into the game, Riku, and UDG seems like they have a bit of a momentum on their side.
Yeah, two dragons and the stun. Sayonara just scaring off Exosen though. At this point, Orthros, well, dewarding, but yeah, UDG has a lot of control so far in this map. Do they catch Devil J? That's the question. That's gonna be a no.
Yeah, almost a catch right there with the satchel charge. I think they wanted Devil J to bounce a bit to their side, but no. Right now, the RQ maybe anticipating an aggressive push from UDG, but UDG opted to back away. This is now more of going back to the teams, just collect them themselves. But let's look at where the gold and the items stand. Helios is very much far behind in terms of the gold. He is almost equal to the gold. Exosen, their support, and is 2k behind his counterpart Mitsura. It's gonna have a hard time. Doesn't even have the tier to make up for the damage loss in terms of the items right here compared to the Muramana from Mitsura. So do expect Helios to not hit us hard in the next couple of fights.
Yeah, that's why we saw earlier he wanted a full commit on Mitsura as well, but couldn't finish the job because, as you mentioned, the lack of damage is hurting RRQ when they go full commit. And so far, we get to see Marky and Larawan matching each other, both already Seraph's Embrace. But Edge of Night getting picked up by Helios already.
Yeah, having that Edge of Night allows him to be a bit safer whenever Orthros goes in, but Jazz goes in here.
Tactical sweep into the grand entrance knockoff. Big solar flare, Mega Inferno Bomb just deterred RQ to back away instead. John is leading the charge with Dominus. And look at that, Devil J wanted to eliminate someone from UDG, but it's not going to be enough. Flashes here and there. Sayonara just wants to run away. Stasis on. Dawn in the middle of the fight, but he falls right now. Saya just wants to run away as well, but he falls. Rampage already from Chaz. And the chase may continue, but it seems to me RQ is already satisfied with that.
Yeah, RQ is very much satisfied, but they're still going to the pit right here. UDG might go in.
Oh, Zenith Blade into the stun towards Helios there. But here comes another tussle as Mitsura still in a pretty much safe spot. Exosen pretty low. Shock Blast. There is the stasis. Helios, he has no HP bars at the moment already. Orthros and the Solar Flare used into the grand entrance by Exosen is able to eliminate the support. And I know it's over for real now, Apple.
Yeah, it is over for real now, Rico, but the Mega Inferno Bomb was thrown by Larawan trying to predict the recalls from RQ, but they're not having any of that. They're not gonna recall. They're gonna go for the Drake with the Shockwave missing on the mid lane, but looks like it's gonna be the first Drake for the side of RQ grabbing that Ocean Drake.
That was too close. That was too close, Apple. I mean, it was a tug of war. First UDG was winning, and then RQ was winning. It was crazy.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, very crazy at that point. And this has, I'm referring again to this statement, but these two teams, when we see them game one, it's just a crazy game where it was definitely a very different flow. Come game two, RQ was able to take the reins and just keep on the pressure against UDG. And now coming into game three, it really feels like it's, as you mentioned, a tug of war. RQ getting a bit of control, UDG taking it back, and now it looks like again RQ has taken back a bit of control in this game while UDG is scrambling around looking for members of RQ. Exosendo getting caught out
Yeah,
here.
that's the face check. Hextech Ultimatum. Sayonara is trapped in this cage. And that's going to be a nicely done pick by RQ.
And that's a mistake right there from Sayonara. Just going in there thinking that there were no RQ members, and because the jungler is down, Baron has been started.
Yeah, remember, there's still Larawan over behind the pit. They can still rain down the bombs here. It's definitely going to hurt. Orthros leading the charge, but Chaz is going to go in with a tactical sweep. And there, RQ abandons the Baron with a shockwave going in. Dominus activated by Dawn, and there's the calling just to try and eliminate. Devil J is going to fall down so far, but Sayo is still not present in this fight, of course, as Dawn's going to mini 1v1. There's just so many fights. There's the knockout from Exosen, and Larawan is not in the best position ever as he is trying to distract the rest of RRQ. Tactical sweep 4. There's the satchel going in, but it don't matter. RRQ wins that fight.
Yeah, a decisive win right there for RRQ. I think they were able to take down 4 members of UDG with that prolonged fight. It all started out with a pick from Sayonara, baiting out the Baron. RRQ turned around and took the fight right there to UDG. Going into this replay right here, we started out when the Baron has been started. It was a 4v5 at the start, and this is very crucial for UDG to be able to stop RQ from taking this Baron. A lot of good damage initially landed by Lara 1 with that Mega Inferno Bomb, but as the fight went on, a lot of mini fights just suddenly sprang up. And earlier on, Rico, we were mentioning how UDG is really good at having these small 1v1s, but RQ just showing up here with a 4v5, a lot of 1v1s that were able to just take away from UDG.
That's super decisive. Chaz, whenever he goes in, it's almost a 100% win with those mini skirmishes and the fights. He's already 504, by the way. He's absolutely scary right now in RQ.
So many things happening. At this point in time, we are reaching about the 18-minute mark. Earlier, you asked me, are we going to have a 25, 26-minute game? This is turning out to be a potential here for Game 3. And it's just so poetic at this point, Riku, how close these two teams are, how close our top 6 teams are in terms of skill. And it's just a sight to see at this point for RRQ. And both of these teams are still in this game. UDG does have a bit of that scaling potential with the Lucian having a lot more crits on his side if he does decide to get the Infinity Edge as his last item, because it looks like he's going for that Solari Charge Blade. But at the same time, just the pure amount of damage coming from that Orianna could tip the scales easily towards RRQ. But looking at the timers as well, Riku, we're almost at the Elder Cloud Drake, and is this gonna be the fight that would determine who's gonna win here?
It could be. This is the critical moment for both of these teams. This could be that big 50-50 fight on whoever wins will win the game, and RRQ so far is creating a lot of space for themselves over this Elder Cloud Drake.
Yeah, and with the space that RRQ has given themselves, they have aggroed that Drake. UDG trying to come in here, trying to poke their heads, see if they can get a pick. But right now, it's just you could really feel the tension here on where UDG wants to go into, or when they're gonna go into this fight, because they very much well know that RQ has a huge wombo combo potential on their hands.
Yeah, there is a lot. There's the Hextech Ultimatum, though. They're going to be starting. Solar Flare's not going to hit anybody, but here comes the rain of damage from RRQ. Going in, Dawn's going to distract 3 members coming from RRQ, and so far UDG might have the fight that they want, but no, Chaz is still pretty much alive, dominating at this point. Orthos and Sayonara aren't going to be in the middle of it all. Mitsura is able to get a double kill in this fight as he rejoins the rest, and meanwhile, there's a mini fight going at the bottom portion of the map. Marky wins that one against Orthos. Triple kill for Mitsura, but it don't matter. RRQ wins that 5v5 with 2 members still alive.
and all the lanes are shoving against RRQ. If they lost that fight decisively against UDG could have probably gotten a lot of advantages and ended the game, but no, RRQ was able to pull a rabbit out of the hat right there, able to win that fight. And one thing I wanted to commend right here is Marky. He never let go of his shockwave until the last second. I was so afraid for this guy, even using the stasis at some point here, just trying to really hold on to have that really impactful shockwave, but he didn't let it go until Orthos was a 1v1 with him when he was in danger of dying. And if that shockwave was used in that fight, if Dawn wasn't able to distract the members of UDG, that could have been a fight that could have gone so much in favor of RRQ, but no. They were able to distract Marky. Marky wasn't able to throw that shockwave a lot earlier, so that's why the game is still extending. We are hitting the 20.5-minute mark, and both objectives are still up.
Yeah, this could be one of those things where Elder Drake not fully committed, and then they keep fighting, and then a reset happens. It is highly possible we may see this again. But you talked about 20-minute mark, the shockwave now is gonna be create a huge impact now with Rabadon's umbrella is up. Look at that, RQ now starting this.
Oh.
There's Devil J with the stun. Orthros with very long Zenith Blade, stunning Devil J. Chaz gonna zone the rest of the members so far as they lock in Sayonara into this pit, rather into this Hextech Ultimatum, and that is Larawan already eliminated. Chaz, Exosen now gone. Double kill now for Larawan on this Ziggs. Stasis now activated. Mark is still pretty much alive. He doesn't have Shockwave anymore, already being used.
Oh my God,
for
is the Penta?
Larawan, and he's on a rampage. Give him the Penta. That's not gonna be the Penta, but they still get the Elder Drake, and they get Larawan on a quadra kill.
And right now, UDG, looking at that timers, 30 seconds on Chaz. He's gonna be the first one up alongside Exos, and they can very well just go to the mid lane or maybe the top side and finish this game.
This is it. This is UDG. It's crazy how they've been having a difficult time in these fights, and now after that Elder Drake's second attempt, they win this game.
Yeah, congratulations, DG Rico. This is deja vu. Again, coming into this is deja vu. UDG closing it out, getting the win in this series, and RRQ fought long and hard. They had a lot of good moments, but that last fight just went into the hands of UDG. And I think the key thing right there is that Marky was not able to get in front of the fight to be able to throw the shockwave on the backlines of UDG. It's not to discredit any skill right there from RRQ. It's because Team Underground was able to start out the fight in their own terms, and RRQ was not just were not able to throw the pace of that fight towards their side, and just a beautiful ending fight right there from both teams. And yeah, UDG showing us why they are the top dogs here at WCS.
Now UDG now shooting up to 10-2, I believe, in the standings after this victory. And yeah, they've shown how, despite the game being incredibly close, they've shown how patient they are, and how even though there are so many times where they've been losing these skirmishes and fights against RQ, doesn't change the fact that, just as you mentioned, Larawan had that scaling, and as long as he's safe, he's able to dish out consistent damage.
Right, and I think, as you mentioned, Rico, the patience, the discipline, right now, UDG is showing us what it means to be a world-class team at this point. If you think about it, playoffs is about to come up. We are about when we do finish playoffs, we're gonna send our representative for this the Southeast Asian tournament. And if UDG will be one of those teams or the team to represent us, it just really they're showing it right here. The flexibility, the discipline, the patience, the understanding of when to go in and when not to go in, and also individual skill. But at the same time, it was just so close between RRQ and UDG that I feel that if RRQ just had a bit more magic, a bit more on the opening in this game, they could have easily taken this series.
Yeah, this is the game-winning fight for UDG here. I mean, they locked down Sayonara just to gain distance from any of their team members. But remember, Larawan, untouched. Look at him. He's free-hitting. He's been free-hitting in the backline. And the only backline access they had was, again, with Chaz, unless, you know, someone like Helios is able to get a cheeky flank. But that didn't happen. It was a very front-to-back kind of approach.
Yeah, and I think that's also... I won't say it's just some flat-out mistake, but some of the small things that you have to think about when you have an Orianna in your composition, because Orianna is a very good mid-range mage. She does have a lot of range, but at the same time, she excels more in that mid-range fight where she can just keep throwing her ball and deal a lot of damage. But before we break a bit more of that last fight, I want to highlight as well Larawan almost getting that penta. They didn't give the man a penta, Riku. Mitsura stole it away from him, just giving him the quadra on that Ziggs, but very much well deserved for this guy. Just was free hitting a lot on that last fight, but still the damage he was able to throw on that whole game really gave Team Underground that edge in those fights.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno Bomb timings of Larawan in these fights, be able to chunk down the rest of the members of RRQ. And again, at the time where the Elder Drake, that's where his presence absolutely counted. And just as you mentioned, getting that quadra kill and his presence was very, very important in most of these fights.
Yeah, and just wanted to go back to a bit in that last fight because I feel like there's so many things we can talk about that game. And I think just one thing that I wanted to at least leave this series from is that usually the wombo combo is really good with the shockwave if you hit it at the backline, and that is when you go in from the flank when you're trying to challenge a team from that objective. The hard thing was it was RRQ in the objective pit, so they couldn't make that flanking maneuver into getting to the backline to be able to throw the shockwave onto the backline members of UDG. And that's not really a huge mistake, but just those small things that I think could have been a better scenario for RRQ.
Yeah, and there you have it. That was the conclusion of the UDG versus RRQ. We went from the first round robin to the second round robin. All of those games has been won by UDG, but at the end of the day, it was still all 3 games. Yummy games that we're seeing tonight. But of course, it's still not over. The night isn't over yet for the WCSPH. We still have one more upcoming tonight. Team Secret versus Grindsky. So we're going to head on over to a short break before we proceed to the next series. But when we come back, it's going to be the panel greeting you. We were your casters for this match. My name is Rika. Together with me is Crazy Apple, and we'll see you in a bit.
Shine. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, ladies and gentlemen. And oh my gosh, Underground, ladies and gentlemen. Believe in them, they're still at the top. RRQ, though, giving a run for their money. Autolose, Osiris, give me your initial thoughts on that. Yes. We were chanting.
Going crazy right now. Sagiel, let's go. But again, came down to the wire. Game number 3 in front of the the storied Cloud Dragon, which is an elder, by the way. So just a storyline fitting each other. But for game number 1, we saw UDG running a composition around Sayonara. We did say that Sayonara, UDG plays best when they play around Sayonara, and this is actually nothing different. They played Yumi once again on game number 1. Played it to perfection, in my opinion. And RRQ actually had a chance to not really go inside and go deep into the front to back composition that UDG has in this game number 1. But UDG just baited them into making a tough decision for themselves. But game number 2, surprisingly, Yumi for Orthros is no longer 100% win rate. Woo!
Osiris, anything to add to that?
That explains a lot because RRQ really did play well on game 2. We talked about this, that the pick of comp really showed them a lot of board, and having XSN on this trash. And this is the second time that we saw the Chamil or the Chaz Camille. So that's Chamil, and getting those easy setups, making sure that they're getting the kills, and having those good, let's say, the targets that they are focusing on are on point. So at that point, it was really an easy one for them to just sweep and finish the game because they got the momentum. But this is the intense part, which is the game 3. Yeah. We're in fights after fights, and you can see here Sayonara surprisingly and reaching to Marty on his maximum potential. But the highlights on that one is XSN on that AP Rod.
Yeah.
He was really putting a lot of damage onto the back line with that Rabadon's death cap, and might be going for an Infinity Orb with one Grand entrance. Arrow 1 who suffered a lot of damage, and then onto the battle of, let's say, on the battle of the Elder Drake, we saw that he Grand entrance onto Mitsura. That kind of puts him on a 1/4 of his HP, but he got a Guardian Angel, certainly not the best target that you have, but overall, it was a good game for all of us.
What a game, right? I can't wait for you guys to break that down on Wednesday. Autolose, you're lost for words. Do you want to say anything more?
I mean, Exo Center, right? Still has that mid lane mentality. But yeah, it worked effectively because once you burst down a champion, you can rely on a Garen. Right, the finishing touches of the Garen did actually win that team fight for RQ. But luckily for UDG, the damage was not enough for them to secure, for RRQ to secure the Elder Dragon, and we know the importance of the Elder Dragon, and I just could not wait to see them again come playoffs. I mean, if they will be our first matchup, or if it so happened that the round 1 will feature RRQ versus UDG, that will be a treat for everyone.
Oh yeah, and Chaz called it out. Talagang mainit na laban if they are the first ones to make it to the playoffs. So let's talk to the winners of that match. Let's talk to Sayonara of Underground. As you mentioned, one of the best junglers out there. So we're going to talk to him. Sayonara, congratulations to Team Underground. Kumusta kayo? How does it feel? That was an intense match po.
Nakakapagod po. Sobrang pressure.
Can we hear him?
Sobrang intense po.
I hear him, Punch.
Oh, unfortunately, I can't hear him. Oh, okay. So, yeah. No, I think that's on my end, but let me just fix something. But there we go. Okay, I was able to hear him now. So, question lang.
Ulit.
There we go. So, Sayonara, congratulations. First question for me. Paano kayo nag-prepare sa RRQ rematch? Did anything surprise you guys?
Actually po, madaming madaming times kaming sinurpresa nila. Katulad nung pickings nila, the way they play now, sobrang bago pa sa amin lahat. Tapos, yung pinag-practice namin, yun pa yung sa old games namin. Kaya, yun, nagulat talaga kami. Sobrang galing na nila. Sobrang bago ng playstyle nila.
Ako, patuloy kami nagugulat.
Pero you guys were able to adjust and able to get the win, even though it's 2-1. You gave us a great match, so thank you so much and congrats. So, Osiris, you go.
Expect nyo ba na pwedeng lumabas ulit yung Tindamir, or did you prepare for any surprise on their drafting, or is just a textbook play na inaral nyo lang yung rotations nila?
Actually, we prepared for the worst po. Like, sinasabi namin, baka pipick to ng bagong champion, gagamitin ganyan, mga ano. Tas, most importantly po, yung rotation nila talaga yung pinag-aralan namin.
Wow.
Okay,
It shows. Did the assignment? Did the homework?
Congrats.
For sure. Otoluz, how about you?
Sayonara, nagkaroon kami ng discussion dito sa panel. And I guess, buong community pinag-uusapan ngayon yung junglers na meron ng Pilipinas kasi sobrang daming magagaling. And nung last time na nagkaroon kami ng chance na may interview ka, ang sabi mo pare, humahanga ka sa playstyle ni Chaz. Ngayon, ang tanong ko na lang pare, ano ba ang sekreto na magaling na jungler?
Yes.
Siguro po, magaling na teammates rin. Tas, sabi ng Baron namin, Poging Baron. Yun yung secret sa magaling na jungler.
There we go. Osiris Secrets. There we go.
And I think for the record, eto, hindi ko pa confirm tong stats na to, pero in WCSPH, ikaw yung may pinakamaraming na steal, or at least nandoon ka sa pinakataas ng mga nung listahan na yun, sa mga na steal na objective. Paano mo laging nagagawa to, pare? Anong sikreto mo?
May magandang practice pa ako in real life parte doon kaya gumagaling ako sa mga smite steal.
Nangaagaw po siya ng pagkain.
Ayun, tama nga tayo. Ito mo, matindi ang training ni Kuya. Sayonara dyan sa place nila.
Secret training. Wow. The underground secrets.
Training.
Yeah, so Sayonara, thank you for sharing with us your thoughts and also your play style and what else to look forward to. Any shout-outs or any messages you want to give to the fans of Team Underground?
Shoutout nga po pala sa family ko na sobrang supportive. Sa mga tropa ko, sa Villanueva family, sa Lara family, Kela Primo, Kela Madam Phoebe, tsaka Boss Shinbo. And also sa fans namin na patuloy ko rin sumusuporta sa amin.
Hey, Team Underground, ladies and gentlemen, at the top, and they will stay there with the hard work that they're putting in. Sayonara, thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys next week. Hey. There you have it, the secrets, real life training.
Up until the end, we did not know the secret.
Of course, it's a secret for a reason. Otoluz, come on. We
Underground
talked about this in the
tactics.
Discord. Their place is a good training ground for the kind of steal. So I think that's something that you want to consider.
Yeah, and I know na hindi lang yan yung secret na enjoy natin ngayon. Because up next, we have...
Segue!
Whoa there! You're the panel host now?
Look at that.
I know. We have
Autoluz.
these going against GS.
Putting me on autopilot. Oh my gosh. Cut to the
no.
graphics. Let's go. Grindsky Esports Team Secret. Guys, this was the match that brought in the underdog weekend, right? It was Grindsky taking it 2-0 in Team Secret. Autoluz, what's going to be different about this match coming in? Let's talk about Grindsky Esports first.
The biggest question mark that we have for Grindsky in the past couple of days is how their health is stacking up. Because for me, that's been what is forcing them to, I would say, act differently from how we saw them during week numbers 2 and 3. Remember, weeks number 2 and 3, overall their record was 5-1. Yesterday, they were able to get a win. And although Aspen, my good friend, did not win, it's okay. They still was able to win against Cerebrum Esports. Now for Grindsky, again, I could not emphasize it enough that, when talking about this, guys, one of the things that they can rely on heavily is the support system that we have, the support staff that they have. The drafting of these guys has been so pure, so crisp. And if there was a rock that they could also rely on yesterday, it is their Baron laner. Regardless of what
Health
he
status.
is experiencing, yeah, Tante has been a solid foundation for this guy. I believe he had a career game yesterday, going legendary with no deaths at all. And that was all. I mean, we have to take into consideration that this guy isn't even 100%, right? This is actually a very interesting thing to bring up for Grindsky because again, this day he will be facing our barometer for the Baron laners here in the Philippines, which is Azar, and Tante and Azar has already duked it out in the past. If there is a way for Grindsky to win, they have to make sure that Tante plays well. Yesterday he played flawless on that Darius, and Qeon will be the one to be his support or his aid in order for him to at least get in touch or get to the level of Azar right now, which is the vintage Azar that we know.
Yeah. So speaking of that, vintage Azar, he was really popping off yesterday with 1v2s. Let's talk about Team Secret because they did reveal a little bit of their secret with that twerk buff. Osiris, talk us through the lineup now.
Yeah, and of course, considering that the Secret has been the one who's setting the standards here at the Philippines of Wildrift, we saw everyone on their respective role trying to step up, and at this time they are still being contested. Everyone wants to take the crown as currently the kings who's sitting here at the PH scene, and having on board. There are so many questions at first, but right now it feels like they are going back on form. But of course, that's a double but for the reason that they face two of the lower bracket teams that somehow we confirm if they are really back as the comeback kings or they're still at the shaky part. So we're talking about the Tante a while ago. Let's say the barometer to Baron means Azar is the player spotlight that you need to watch out. We are back on his 2 versus 1s. I really commend him for being flexible as a Baron laner who shifted on a Garen, some of the Garen picks that fits him well. So I really loved how Azar, as the one who's being exiled, as you can say, being focused mostly by the teams and being left out by being the GAN that provides mutually. So it's a big for him because he is the carry, but he is explored the waters by providing different champions that amplify numbers of Secret.
And let's move on over to the head-to-head because I love how you painted a picture with Azar, and then we got to look at Tante as well, two very skilled Baron laners. But I also have to bring into consideration, Osiris, that we will have to look at the standings because both these.
Yeah,
I have to always remember that this fated matchup between Tante and Azar is not just about the numbers, but also the overall dynamics of the team. Couldn't wait to really see what both this gentlemen
in terms of the
bring
advantage, they're really putting up a fight at each.
Who do you think?
You can see that they are well respected in terms of their KDA, and there's a big reason why. And there's a big reason why a good kill participation on Azar, because he is mostly teaming up with the squad like from here that he wanted to do things on his own. At least right now, he is trying to step up even further. He's not this previous Azar, and to see, of course, go one of the best Baron laner. And being said, Tante may not be on his final form, but of course, this is the game for him himself.
Ooh, not yet the final form. Can't wait for that to happen. Maybe playoffs final form. We're not even sure. He's not even he wasn't 100% the past 2 days, but he still performed really well. So I'm so excited to see how this matchup will happen. And Otto, you did mention, it's not just the Baron laners, it's everyone stylistically. And I want to also ask you, because Grindsky, they've been drafting so well. How do you think Team Secret can counter that coming into this game? Because last game, they tried going comfort, but that didn't work out. Do you think that they've finally found their footing, that they can counter this master drafting that Grindsky brings to the table?
The difference between the last time is that this is a more confident Team Secret. Last time they played comfort picks, but you have to pair comfort with confidence, and that latter C was actually lacking. So we will see if Team Secret will draft around the Jace, around the Gragas, and I believe they should still win.
Well, this is a tall order for them, to be honest. They Grindsky got those surprises in terms of their draft. So you can say that the GS stands also for great surprises, because they are trying to shake things up. They are trying to just explore at this point of the game, which is pretty bold, which is pretty courageous at their end.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what they have to offer. I hope that, I'm getting so excited. I'm feeling a little jittery and shaky right now. You can probably see it through my camera. But let's talk about predictions, boys, because we've been back and forth with this. So we've thought Grindsky, we think Team Secret. I'm gonna start off. Last night I had a good gut feeling. I think Grindsky might take this one. I really think they might take it 2-1, just because they've proven a lot. And I think this is now the big test for Team Secret, for them to see if they really have that synergy back. So I'm going with Grindsky. How about you, Autolus?
Am I heard? All right. Okay, I think I'm heard. Okay, so first team that really started all this fiasco of lagging Autolus, so I won't be making the same mistakes. It will be a close one. I believe this will be a Grindsky win 2-1 over Team Secret.
How about you, Osai?
Well, for me, I wanted to go for 2-0 in favor of Grindsky. Let's say that they need to be they need to step up, and this will be the GS, the Grand Surpass, wherein they're going to level up their play, and they're going to put the W in their hands to put it on a GSW Warriors.
Screen cap
type.
Cap it now, ladies and gentlemen.
Now is the time. Come on.
Now is the time. 5-second pose for everyone. Here we go. We'll see what happens. That watch party, it's looking pretty Grindsky sided, but you cannot discount Team Secret. Okay,
Of course not.
We thought wrong and hard on this one. It's going to be a long drawn battle, because they've been teaming really well in the rematches. So just thinking.
And I'm memeing.
I also that this will be to touch that it's not entirely also for Tante. Remember that you're going to face Chewy and Rox, who's recently stepping up their play. So the Splash Brothers on the side of GS might be a W. They need to kind of play really good, especially tactical. One of the integral part or member that got the very first pentakill, and he's going to face also the pentakill machine, which is Tatsuri. So let's see how this is going to pan. I'm really excited also.
Dr. Mundo, let's go.
Time to get your requests heard. Yeah, that's for sure. So, Autolus, how are we going to decide this? Back to Cloud Drake? Since, what are we going with? 2-1 all the way for 2-1 for the team?
Osiris has it. I mean, what? How many points have you got? Have you got
how
points
many
already?
Points? Are you trash talking me?
No, I'm actually thankful that you are here with us, because
I kind of nullify your curse, so
I miss being on the right side.
I do understand, and this is the same environment that I've been with from last year, so I'm good.
I
we
think
don't have to score 4 points anymore.
All
to be
right,
honest.
cool. We'll just have fun. But
yeah,
I hope you guys will have some fun, because I think the casters are ready, the teams are ready. So let's throw it to the casters. We're gonna see Team Secret versus Grindsky. Let's go.
Welcome everyone to WCS Philippines. We are back for the last years of this week. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Crazy Apple, and this is Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports, two teams that went in for a huge hype over the past few weeks, and today we can decipher who would take the better team into the next level here. Crazy Apple, any expectations coming to the series? An immediate big question here right for you.
Okay, expectations coming in. I think Team Secret's gonna come in here very, very hot. I know Grindsky is on the tear as well in the second round robin, but Team Secret so far has been looking at all the teams that beat them in the first round robin, just want to take them down one by one. We have seen that the past couple of days, and coming in here, we might see either one of these teams trying some new stuff out here in the WCS.
Yeah, I mean, the panel has talked about it a while ago, right? Dr. Mundo, the expectation that Autolus has set for Grindsky Esports to bring out. And in the past, we saw some Shyvana plays from Chinese One. Absolutely insane player there in the jungle. So an interesting situation here for both teams on what champions they could bring out. But now, we're into the draft for game number 1 between Grindsky Esports and Team Secret. And Gallo immediately banned away by Grindsky for the blue side selection, and TS on the red side.
Yeah, first off, it was a Fiora ban from Team Secret, but Infinity just to kind of, my expectation, I kind of want to see them opening up a lot of picks, not really banning out a lot of these, like, the Katarina or the Zed to take away champions away from Tatsuri, or maybe the Thresh to take it away from Rocks, like stuff like that. Leave open champions that are very strong, because I think both of these teams play very well when they're able to dictate their own play style. And right now, since we have been so far into this season, so far into these group stages, you can utilize your own play style and force it on the other team.
Although still huge respects on the Zed of Tatsuri, like one of the greatest players of that Zed. I mean, we've seen some videos from Team Secret on how Tatsuri plays the Zed, absolutely insane. So if it is left open, it's an absolute take care for Team Secret. But now we're finished with the bans. Gallo, Zed set for the side of GS, and TS has banned away Fiora, Garen, and Darius. So Camille is open, Gallo is not open, but Jace set is not open as well. So a lot of things banned away and also open from both sides.
Yeah, a lot of the bans have really been focused on Tante. Tante was just popping off yesterday in the games that he were in. Yes, it was a 2-1. Unfortunately for Aspen, wasn't able to have the most fortunate of games, but still Tante has been one of the more, I think, underrated players here in Grindsky, because we focus a lot on Qeon, we focus a lot on Bo, Tactical, and Bambi, but Tante, the Baron laners, man, haven't been getting as much love, and Tante has shown that he can take control of a game, and rightly so. A lot of the bans from Team Secret have been focused on him. With the Camille pick, though, it can go into the hands of Tante, but still can go into the hands of Qeon.
Absolutely. I mean, Camille on the side of GS, really, really strong. Champion locked in immediately, but Thresh has been locked in for the side of Team Secret, and also Jace, and we're speeding through the bans. We're already on the second picks here for Grindsky Esports on the Renekton.
Yeah, I do love the trade that's happening right now between both of these teams, because Camille was left open. Grindsky immediately needed to pick that up, as it is one of the stronger picks here in the current state of the meta. That's why the exchange for Team Secret has been the Jace and the Thresh. It could have easily been switched in terms of the Jace and the Camille priority for Grindsky, but with the follow-up as well for Grindsky, at least they have fixated on, fix what could be their solo laner, because this Renekton could still go into the hands of Tante, could still go hands of Bambi, depending on that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, and I'm liking how Team Secret is doing their draft so far. We've seen Varus being played by Chewy, really, really insane plays, and we all know that Varus isn't really the most mobile champion, so having Thresh in the same draft would help alleviate some of that disadvantage and have Varus to safety. But now, in the second phase bans, we have an immediate ban on Corki and Lee Sin from both sides.
I do expect another Dragon Lane ban on the side of Team Secret, because they have already locked in their Dragon Lane duo, as you mentioned, the Thresh and the Varus. Both comfort picks for the side of Chewy and Rocks. Do expect Team Secret now to have a lot of poke potential on their team. And yeah, as we mentioned, it's going to be a lot of that Dragon Lane ban, taking away the Corki and the Orianna, which has been two premier picks on the side of Tactical.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really strong if you don't ban away, for Grindsky Esports to pick up. Considering that we have Grindsky Esports on this one, we have the Zed now banned away, so not gonna be a champion for Tatsuri to pick up. And Camille is expectedly going to Chinese 1, as Tante do not play as champion, so Renekton could be that Baron laner for them.
Right.
But with the bans already done for second phase, Team Secret, they have their fourth pick.
Yeah, I do expect, I was about to say Olaf, gonna be the pick for Trevor because it's one of his favorite champions as well. We are seeing it more and more lately. Has a lot of good control in the early game, and also is a very good addition if you have a poke composition. You can whittle down the opponents while Olaf is just gonna run into the members of Grindsky. We're gonna see here though what's gonna be the pick for Grindsky, because usually if you see an Olaf, you're trying to kill this mad Viking when he runs at you. So I do expect Grindsky, if they want to counter the Olaf, take a lot of damage on their side.
But Delusion instead has been locked in for Grindsky Esports. That mid laner is still missing here for GS. What would that champion be? Is that going to be Lulu? Is it going to be some other champion that we still don't know? But with that said and done, last pick for Grindsky Esports. What would that be? As that will be an interesting case with Ari locked in for GS.
Okay, I'm just having a field day right now, Infinity. But Ari going to the hands of Bambi, one of his premier pocket picks. He has been very well versed on these champions. Also a very good pick right now, taking it away from the hands of Team Secret, because Ari could very well be used as well on their composition. Such a good addition when you have a lot of picks on your side, and also could chase members from Grindsky. But this last pick is this Katarina, which is gonna be a very spicy pick that we're gonna see here from Team Secret.
Yeah, Kata to the hands of the Penta King, Tatsuri in the Icon series. This is the same champion that gave Tatsuri a lot of pentas, 2 to 3 pentas season and 1 to 2 pentas in season, and now on the hands of Tatsuri once more. This could be a potential landslide if ever Katarina gets an early advantage. And we've seen the specific champion from day 1 of TES here in week 4.
Yeah, and right now it feels like the composition of Team Secret, a lot of comfort on their side at this point in time. This is gonna be a momentum building game for them in this series. If they get the win here, they could very well just steamroll game 2. While on the other hand, Grindsky also has a couple of champions that we do feel are also very, very comfortable on their hands. Ari on Bambi. Haven't seen this yet, I believe, here in the WCS, but historically, he has played this champion to great effect. As well as at Rakana, the hands of Bo, he could very well start out fights early on in the early game. So I really do think both teams right now have a lot of comfort champions in their hands. And with game 1 about to start, I think whoever wins this could very well just take this series.
Absolutely. A fantastic series that we are waiting for. This panel has predicted on the Grindsky Esports, and you personally have seen Team Secret being on a hot seat recently and a hot streak for their wins here in WCS. As now we're jumping into the rift for game number 1 between GS and TS.
Yeah, both teams right now just being a bit of a default start at this point in time, playing it a bit safe. And I do very well understand why they're going to do that, because there's still a lot on the line here. Whoever wins this series will tie up that second spot again with Fennel adversity, and it would get them that much closer for that playoff fight. They get that second place. And yeah, it's going to be very crucial here for both of these teams. Alongside the narrative right now, the Team Secret is coming in very, very much hot in the second round robin.
Yeah, and with the standard rotations and standard place in the laning phase for now for both teams, I want to ask you here, Crazy Apple, to set me the winning conditions of both teams. Are they going in for late game, mid game, early game? What is the expectations here with this specific draft?
First off, Infinity, I think it's going to be very explosive from the early to mid game for both of these teams. They do pack a lot of punches when it comes to these objective fights. I think one thing that we should be seeing here is Team Secret will be starting on a lot of these fights with pokes coming from Azar and Chewy, while Trevor and Tatsuri will be threatening the dive, threatening the cleanup with their respective champions. We'll also expect Rox to be catching members from Grindsky with his phenomenal hooks. We have seen him hit a lot of great death sentences the last couple of weeks. Grindsky has a bit everything. They do have a bit of team fighting. They do have a bit of potential. But we're gonna see here, first off, Rift Scuttle is being contested, but right now Grindsky doesn't really have a lot to contest this.
Yeah, I mean, if Chinese 1 continues that Rift Cutler, it is a pincer attack that Team Secret can do. But that was a 3v1 situation, so a huge disadvantage for him. But look at that bot side river, as Team Secret has visited this 4-man roam, trying to get a Rift Cutler as well, and Grindsky is ready to attack.
Yeah, if Trevor gets this, he's gonna get a huge lead against Chinese.
Yeah, because Rift Cutler gives you 120 gold if you take it down. But Grindsky is trying to disengage. He don't want to fight against TS in this early game.
Yeah, he's gonna does give that gold, also gives a bit more XP on their side, also gives them that free vision in both sides of the river at this point. And Olaf is the kind of champion really want to get a lot of gold earlier on. Let him get more of those items. Yes, it's just 120 gold, but having 240 gold early on compared to your counterpart can give you that edge when you're going to these objective fights. Thinking about that, he could have like 3,000. 200 could go for the Black Cleaver early on to join up when we go for these contests, when we hit the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, in addition to that, Camille lost time because he was trying to get that Rift Cutler topside river, was not able to do so. And Olaf was going for that botside river, Rift Cutler as well, he wasn't able to do so, anything. So gold has been wasted, time has been wasted. Now with the first blood for Team Secret, with a piercing arrow on tactical, securing that early lead.
Yeah. Good pick right there from Team Secret. Great pick for them getting that first blood. Although it did go to the hands of Rocks, unfortunately, it would have been better if it went to the hands of Trevor and Chewy to really accelerate the damage that they can throw. We do see as well here in the map right now, Grindsky also tried to answer the top side, but great job right there from Azar playing defensively, denying a counter kill for Grindsky.
Yeah, although the unfortunate thing is, well, it's unfortunate that first blood came to the side of Rock, so not gonna be a funnel when it comes to gold onto Chewy, but first blood nevertheless gives a lot of gold onto Olaf, gives a lot on gold onto Chewy, and that denies a lot of CS from tactical to scale later on.
Yeah, and with that said, we're gonna look right now on the first couple objectives because Herald and Ocean Drake is gonna come up, and Ocean Drake is very important if you're going against a team that has a lot of poke because it did give you a bit more regeneration on their side. While on the other hand, for Team Secret, you really want to accelerate the pace of this game with what they have. So right now, Herald has been their priority, while Grindsky is looking at the Drake. Team Secret though looking to contest that objective.
Yeah, accelerating the pace of the game is the name of the game for TS. So looking at that early game, but Grindsky Esports, as you stated, is looking for that Ocean Dragon, and Team Secret has the information that they're starting this up. The ward is there as well. That sentence coming through. The play is there, connecting. But Grindsky Esports already secured the Ocean Dragon. Team Secret though has made Tactical falling down to his knees with a 1-for-1 trade, as Tetsuri has fallen down as well. And they're happy to go for that as Grindsky secured an objective with a kill.
Yeah, both teams getting each objective that they focus on. Herald went to the side of Team Secret. They immediately summoned it in the mid lane to break a couple of those plates. Unfortunately, Tatsuri was the one who was focused down by Grindsky. Couldn't get a lot of his damage, a lot of those resets, and has enabled Grindsky to secure that Drake. Right now, both of these teams looking very even at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking very fantastic in this early game. And now Lucian has gotten the lead when it comes to gold, already has secured the Black Cleaver, so that is going to hurt, especially onto Trevor, especially onto Tresh. It's going to deal a lot of damage.
Right, and it's the usual thing that we've been seeing lately is a Black Cleaver start from the Lucian, gives him a lot more early game power, although this has been a very much of a discussion in the watch party. It's kind of weird to have Black Cleaver first when there's not a lot of armor being built on the other side, but still it is a very good early game item to just have a lot of that stats, a bit of that AD, a lot of that HP. But looking here at this point in time, Team Secret really just wanted to get these small incremental advantages so that they can get a bit more gold on their side alongside that Rift Scuttle control on the top side of the map.
And that's the advantage of having a dual lane switch into mid lane in the mid-game phase, to be able to respond into those fights very quickly and objectives as well, as Rift Cutler gives you a lot of advantage when it comes to vision, especially those wards comes at the cooldown and duration for TS's side. So that is huge, and now with the root from Varus gets the tactical CC'd, and now they actually change target, and now Varus falls down because of Bo's counter engage. Really nice pickup from Grindsky.
Bit of an overcommitment right there. Looking here. It's gonna be the play from Rocks.
Play with that sentence alongside with his ultimate. Burned down. Tetsuri uses ultimate, but Bambi will live, but not enough because that ignite just burned them down.
Yeah, ignite on the Ari. Bambi also having the Rod of Ages first, getting a bit of that durability, but it wasn't enough. But going back to the earlier fight where Chewy fell down with the initial pick on Tactical, I believe. They did use the Chains of Corruption, but Tactical had the Merc Treads, was able to get away. Also had a bit of that durability with the Black Cleaver, so he had enough of that tenacity to shed off a bit of the time from the Chains of Corruption. I feel like TS shouldn't have overcommitted knowing that the CC wasn't enough, but unfortunately for them, they gave Grindsky one more kill.
Yeah, look at the mid lane though. Bow and Tactical is there. No information for Team Secret. They don't know how many members are there. They're waiting on the side, but considering that Boa has already showed up and Tactical has already farmed and cleared a wave, it's still a 2v2 matchup in that mid lane, similar to the dual lane, but instead switched in lanes. And now with 2 objectives coming up in a bit here, Crazy Apple, do you think that Team Secret will be prioritizing the Rift Herald once more to get that early harass?
I think that should be the case for Team Secret, but Tatsuri getting jumped.
Took all damage. Yeah, it's really strong to lock in onto Tatsuri. Red buff will burn him down for a bit, so he's low HP. Before this objective comes up, he has to reset.
Yeah, he does have to reset, but it's not a bad timing for him just because it's going to be 12 seconds on the Herald, it's going to be 15 seconds on this Cloud Drake, so a lot of time for him to make up for. He didn't finish the recall though, still staying at the bot side of the map. Might be checking for an item breakpoint at this point, but since both objectives are about to come up in the map, I feel like it's gonna be very explosive soon, Infinity.
Yeah, he has gotten the Honey Fruit, so that's enough to bring his HP back to a relatively safe spot. But now Grindsky Esports is looking for that Rift Herald instead of a Cloud Dragon, and TS has to handshake this, and they're going in for the 1-for-1 objective.
Yeah, and this has just been a more slower game than they're a bit used to here in Infinity. We know Grindsky has been very aggressive, and Team Secret plays very methodical, trying to capitalize on mistakes and picks. But right now, though, Grindsky pushing the tempo here, having 4 members and the Herald at the top side.
Yeah, they're looking for the Tower First Blood, and Grindsky Esports secures it with a huge injection of gold.
Yeah, first turret gold is indeed a huge injection for them, giving them that 1,500 gold lead on their side. Trevor, though, getting a catch here.
Dead Rush with a dead sentence to follow up, and Team Secret has just secured a kill onto Bo.
Great positioning, I would say. They anticipated the rotation from Grindsky. Now Grindsky is down 1 member. They are starting to siege in this turret with 876 HP. But at the same time, Team Secret just looking to steal away some camps away from Grindsky.
Yeah, because Chinese won, if ever, they want to just deny a couple of gold here. And at the same time, they're just utilizing the amount of time that they have in the enemy jungle. But for now, Team Secret is playing it relatively safe. They're not going for an all-in here, as Grindsky Esports is going in for the counter roams, going for the 4-man in the bottom lane. So if ever Team Secret engages, they can respond very quickly.
Yeah, and this has just been a very respectable game for both of these teams, meaning that they are very much respecting the damage output, the catch potential that both of these teams can throw at each other. Bambi has a very, I would say, unique build right now on Dari. You usually see Luden's Echo and the Deathcap second, but right now he's going for a more health-oriented build, having that Rod of Ages first, having as well, I believe, building a Liande second. So having a bit more of that HP, or a bit more of that shred would help his team in the sense that this Katarina won't be able to kill him immediately, but at the same time he is lacking a bit of that traditional damage. So if this has been practiced by Grindsky, they could anticipate the amount of damage of the Ari. At the same time, if they haven't, it could lead to some awkward moments later on.
Oh, now you see me, now you don't. Grindsky Esports doesn't know that they have an enemy vision ward there on where they're hiding. But something interesting when it comes to items there is for Boss's item.
Oh,
Rod of Ages there, but now the fight occurs. The Rod of Ages is going to affect a lot of damage there for Bo, engaging the fight, but it's a 1-for-1. A support ready for the Baron lane. Trevor uses the flash to go back into safety under the turret. The stun connects onto Rocks, but he's going back to safety. No kills for GES to follow up from Azar, but Tatsuri will get killed with a solo kill on bot lane.
Yeah, and this is not going well right now for Team Secret. They have lost some 2 members on their side, and even the mid lane turret at this point. Great answers from Grindsky so far. They have been capitalizing on the bits of overextension from Team Secret and have been taking advantage of it. But although right now Grindsky is taking advantage of this early game, there's still a lot of comeback potential for the side of Team Secret. They still have Tatsui on this Katarina, and he has a lot of items that are not finished yet, a lot of components in his inventory. But I believe once he gets that second and third item completed, Team Secret is going to pack a lot of damage. But another caveat to that, yes, Katarina does pack a lot of damage, but she gets stopped easily by CC. And looking at the lineup right now of Grindsky, they have at least the Grand Entrance and the ultimate coming from the Rakan, as well as the Charm from Ari. I think both of these skills are what we're gonna be seeing mainly to try and stop the Death Lotus coming from Tatsui.
Yeah, because those fast CD stuns or CCs in trade for an ultimate will have so much value for the side of Grindsky Esports to deny those huge damage potentials for Team Secret later on. But for now, 9 seconds before the Infernal Drake comes up, and a very important objective for both teams here, especially with that damage output in consideration, as that sentence will be their play to go and follow up with a CC. Bambi will miss the charm, but a huge dodge coming from Rock.
Immediate retreat right there from Rocks, just getting the hook right there. Looks like there might be a fight brewing here, Infinity, but let's see when they go in. That's
yeah, it's brewing. The play is there. This is an enchant by some time. And now Trevor is on the front line, but huge damage coming through. And now Team Secret might just lose their jungle as they do. And Grindsky Esports secures 1 kill. And now Rock is going back. It's Chewy with that lantern going back to safety. Huge save from Rocks.
Yeah, great save from Rocks with the lantern, but two champions right now are down for the side of Team Secret. Looks like Grindsky wants to bait out Team Secret here in the Baron Pit.
I don't think this is a bait. They don't have any jungle, so Grindsky Esports can continue to this Baron Nashor without any danger looking in the horizon. And Team Secret cannot contest, and Grindsky Esports will take the Baron Nashor for themselves.
Yeah, and Team Secret holding off the trigger right there. They could have tried and contested. They could have tried to go in, but they went for the more safer route. They made for a more, smarter option right there, staving their aggression away from the Baron Pit. But let's see the start of that fight right here on the replay. It all started out with the hook from Rocks, but the counter engage from Grindsky from Bo with the ultimate from the Rakan just really turned things around for them, giving them that advantage at this point. Infernal Drake right now is the objective that we are focusing on, but Trevor might be getting caught out here.
Yeah, this is 2v1, but the Grand Entrance Hextech Ultimatum once again locks in onto their jungler. TS uses up the flash from Trevor over the wall, but it's not enough as Grindsky Esports went in for the hook shot.
Yeah, and Grindsky is just playing this really, really well, picking off members from Team Secret, especially the jungler. They can't contest the Drake, but they don't have their eyes at the Drake at this point. They still have the Baron buff. They're looking to take down some structures.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron Nashor is a limited time. They could utilize it to take the inhib turret and then go to the dragon after. So now that is the way that they're going for it, as Team Secret is trying to defend. This is such a difficult time with the Baron Nashor buff minions. Such a huge, obnoxious part for Grindsky Esports. As Team Secret loses a lot of turrets, make it 2 tier 2 mid lane and bot lane.
Yeah, but now Team Secret bought themselves some time. Grindsky choosing to go back, get some items after that siege, but there is a clear item disparity here, Infinity, especially in the mid lane. Bambi right now has 3 completed items alongside Oblivion Orb compared to Tatsui, but I still can't stave off this feeling that if Team Secret gets the fight that they want, Tatsui can still get his resets, could still deal a lot of damage on the composition.
And he's
going in.
Hextech Ultimatum onto Rocks. Rocks is locked up. It's now Bo going in for the Grand Entrance with the quickness as well. Tante is on the front lines, missing up the stun because Rocks went in for the flash over the wall. And now Trevor is the next target, but the inhib turret will be the eyes of the prize for Grindsky Esports as they take down the mid lane.
Great decision right there from Grindsky. Instead of pursuing the kills from Team Secret, instead went with the macro option, taking down the mid lane inhibitor turret. Now they have their eyes on the Infernal Drake, while 5 members of Team Secret are on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they're looking for an engage onto Bambi. They can't go for a 5v5 there, so they left the Grindsky Esports for the Infernal Dragon, and now they are at a 7k gold deficit, a huge deficit for the side of Team Secret to come back for.
Yeah, and this is what's hard about the composition from Team Secret. They need to be ahead early on because they do have a lot of pokes, but Grindsky has just been outplaying them in a lot of these fights. The tempo has very much been off away from Team Secret. They're trying to get these picks, trying to look for a way to get back into this game. But at this point in time, this is Grindsky's game to lose.
Absolutely. I mean, they are at a huge lead with Infernal Dragon and Ocean Dragon in their favor with 6 turrets taken down. I mean, that's a great early and mid-phase game there for Grindsky Esports. So definitely a game for them to lose. And Team Secret is there if ever they could make a comeback. But a difficult time for them. And now, Crazy Apple, what do you think would be that comeback condition after this fight? The Chinese one is here. It's a 5v1 with Hextech Ultimatum connecting onto Rox. Rox can't go away. Stays his enchant, buys some time onto Chinese one. That grand entrance is flawless from Bo, but that loss does so much damage, producing by Tatsuri. As one man down, and Tactical is low as well. Tatsuri is there on the horizon to get that double kill to follow up that GA is popped from Chinese one. Their jungler is lost. The Baron Dasher is open for TS to take. That hook shot will no longer save them, but GS is looking for the finish. Team Secret defends it though, with Chewie there.
Yeah, and you know, Infinity, that was just a great turn of events for Team Secret. I really thought that it is gonna balloon into this big number of kills for Team Secret, but Grindsky instead electing to get out of there, although Tante and Bambi might be finding a Katarina here.
Yeah, Tante dashing with the flash, going in for the stun onto Tatsuri. Bambi is here as well, and Tatsuri is just playing around here to buy some time where Chewie comes in. And now Tatsuri is back to safety. What a wonderful outplay from the mid lane of TS.
Yeah, great stasis right there from Tatsuri, able to buy his team some more time, although the Baron is up. 2 inhibitor turrets are down for the side of Team Secret. One wrong move from Team Secret could cost them the game right here.
Absolutely. And right now, everyone is looking at their eyes on the Baron Nashor with TS though, having that Rift Scuttler. So, a free vision for this team. If ever Grindsky Esports forces this, Team Secret has that information. But as you've stated, it's a lot on the head of Team Secret at the moment as mid lane and bot lane is open. So, natural lane pressure is on the side for Grindsky Esports.
Right. Well, Grindsky has a death brush right here. Let's see if they can catch anyone here, Infinity.
It's your red buff.
They showed themselves. It should have just been the death brush waiting for Team Secret to get that red buff, but instead the red buff was aggroed, so they took it instead. Kind of anticlimactic right there, Infinity. But let's take stock of things as we get a bit of a breather right here. We are about to hit the 20-minute mark. I couldn't believe it's already this long in the game. But I believe you were asking me earlier what could be the way for Team Secret to win this game, take it away from Grindsky. And I think we got a glimpse of that earlier. It's Team Secret getting the first pick, getting Tatsuri that reset to be able to just chain it on the members of Grindsky. Bo was a bit too overextended. Starting out that fight, really wanted to close this game out, but unfortunately, because of him being overextended, he was caught out by Team Secret, giving Tatsuri that amount of damage, that reset, and that should be the key right now. Although Grindsky might be looking at the more of a macro option, they have their eyes at the Baron right at this moment, Infinity.
Oh, but if Elder Dragon is traded for a Baron Nashor, that is perma buff traded for a temporary buff. The Grindsky Esports knows the Team Secret is there on the corner. Chinese one is there to engage. They're ready. But Trevor with the Lantern. Back to safety on the hands on their own jungle. Chinese one is looking for that engage. Play is there. CC stays his ancient by some time. That sentence connects onto Ari. And Bambi is going to force that heal from Tactical. They just buy some time. But now it's Sante coming through to the backside. And Trevor is very low as that will be one man down. Chewie is gone for this fight. And Tatsuri using up the Ignite. They're back to safety, but one more hit will kill him, and it will do, as Tatsuri will die. It's 3 man left for TS to defend, and Grindsky is looking for the finish. This is over, as Grindsky GS gets a GG for this game 1.
Yeah, and congratulations to guys that were able to take game 1 of this series, and I think that game really set the tone for this series, because both of them really had their comfort picks, but Grindsky was able to lead or drive this game towards their own victory. They did show a bit of a window. They just opened it a bit, let team in, but the game, was able to get the win at the end, and just really good all-around plays for
Yeah, just an early foundation from Grindsky Esports set the tone for the whole game number 1 for Grindsky Esports, right? And on top of all that, you have a soft counter of that Olaf with Camille with that Hextech Ultimatum, and you see how Chinese One plays this Camille, right? It's a constant target onto Olaf, so Team Secret Trevor can't do anything out from that Hextech Ultimatum. They need to buy some time, but that time is not something that they have enough of, as Grindsky Esports just got that mid-game security when it comes to that gold advantage.
Yeah, and a lot of these as well that Grindsky really or was able to take a lot of plays coming from Bo, Bambi, and Chianese, and they were just able to take these advantages and roll over towards the side of teams. It really needed to set things up because they do on their side, and they needed to wait for Tatsui to get his eye. They weren't able to get to that. Weren't able to get Tatsui at a double spot that can just use his abilities to kill a lot of the members from Grind. And Grindsky really showing their growth over a couple of weeks, and I think this is one of the culminations. Their short disciplined style, more methodical, more step by step, and it's just a cycle of huge difference from week 1 to week 4 Grindsky.
Yeah, in one of the interviews, right, they told us that every single time, every single week, Grindsky Esports is improving, and it is taken into effect. It's coming into fruition here as they beat Team Secret in this game number 1. Of course, the Globe prepaid player of the game is Chinese One with that Camille with those flawless Hextech ultimatums.
Yeah, and I even think Chinese One here a bit under the radar in that game. He had a lot of good ultimates, had a lot of good engages, but at the same time, it wasn't a player that we would think back to in week 1 and week 2. He was very aggressive, always puts his face first in front of the fights. That's why he gets punched most of the time. But earlier this game, there was a more disciplined lineup, more methodical, and if you have this kind of discipline, this kind of macro understanding of the game with these level of players when it comes to the micro side and mechanic side of things, it's just going to be a great setup. And yeah, I have just so many praise right now for Grindsky and how they've been playing the games in the past couple of weeks, and now it's going to be on Team Secret to figure out a way to take back this series into their hands.
Yeah, I mean, there's still game 2, there's still game 3. If ever it comes down to it, there's still game 3 to battle against for the series win. But that's already match point for Grindsky Esports winning that game number 1 just a while back. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. We're gonna take a short break, so don't go away. When we come back, it's game 2.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Well. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 here for Grindsky Esports and Team Secret, with Grindsky Esports taking ahead in this race into 2 games win. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. What a wonderful play we have just seen just a couple of minutes back here, Crazy Apple. So, and now, any expectations when it comes to the bans, comes to the plays and picks here, as we've seen an exceptional play from Chinese One with that Camille.
I think, especially for Team Secret, maybe just a bit of an adjustment on their end, because I think they really had a good game plan coming in. Their Katarina wasn't able to get there. Hatsuri wasn't able to get to that point where it can just get the resets on Grindsky. So maybe just a bit of adjustments on the picks. Team Secret could still play the Varus, the Thresh, but maybe Potatsuri try to pick up his Zed, maybe something more of a comfort for him. On the side of Grindsky, I just think, can still play the same composition as game 1.
Absolutely. Although the unfortunate thing about picking the Zed, as it was banned away, so not really an option there for Team Secret, but definitely something that they could prioritize. But I think what they were hoping for, that Grindsky Esports to prioritize something else, and then they picking the Camille and Zed instead immediately with the first 2 picks. But that didn't happen. We all know what happened there from game number 1, wherein Camille was prioritized and then Ari was picked at the end of their draft, which was a huge deny from Tetsuri and from Team Secret. So we'll see what the changes are going to be, especially when it comes to the bans. Are they now going to respect the Camille for Chinese One? Are they now going to pick the blue side selection? Because if they do, it changes things up.
Yeah, we'll see what's gonna be. We'll probably see in terms of where they're gonna go, blue side, red side, when they do get into the pick and ban phase. But at the same time, I think for Team Secret, one thing that they could try and do here, because the past couple of games that we've seen them on, they have been playing a lot of these split push compositions. They have been very adept at that, and I think that's one thing they could take advantage of here. There is a reason why Grindsky has been letting Team Secret get their comfort, like the Varus, like the Thresh. Grindsky has been one of these teams who have not only been improving in terms of their play in game, but also the draft. So it could really say it's not only the 5 players we see on the Rift that are improving. Even the coaching staff have been leveling up this team so much. And that is going to be the challenge here for Team Secret, because as Grindsky has been showing, they have a lot of flexibility, they have a lot of pocket picks on their side, and Team Secret, although they were the team who were the pioneers of a lot of things from last year, right now this is a challenge for them to maybe show some things, show a bit of their flexibility getting into game 2 against Grindsky, because with the momentum building from Grindsky, I really do feel, I still of the same opinion from game 1, that whoever wins game 1 could most likely be taking game 2.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the pattern, right? If ever you win game 1, more or less you're gonna win game number 2. But with some exceptions that just went into game number 3, just like a while ago with RRQ and UDG fighting prior to this series. But now we'll see if that will happen in this series as well, as now we're jumping immediately into the second game draft, with Grindsky Esports banning away Galio and Ziggs, and TES has banned away Garen.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on the one more ban. But yeah, it's gonna be the Fiora on their side. So feeling it's very similar so far for Grindsky. They really have a lot of priority now taking away the Galio. They'd rather go against the Thresh of Rocks instead of a possible Galio, instead of a possible set. And I think the thinking behind that is these 2 champions have a lot more impact to a lot more champs, at the same time have a lot of these AoE abilities. Unlike Thresh, his main ability is really to pick someone off with that death sentence, and that is buying more space for the members of Grindsky.
Yeah, now Team Secret has respected the Camille of Chinese One, But Jace has been left open for Grindsky Esports to pick up. So now Team Secret traded with that with the Renekton Corki to follow up.
Yeah, I do like Corki being picked early. It really relieves a lot of pressure around the picks to getting one of Magic Damage Source champion. Also relieves a lot of pressure right now for Tatsui to be able to pick up the Zed early, because Zed is still open after the first couple of bans from Grindsky. So right now, Team Secret is very much gearing themselves up for a very good pick and ban phase.
Yeah, and we've seen Chinese 1 play with these champions, but once again, they're denying a lot of these champions from Team Secret, picking up the trash instead of picking some other champions such as the Rakan or Gaio. But nevertheless, this is expected, as both top picks at the moment from week 1 to week 3 prior to this week is trash. So they're gonna pick that up for themselves, and TS finishing their first phase draft with Zed.
Yeah, Grindsky right now just finishing up the first 3 picks with a lot of comfort on their side as well. The Darius has been a very good pick on the hands of Dante. Bo is also known as a very good Thresh. So I do expect right now Grindsky to be focusing a lot of their bans on Rocks. This will stretch Rox's champion pool by a lot here. So it's going to test things out if that's going to be the decision from Grindsky in terms of the bans.
Yeah. And that ban, still waiting for it. This is such a difficult moment right now. Right?
It's a tense moment, Infinity.
Huge pressure for Grindsky Esports. But what they're lacking is potentially a mid laner or a dual lane or a jungle, because we still don't know how Jace is going to work here for this draft for Grindsky Esports, because it is such a flexible champion. So those are the things that are left open for Grindsky. And TS though has banned away the Orianna, and Grindsky countered with the Lee Sin ban.
Yeah, taking away the Lee Sin takes away a strong early game champion at the hands of Trevor. I do like the last ban from Team Secret. You did mention Orianna, also taking away the Morgana right now for Grindsky, taking away a very safe bot lane with the Morgana Thresh we have been seeing in the earlier days here at the WCS. Right now, I do expect Grindsky, if they started out with the Lee Sin ban, maybe they also want to take out the Trevor's picks, maybe a Kha'Zix, or maybe a Olaf, but quick set of picks and bans you're gonna see here for these teams.
Yeah, Leona pick. Also one of the champions that has been prioritized by Team Secret in the first week. As we remember, Thresh has been constantly banned or denied from Rocks in the support pool. So we'll see how that would turn out. But at Grindsky Esports' draft, this is expected to be a dual lane, as Bambi has played Jay several times already. So that could be an expectation here for Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, Grindsky could go for the next 2 picks, maybe a Kha'Zix and a Lux at the same time, but okay, so they are very heavy in the AD department at this point, although they could still pick an AP carry champion in the hands of Tactical. I believe the only one that is usually seen is the Lux still open, so might be that champion for them. At the same time, they could still go for a lot. I do. But yeah, it's going to be jungle Kha'Zix, so a lot of very heavy AD on the side of Grindsky. And
rivals. Kha'Zix versus Rengar.
Nemesis duel we're going to see here. Infinity.
I love
it. I don't think we had the Rengar in mind when we were thinking about Team Secret.
I think there is an option for them before to take Kha'Zix, but it has been picked up. Lee Sin is also one of the top picks of Trevor, but it has been banned away as we see in the draft phase. So those are the picks that is remaining for Trevor to pick up, and Rengar feels like something that could fit in for the side of Team Secret here. But we'll see how this would turn out, because the winning conditions are quite different from both these teams.
Yeah, talking about the win conditions there, Infinity, I have a hard time just looking at the Grindsky composition, just because they do pack a lot of damage, but it's mostly gonna be AD, so they're gonna have a hard time punching through Rocks right here on the Leona. If he does get a bit more items, especially the later this game goes, he's just gonna be a very tanky and annoying champion going against Grindsky. In the hands of Team Secret, though, they have the Rengar, they have the Zed. 2 strong assassins in their own right, and seeing the composition of Grindsky, they don't really have a lot of durability on their side. They don't have a lot of disengage. They do have a bit of picks, but if Team Secret can catch out members of Grindsky here using their 2 assassins, they could just snowball this game into their favor.
Absolutely. We're looking at Trevor for that. Because those passive will hurt if ever they stack here in the early game. But now, we're in the Rift. It's match point for Grindsky Esports. We're now here for game number 2 against Team Secret.
Yeah, and getting into this game 2, we do hope to see Team Secret taking it back, taking it to 1-1, because it is such a crucial match for both of these teams. This is a fight for second place. And as we approach the week 5 next week, it's going to be nearer and nearer to playoffs. All games are going to matter at this point.
Yeah, it's a race. It's a race between 3 teams at the moment. It's FLA, Team Secret, and Grindsky Esports. But this has a lot of value as Team Secret and Grindsky Esports series-wise is currently even in the standings at top 3. So those are very important to take note. And that is the reason why every single player could not underperform. They have to put their very best foot in this game number 2 in this series overall.
Yeah, they really have to put their best foot forward coming into this match, coming into this series, and Tatsuri already very aggressive against Bambi.
Yeah, and they're going for the flash. Tatsuri is going for an aggressive play, but first blood for Grindsky Esports with Bambi taking it back.
Ooh, great outplay right there from Bambi, and a bit of miscalculation from Tatsuri. He needed to do the flash ignite, which Bambi also had, but Bambi had minions on his side, which was aggroed towards Tatsuri. Tatsuri took more minion damage, and he fell in the face of the Jace. And because of that, right now, a lot of scuttle control is going to go to the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, and that single kill from Bambi enabled their mid laners for Grindsky Esports to take a 500 gold lead in this early game, which is really
going
huge.
in again.
Tatsuri is looking for the 1v1. Chinese Swan jumps in with the isolation damage, takes the second kill for Grindsky.
Oof, that's gotta be a bit honest here. That's a bit of a tilter. As a mid laner, if you die twice still at level 3, that's a bad start right there for Tatsuri. But at the same time, great start from Grindsky. Bambi didn't even recall and got already the second takedown for his team, even giving it right now to Chinese on that Kha'Zix. And this Kha'Zix would very well just snowball with one kill in his belt.
Yeah. It's really dangerous for now because we talked about how Rengar will scale through that passive.
Look at the mid lane.
But if Grindsky Esports stacks when it comes to kills, that will be so much harder.
Oh, no.
It's a 2v1 in the mid lane, missed up, but the third kill for Grindsky Esports, they're stacking up on kills, baby, for this early game.
Oh no, Infinity. This is a bad game for Tatsuri at this point. Tatsuri is one of the key players on Team Secret. He was known as the Penta Machine, right? Pentakill Machine. He plays a lot of assassins, and assassins are basically snowbally champions. If you can't get them ahead early, if they can't get any items, they're just not gonna deal damage. And right now, just feels going bad to worse for Team Secret. Even the bot lane right here, both level 5 route for Tactical and Bo. That's why they were able to get that engage on Chewy and Rocks.
Yeah, and you can just hear the fear from my voice there when Bo went in for the death sentence. With inches of death there from Chewy, if ever it locked in. But thankfully for the side of Team Secret, it did not connect. Because if it did, it's another kill for Grindsky Esports to utilize. But now, with 4 minutes closing in, what would be the expectation set here with Rift Herald and Mountain Dragon being the first objectives in this game?
It should be Team Secret being able to get a pick off because they do have the Leona, they do have the Zed and the Rengar. But with how far behind Tatsuri is, he only has 2,000 gold. He's 1,000 gold behind against Bambi. I think the smart thing for Team Secret here is either to just give these 2 objectives or look out for Tante when he's going for the rotation and at least get a kill into their side.
Yeah, get a trade when it comes to objectives. Still important for a Team Secret if they want to keep up with the momentum for Grindsky Esports, but I don't think that's going to be enough as Grindsky Esports already secured the Mountain Dragon, and it's just now the Team Secret starting the Rift Herald. And Tante has the information here. Azar going for the stun, but Tactical is already here. The apprehend is there. Team Secret takes the Rift Herald at the cost of Trevor Slide.
And that was the best case scenario for them. Starting out that Rift Herald, being helped by Azar right there. Trevor still stayed in the pit while Azar just said, bye, thank you, I'll be gone now, while Trevor gets it with the smite. But because of the members of Grindsky, there's 4 of them here and they're about to take the first turret of the game.
Yeah, and the value of Rift Herald is the Tower First Blood because it gives you so much gold for each and every single member of your team. But now, Grindsky Esports denied that out of TS. So they take the tower first blood, and now Team Secret is now at a 3k gold deficit.
Team Secret definitely feeling the pressure right here. Trevor popping his ultimate, maybe looking for a lone member of Grindsky to pick off of, but instead summoning the Rift Herald here in the top side. Looks like they're also going to answer with a turret of their own, at least getting a trade, keeping this gold lead a bit close. But yeah, as you mentioned, look at the items. There's 3 black cleavers and a dust plate for Chinese is indeed very crazy at this point, Infinity. And that's what you do if you have a lead at this point, maximizing the efficiency of each item.
They have a red team today for Grindsky Esports. Same as brand for GS.
Actually, you're right. This is very on brand for them.
Absolutely. But Grindsky Esports though, looking for that pressure here on the blue buff. I don't know if that's worth it. The Team Secret is gonna take it for themselves, but right now it's looking so dire for TS. What do you think would be that foundation for TS to make it back in this game too?
They need to put Tatsuri in a safe lane. Let him get back into this game, because right now he's almost 1,500 gold behind Bambi, and the pressure that a Zed deals in the game is his kill pressure. If he doesn't have that, when we get into the split push, he's not a very good champion at this point. And right now, he might be getting caught out here by Bo. Bo's really threatening with that hook. But I feel Tatsuri is playing very much respectful while he is in this dragon lane.
Yeah, I'm shocked. But he knows he is currently on the V7 map, and his jungler is on top side. So he can't really force anything, because if he did, it's an easy punish for Grindsky Esports to do. The calling is now out, as Grindsky Esports forced Zed to go back into the fountain. So Grindsky Esports is really taking a huge advantage in this early game.
Yeah, at least that's the first step for Tatsui to get back into this game, while Qeon is right here. Might be looking for a pick.
Yeah.
Oh, I spotted.
Might just caught out Team Secret, but the Solar Flare missed. The dodge coming in from Chinese One is flawless. The flash is still going to be available for them, and now it's going to be Grindsky Esports. Bambi looking for that kill, looking for that flag. They get it as Trevor dies.
But still, the flash from Azar.
Oh, flash for flash though saves Bambi's life, and now Azar is fighting 1v1 against Tante. Both Baron laners is looking for that brawl, but Team Secret does not secure the kill onto Tante.
And Tatsuri rotating here in the mid lane. There still could be the defense from Grindsky, although they're very low.
Yeah, and Bo is ready to go for the death sentence. Flash. Ooh, so close.
So just almost got hit by that hook, but it's clear right now. Team Secret got away there. They really can't catch a break here. Infinity, they did get a lot of damage in the mid lane turret, but still they can't get a kill on the board. Grindsky is still the sole team having 5 kills right there. 3 of them going to the hands of Bambi, and at this point in time, even though there's not a lot of catch that Grindsky has been inflicting on Team Secret, it just feels like Team Secret is such on the back foot.
Oh, very scary position there for Rock. Bo is ready to fight if ever something occurs. The Ocean Drake gun is going to be started by Grindsky Esports already. Tactical, waiting for that opportunity to zone away the enemy team. Cerebrum has his ultimate. Troll of the Hunt is ready. Rocks comes through. Flay is there. Zeb with the ultimate onto one. Gets a kill onto Bo. Tactical is very low as well. TS takes Tante down as 3 v 4. As TS has a number 6 advantage right now, or numbers advantage rather. As Chinese One is stuck. Jumping over the wall. Gets that safety as Team Secret steals the Ocean Dragon.
Oh, that was so close. It was still 23 HP on that Drake before it went to the side of Team Secret, but that is the break that they need. 2 kills going to their side, only 1 going to the side of Grindsky, but still taking that Drake. It all started with a solar flare coming from Rock, slowing down and stunning some of the members from Grindsky. That's why they were still able to jump on their members, being able to deal the damage first. But right now, though, Grindsky has their eyes on the Rift Herald.
Yeah. So 4k gold deficit though for Team Secret at the moment, even if they secure that dragon. And now a fight brawls out here in the river on top side, as Trouble will be that target, or Azar rather, has been slayed. And now Team Secret tries to go for the counter engage. They get the 1-for-1, 2-for-1 as Rock dies to follow through in Azar's feet. Grindsky Esports takes the advantage once more.
Yeah, I thought that sentence was going to hit right there with the siege here in the mid lane. They still have the Herald. Yeah, they're just going to summon it and take down the last outer tier turret from Team Secret. Trevor is looking at Chinese. I'm not sure if they're going to get a pick.
We'll see as Rengar is here.
Lantern.
The Lantern is ready if ever it happens, but Stacy's Ancient buys some time, gets a kill onto Tsuri once again.
That's just style points right there, Infinity. Bo's being very aggressive here, even walking far forward. But yeah, I mean, Team Secret got a couple of kills, got something there, but Grindsky was just able to answer back right here. And currently, Grindsky looks to be in the driver's seat of this game. Yes, Team Secret has been fighting back a bit, but still, with the lead that they have, looking at the items right here, 9,000 gold right now in the pockets of Chinese, with a 2,000 gold lead against his counterpart, already completing 2 items on his side, the Black Cleaver and the Dustblade. Chinese just gonna pack a strong amount of punch here. It's so hard at this point, Infinity, to look for a way for Team Secret to win this. The only win condition that they have, just because of him having a lot of kills, is Chewy on this Corki. If the Corki is able to scale, get a lot more items, he does have the potential to just delete the members of Grindsky.
Although in positive light, Trevor has already stacked 2 passives at the moment, so that's increased 10% damage. When it comes to that Rengar, and that Thrill of the Hunt, ready to smack on Tante. That Solar Flare engages, stuns. CC Chain is going to be flawless, but once again, that Lantern is obnoxious from Bo. And now that Sentence connects onto Azar. Azar is in danger, followed up by Rocks with Ignite, burning him down. A kill secured, make it 2 as Grindsky Esports once again gets those finished from Team Secret.
Yeah, and they're gonna put the pressure right now on Team Secret. Siege down the second tier turret. They're gonna get this right here while Tante is now escorting the minions in the bot side of the map. We do expect Grindsky to rotate to that part of the map as soon as the minion wave here in mid falls.
Yeah. They're not gonna pull through. Team Secret doesn't want an all-in against Grindsky Esports. And in the same manner, Grindsky Esports knows that Team Secret's players are gonna come up very soon, and they have a lot of gold unused. So resets are clever here for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, and Infinity at this point in the game, Grindsky very much well knows that Team Secret is in a very desperate spot. They're gonna look for fights. They're gonna look for picks, and every time they're gonna try and give that to them and do the same thing. They're just gonna re-engage Team Secret, looking for a death brush right here, while the members of Grindsky more into the top side of the map, although they are now pinging the Infernal Drake that's gonna come up in 10 seconds.
Absolutely. I don't know if that will be a death brush, but definitely a surprise gift for Grindsky if ever they walk through it, but they're not gonna pull through. Team Secret is retreating from that brush that we have talked about, as Grindsky Esports will start this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and instead, Team Secret gonna do a bit of maintenance work, gonna shove the side lanes, shoving that Baron lane at this point. Chewy did pick up the package, was still gonna have that on him. He's gonna use it to get away.
That Sentence once again with a flay. CC Chain is flawless. Rocks is dead, but Dante with an auction guillotine.
Yeah, and just one more pick into the pockets of Grindsky at this point. And Grindsky will play this very methodically, will take down the towers one by one of Team Secret. What they are doing right now, though, is pressuring 2 ends of the map. It looks like Team Secret fancying this fight.
Yeah, it's a 2-3 split. Apprehend. CC's onto Trevor. Trevor has to go back away along with Corki as he is on the front line. And that is turret secured. Tatsuri is very low as well. The flash is going to be in. Action Guillotine will not connect onto Tatsuri. And Apprehend will buy some time as Tante will just get killed by Azar. But the turret, the inhib turret of bot lane has been destroyed.
Yeah, and Grindsky, great job right there. Yeah, they gave Tante's life. Tante bought so much time along with Chinese, but they were able to get an inhibitor turret, which opens up the base now of Team Secret. That's going to be an endless stream of minions going to the bot side, going so much pressure while the Baron is up. It's just going to be the 2 ends of the map that Team Secret needs to keep their eyes on.
Yeah. It's going to be very hard though. It's already 11k gold lead for Grindsky Esports with Infernal Dragon in their side for Grindsky. And when we're looking at the items, it's a lot of gold in their hyper carries, namely Lucian,
Rocks,
Jace, and Kazik. But now it's Trevor jumping in, but Flay goes in for CC's onto Rocks. He's slowed, He's stunned. And Rock is very low. Uses up the flash to go back to safety, but I don't know if that's safe. He's gonna get killed. And now Bappy jumps in. Chinese wants to follow up. That's double kill. As Trevor and Chewy, the only one remaining. No flash for Chewy as he gets slayed by Grindsky.
Yeah, he does get slain right there. Trevor is running to the wrong side of the map at this point. He is on the jungle of Grindsky, and Grindsky has their eyes on the Nexus. With 20 seconds, yeah, and the death timers, this could just be the game, Infinity.
Yeah, it's Grindsky Esports taking the crown. The comeback kings cannot make a comeback for the series as Grindsky takes the second game away from TS.
Yeah, Grindsky, this team right here. I could see the smiles of the panel. They have all predicted Grindsky here, and I don't know what they're showing. They're showing Rice at the moment. I don't know what the context is here, Infinity. If you do know, please enlighten me. But at this point, I just want to break it down to. It really started off with the first 3 deaths from Tatsuri. Unfortunately for Team Secret, Tatsuri was given the Zed, and he got called out once with a 1v1, but the ganks that went back to him, this is very unfortunate. Team Secret couldn't get back from that point, and Grindsky just played this very methodically, baiting out a lot of these fights and taking incremental leads until Team Secret can't handle it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, these early game engages, that was the foothold foundation for Grindsky Esports, right? Harassing Tatsuri at the limit here. 3 deaths in the first 7 minutes of this game. Absolutely insane set there for Grindsky Esports. And those gold is coming onto Bambi. And we all know if Bambi gets gold, he's gonna get that Black Cleaver. He's gonna get those damage up and running. And that just happened very quickly for the mid laner of GS.
And I think this was the best fight that Team Secret had. They were able to start it off with a Solar Flare. They were able to use the package to separate the members of Grindsky and to pick them off one by one. That was good. That was a good start for them. But then they went for the re-engage here. I think this is very sketchy because none of them had their ultimate except for Azar. And Azar even got hooked right there. Wasn't able to do anything even though he had the Dominus. So when you're behind, I don't think you should go for another contest. That was a bit too bit too much of a hyped up moment for them. And Team Secret, yes, they were on the hot streak coming into this series, Infinity, and they have so much hope for them. But Grindsky also coming up here with the streak of their own, with how hot they've been playing, and man, at this point in time, just. I love how the dynamic in the top spot has just been feeling like rock, paper, scissors at this point.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, the weakness comes through. Maybe on top of like the rock, paper, scissors, there's like a bow or a hammer from Jace and like a cockroach from GS as well.
the claws, that's the scissors, man. The claws are the scissors from Chinese.
Yeah.
They even used the Camille earlier as the scissors.
Absolutely. A fantastic game from Grindsky Esports. Definitely changed the whole standings for WCS Philippines the end of week number 4. In that game number 2, fantastic play from Chinese 1. Constant visit with a gold prepaid player of the game.
Yeah, and this very much well deserved his 2 ganks coming back, going back for Tatsuri when he already burned all his summoners, really propelled them towards the lead that they had, that they got. And he just didn't let go. And this guy has just so much growth. I can't say enough how much growth Grindsky has been showing here in the WCS. The patience, the understanding of macro, knowing when to stop going aggressive and knowing when to go back to take care of side lanes, to take down objectives, to take down towers. That has been, I think, the greatest strength coming here. The greatest strength in terms of what they have learned here in the WCS. And this guy, Chinese, has just been one of the key members that has also learned, also grew here in the WCS.
Yeah, and that Black Cleaver, that's a 4th Black Cleaver of GS. fourth Black Cleaver. I didn't even notice it. We've seen the Duskblade, but then he went in for the Black Cleaver as well. So such a wonderful thing for Grindsky Esports. They talked about the Black Cleaver. We have to do it. It's a uniform. But with this wondrous win from Grindsky Esports, I just want to say that they are now putting up a notch in the standings for WCS Philippines, as they are currently even in series wins and loss with Fennel adversity for the top 2 spot. And that is such huge value when you're talking about top 2, which would have a bye in the playoffs.
Right, and that is a big thing because it gives you more time, more VODs to watch against your enemies. If they're going to be stretched to their limit, you can see what they, you can have more time for the coaches to study up on what these teams are bringing to playoffs. And that's just a big tool right now for Grindsky to take advantage of if they're able to secure top 2. And on the other hand, though, Infinity Team Secret, I think they need to get back a bit on the drawing board. They have been relying a lot on their comfort picks, which now the teams looks to be dissecting. They look to have been playing very comfortably against the comfort picks of Team Secret, and Team Secret has a week to get back into this, and maybe we can still see them in contention for top 2.
There's 2 more days for the round robin, and after that, it's a tie breakers for next week. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. That was the last series of the day with WCS Philippines for week number 4. In behalf of the Shoutcasters a while ago for the Shoutcaster desk with Riku, thank you very much everyone for watching, but don't go away because after this short break, it's a panel discussing what happened in the GSTS Intense Fight.
Bright light feels right. somewhere down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise?
Welcome back to the WCSPH, and what a series we watched between Grindsky versus Team Secret. Grindsky taking it 2-0, and can I just say, I'm gonna flex a little bit of the panel. We got all the predictions right.
The boys.
What a time! What
The
a
boys.
time! Yeah, Osiris. I know we had to have a loser, but I mean, you got your predictions right, dude. That's still something. So
The last minute change up.
hey, that's still
They
a
won't
change
know,
up
they won't
nonetheless.
know.
They won't know. They won't know. So let's talk about this
Oh,
series
yeah, yeah.
because Grindsky seem to have been on. I mean, they seem to have Team Secret figured out here. Autoluz, let's start off with you.
Yep, we were discussing it over in the watch party as to how the draft will turn out, and again, there's been a heated discussion as to what the last pick will be. And also, I respect Tatsuri on that category, and I still believe, that the composition here of Grindsky is not going to allow Tatsuri to have the, the field day that he needs to have. Remember, as an assassin, in order for you to really dish out the damage that you need come late game, you have to find kills, multiple kills. And also, one thing to highlight on game number 1 was Chinese one on that X-Tech Ultimatum Lady Longlegs Camille. There is, an experiment that was made, or that was done by Infinity just a couple of days ago, that you can actually lock the Ragnarok Olaf of Trevor. And that proved to be very pivotal. Again, Grindsky, my man, game number
What a
1
counter.
was so good for them.
Yeah, we are
Game 2.
expecting.
Go.
We are really expecting. I just want to touch the game 1 a bit because we are all most of the people doesn't want the Katatsuri, and it was really understandable because there's so many CCs. So, but I predicted that they're going to be that confident because they got the trash, so they can just roll with it. But of course, I wanted to touch quickly on to the game 2 because the Tatsuri is playing on an assassin, and he is on Zed. One of his most comfort pick, most identical
Calling
champion
card,
as,
if you would.
Yeah, same as a synonym as how Trash and Rocks can be, but it was a different Tatsuri that we saw. So don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on him, or it feels like there's just a lackluster onto the assassin side,
right?
Because we also saw Trevor on his Rengar that kind of fell short. There's no haymaker. You wanted to go in, you are waiting for any counter punches, but it feels like there's nothing on the hands of Team Secret because they were able to stop the tracks of the early game assassins. It is a pretty straightforward draft, Solar Flare, and then play it on the double assassin. But it was Grindsky who brought the fight onto the doorstep of Team Secret.
Yeah, as rematches go, I think Grindsky really solidified themselves as one of the top dogs here in the competition. And let's head on over to our interview with Chinese One because he was the player of the game twice. In the Kazakhs and the Camille. So let's see Barangay Grindsky. Yay! First question, ang pagkain nyo. What is the food on the table?
Pork steak po. Baka gusto nyo po.
Steak, nice.
Oh, definitely.
Gusto nyo po ba umorder?
We'll PM you. We'll PM you. So, all seriousness, Chinese, how did you guys prepare for this rematch between you and Team Secret?
Lahat naman po ng kalaban pinaganda namin. Kaya before po mag-start yung game, nagkakaroon po kami ng bod para mapag-usapan kung paano yung laro. Opo, may bod analysis po kami.
There we go. Yay! And it shows. It shows you did the homework. And so let's move on to Osiris. What's your question?
Yeah, I saw most of the teams na nagse-celebrate na. May pizza ang RRQ, may sanggip yata yung FLA. Kayo ba? Ano bang kakainin niyo for today bukod dyan sa pork steak? Kasi feeling ko weekend na sa esports eh. Ano bang idadagdag niyong pagkain dyan?
Si swimming daw po kami, sabi ni Coach.
Pansol
Ay, papaswimming daw po si Berting pala. Papaswimming daw po si Berting. Opo.
Yay!
Otto.
So mainit, kailangan mag-swimming.
Exactly.
Opo, kailangan mag-swimming.
Sana makasama this time. Pero okay, seryosong tanong, Chinese. Sorry.
Chaya. Okay,
Eto na, pare. Oasis
Otto invited na
at
daw.
RRQ. Ano yun?
Invited?
Invited
Otto
na.
invited na.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Woo!
Kaya, sasapatos na ako. Oo nga naman. Okay, sige, seryosong tanong muna. Ang natitirang dalawang kalaban nyo for next week, Oasis at RRQ, sila na lang ang balakid nyo para makasecure ng top 2. How confident are you heading into next week?
Yes po, confident naman po kami kasi hindi naman po kami pumupunta sa laban ng hindi ready. Lagi po kami nagre-ready.
Eto pa, next question. Coach Rex, actually, para sa inyong lahat to, alam natin na may massive patch na magaganap, di ba? Welcome the 3.1. Ready na ba ang Grindsky para sa patch 3.1?
Actually, mas para sa akin, feeling ko mas advantage namin yun kasi mas marami kami coaching staff and also yun yung pagalingan na lang mag-adapt dun sa meta o yung bago which is I think yun yung pinaka-strength ko. And also syempre having these people around me na also having these people around me, mga players natin na hindi takot mag-experiment and mag-try ng mga bagong bagay. Nakita nyo naman yung mga draft namin, yung playstyle namin, iba-iba talaga. So yung blessing yun para sa akin for having this team. Yeah.
Translator dun sa gilid.
Sign language. Sige. So, Grindsky, congratulations again. Chinese, ano yung shoutouts niyo or message niyo para sa mga supporters niyo?
Sino ba mga shoutout namin, Coach?
Shoutout
po pala sa mga boss namin dyan. Si Mami Cheng, tsaka si Sir Don, tapos si Sir Dennis, tsaka si Sir G po, Sir Wayne, tsaka kila Boss Berting, kita-kitsa lang sa next swimming. Sir Erwin po, shoutout sa inyo lahat. Shoutout din po sa girlfriend ko na nanonood ngayon.
Hey! Anybody else?
Shoutout ko lang po yung mama ko na lang nanonood pag may laban namin.
Yay!
Shoutout po sa mama ko, on the way na po sila sa akin, susunduin na po.
Shoutout sa girlfriend ko.
Shoutout sa papa ko at sa girlfriend ko.
Ayaw nga pala, may message din pala ako sa mga supporters namin. Maraming salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin sa Grindsky. And kung napanood nyo yung laro namin ngayon, marami kasi kami naririnig na medyo maasim daw maglaro si Chinese, very coin flip daw yung playstyle namin. And this time, ito pinakita namin, we've decided na Team Secret namin gamitin yung very disciplined na laro. And nakita nyo naman na kaya rin naman namin. Pero, mas nakaka-enjoy yung puro bakbakan, guys, di ba? Alam nyo naman yan. Kaya, higigit pa rin namin yun. Nakita lang namin this time.
Yay!
Okay. Woo! Perfect! Ladies and gentlemen, Grindsky. There we go. Thank you so much, Grindsky. Can't wait to see you guys next week. Thank you, Grindsky. Wow, it's a party over at Grindsky now. So
Yeah.
I can't wait to order some bistek from them.
You know what? What's interesting is, ano yung feeling na naglalaro, nasa harap mo yung pagkain?
I know, like they put that in there, right? While they were playing.
Motivation.
Exactly. More motivation for Grindsky, but yeah, they still have a big task ahead of them next week. Like you mentioned, Autolose, RRQ, and Oasis will be their next matchups. So let's look at the results for today because, guys, Panel Desk got straight A's today. Can we just say that? Like, we gotta flex. I know, Osiris, you still have to do the consequences, but
I would flex.
we gotta flex. Autolose, I don't think you're gonna be a victim of any tags now these days. But let's look at the results. It was looking like a 2-0 throughout, but Underground RRQ, I'd say that's the match of the day. That really had us at the edge of our seats. So the winners, FLA, Oasis, Underground, and Grindsky. Cannot wait to see how this will shake up the standings. I would ask you guys, what did you think of today? But we predicted it, guys. We predict these things.
Easy.
Osiris over here, Mystic Mac predicting with his crystal ball. Dude, I think the curse is lifted for you, man. We just have to have someone to do the consequences. That's it.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we need one loser, and I'm proud still to take that hit for the family. So it's fine.
Dude, that's a Chad move right there. Osiris taking the L for the Panel Desk.
Always one goal down, okay? Remember, we also have to do our low-cost cosplay on Wednesday, right?
Oh, you guys are doing that on Wednesday? I can't
Yeah,
wait.
yeah.
Did you tell which character, or it's a surprise on Wednesday?
It's a surprise. Maybe I'll
Can
do
we get
Brand.
Can we at least know the roles, or you still don't know? Like,
I don't know.
I still don't know.
We have to, I don't know, cram as always. No?
It's low budget. You have to. That's the nature of it. So here are the results. So hopefully we can check out the standings so we can see where everyone is at. I know Underground is still at the top.
Yep.
But I know there's still that battle for second place that everyone's going after. We did the math. Underground still has to perform at their best to stay on top. And here we have it. Let's go to Osiris first. What are your thoughts on what we see now?
Well, we can say that how different the playstyles are. How different the champions that we're playing. We're still under the same sky, and it has been the level of competition is fairly high right now at the WCS Philippines. That everything needs to watch out their backs. We also talked about this, that Secret a while ago is currently going back on form. But right now, Grindsky Esports is sitting at number 2 alongside with Fennel Adversity. And then RRQ also, there's so many doubts from previous weeks. But right now, we saw them again showing a bit of those glimpse of playstyle changes. That kind of complements well, but the kind of respect still. Team Underground setting at number 1. But overall, it means that we are on the same sides, that anyone can take a game to anyone.
Yeah, especially when playoffs comes around. I can't wait. Again, this is the top 6 that we're going to be getting from the standings you see in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. April 1 is the date. We still have next week to look forward to, and potentially a tiebreaker, because look how tied up, like Grindsky and Fennel. We also have RRQ and Oasis. We still have 2 more days of WCS action, and I cannot wait for us to settle the standings of the top 6. So, Autolose, anything else to add as we look at the standings?
Mathematically, I would say the Team Underground already has secured top 2. I would say I'm 95% confident. The 5% is I blame my math. Right? So, and then we have Grindsky Esports and Fennel University vouching for top 2. Looking at their remaining schedule, FLA has to go against Team Secret and UDG. Meanwhile, Grindsky has to go against Oasis and RRQ. So looking at the remaining schedule strength, is it safe to say that Grindsky, out of everyone, would secure top 2? I mean, Osiris and myself, we did some preseason power rankings, and did we expect them to be at number 2? I would be honest, I did not expect it.
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like they are the Trojan horse that's going to surprise us. I mean, they keep on coming. We have different champions, and right now, even the standings is a surprise. Literally, the GS is a great surprise to witness with.
Yeah, and honestly, what they said that they're gonna do this disciplined style. They've been hiding this style. I wonder what else they have up their sleeves, because I remember the first meeting we had, we kind of pegged, Grindsky, as coach said, like a kind of a coin flip. Like, it really depends. But now they've been showing consistency. That's what's so scary, because I like what Osiris mentioned, Trojan horse. We didn't like this to be this big of a threat.
Yeah.
So you really have to tune in to each and every week. So I am so excited to we'll close this one and go to the next week. But before anything else, guys, I just want to thank a couple of people aside from Osiris, handling, casting, doing everything. Big shout outs to you. I want to give a shout out also to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page. Okay,
and also have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of gigabytes data for all gaming apps, 8 gigabytes data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared and take up any challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And also, of course, this tournament. I'll do it. I'll do this one, and then you do this one. And of
Take
course,
it away,
this tournament.
guys.
Shout out to the Games and Amusement Board. Without their supervision, and none of this would have been possible. Autolose, go. What else you got? What else?
Without our very awesome production team, our long team,
production team.
everyone that is working behind the scenes, shout out sa inyo. Salamat. Woo!
Yes. Direct Ad, Direct Louie, big shout outs to you guys. Everyone in the back, thank you guys
Of
so
course,
much.
Benedict the Pogi.
Yeah, there we go. Keeping the rules in place. Thank you to everyone. Casters as well. Everyone in the English and Tagalog broadcast. Thank you guys so much. You know, we're not even done with WCS, and it's like we're signing off for good. But we'll see you guys next week. We'll see you guys next week for more WCS action. Thank you guys so much. Good night. Have fun playing Wildrift. See ya.
You lit me up as the sun went down.